In a world where all humans have their own special abilities, which ability would be the strongest? That's right, it's the ability to use all the abilities in the world. What else could it be? Yi Tian, a young man who wasn't very muscular or tall, yet possessed an incredibly overpowered ability, the power to copy abilities like a Sharingan, and had a sister who was a total knockout. If Yi Tian wanted an ability, all he had to do was touch someone, and it was his. Originally a talentless young man who was orphaned. Since obtaining an incredibly overpowered ability, he began to explore a world he never knew. Join me, Pi, to find out how the curtain of mystery surrounding the dimensional beast will be unveiled. The story begins with the image of a purple beast that looked extremely ferocious, with a dry skeleton on its back and long wings, attacking the human city. Yi Tian was standing on the street below, looking up and staring intently at that ugly creature. Then suddenly, he felt a current run through his body. He cried out in pain as if he were being torn to shreds, into many pieces. Startled, he opened his eyes to find that he was still snoring in his bed, and the recent images were just a dream. It seems the young man was awakening his talent. 100 years ago, countless spatial rifts appeared in Earth's sky, causing vicious beasts to invade en masse. At the same time, it also activated humanity's talents, leading humanity into the era of talents. In Yi Tian's hand at this moment was a black stone that seemed to have a spiritual aura. Looking at it, he learned that his talent was a weak grade talent. That's it. His life was over. Just then, his dreamlike, beautiful sister walked into the room. She asked about his talent, but he hid the fact that it was a weak grade talent. He told his sister that he had awakened a very good talent and would become the strongest martial artist. But you know, heaven doesn't disappoint a braggart. Just as his sister told him to come downstairs so they could celebrate the test results, a system suddenly appeared in front of him. A notification system, which surprised Yi Tian so much that his eyes widened and his jaw dropped, unable to close his mouth. EU, subpar cultivation talent, elementary ice talent, not yet awakened. Well, so this is the talent of his knockout sister. It's quite something, isn't it? It's way better than her brother's weak grade cultivation talent. Seeing her brother suddenly standing there dazed, Yi ran over and dragged him to eat. As soon as their hands touched, the system notified him that he could copy Yi Yu's talent. Holy cow, I can copy other people's talents, so I'm not useless after all. Sitting at the dining table, even though his favorite caramelized pork was there, it couldn't pull him away from his thoughts about his miraculous talent. But he didn't want to copy his sister's talent. Her ice talent is extremely rare. Once awakened, she could surely defeat any opponent. Now their parents in the afterlife could rest in peace. After eating his fill, Yi Tian couldn't wait any longer. He had to go test his overpowered talent right away. But if he was going to go through the trouble of copying, he had to copy a medium-grade talent to make it worthwhile. After looking around on the street for a while, he still couldn't find anyone with a decent talent. But now that he had awakened his talent, he could go to an academy to check it out. After some thought, he went to the Linhai 5th Academy, a place where you didn't need to take a talent test before enrolling. Outside the academy, there were many people who looked like heroes from all over, walking back and forth. Yi Tian glanced at them. It seemed there would be many strong people here. But he was also quite confident that with his awakened copy talent, he would definitely be stronger than them in the future. A few days after joining the academy, on a seemingly hot day, Yi Tian and a few other young men were sitting under the sun in the courtyard, listening to the teacher explain the training method. They just needed to condense a vortex of qi in front of their chest to succeed. It sounded very easy, but after just a moment, the students collapsed one by one. Seeing the whole group of students lying on the ground, with none of them able to condense qi, the teacher didn't look very happy. He looked at them with disapproval, telling them to be more ambitious, to stop being so useless, and that they needed to follow the example of student Chendong. Hearing this, Yi Tian also got fired up. He was curious about who this Chendong the teacher mentioned was. Seeing a crowd gathering in the distance, it turned out that guy was Chendong. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He seemed to be an idol for many of the young men and women in the school. with many pretty girls coming up to meet him and ask for autographs. Oh ho, his cultivation talent is medium grade. Nice. How could our Yi pass up the chance to test his copy talent? He had to do it right away. The young man eagerly approached Chen Dong to greet him. A simple handshake and the deal would be sealed. Now that he had copied the talent, he had to find a place to fuse with it. That evening, Yi went to an uninhabited cave, not knowing if fusing with Chen Dong's talent would be a blessing or a curse. But hey, no risk, no reward. Whatever, just give it a try and see. And so, he began to fuse the talent. Yi hair stood on end just like Son Goku's, and it seemed this fusion wasn't going to be an easy feat. Yi looked to be in extreme pain. He clutched his chest, screaming incessantly to the point where he could no longer stand or sit steadily, but had to crawl on the ground. After a while, the nightmare passed. His cultivation talent was now medium grade. After changing his talent, it was truly a complete rebirth. Even more pain would have been worth it, but it didn't stop there. One surprise followed another. Through the status window, he learned that he could copy another talent in 30 days. It was just too much of a hack. Now, let's try practicing that chi condensation. Holy cow, a high-grade cultivation talent really makes a difference. Everything became much simpler. At this rate, forget being a martial artist, he had to become the #1 grand martial artist. Time flew by. A month later, on a full moon night, fate came to Yi. He encountered a vicious beast right in the middle of a crowded street. At that moment, Yi was on his way home, lost in thought about how to improve faster when the vicious beast appeared. It had bitten a man to death right behind him. What the hell, what is this thing? This vicious beast looks so ferocious. Seeing the vicious beast appear and even kill someone, everyone was scared witless, running for their lives without daring to look back. Yi, whether out of fear or because he was bewitched, stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the vicious beast. Just as the vicious beast lunged to bite a child, Yi, who was nearby, quickly grabbed the little girl to dodge the attack. Oh crap, its speed is this fast, how the hell am I supposed to escape? But luckily for him, at that moment, a hero in red suddenly flew down from the sky, one slash cutting through the road. It's a hero saving a damsel. Oh wait, a handsome man in distress. It turned out this person was Captain Feng Lang. He continuously slashed his sword towards the Silver Moon Eagle, but its speed was too fast. It dodged all of his attacks. However, this person didn't come alone, but had a whole team of comrades fighting together. They surrounded and attacked the vicious beast. After fighting for a while, it seemed they were about to finish it off, but it wasn't that easy. Suddenly, the vicious beast's bloodline erupted, and taking advantage of the opportunity, it quickly fled. But the beast's plan was no match for Fate's plan. Unfortunately for it, it was hit by an arrow from a beautiful, busty, long-legged beauty, and collapsed on the spot. Yi could also see the vicious beast's talents. It was a Silver Moon Eagle, subpar bloodline talent, elementary speed talent. Well, its speed talent is nothing to scoff at. Just when everyone thought the vicious beast was dealt with and were about to go for a round of drinks, but wait, the wolf wasn't dead yet. It got back up, ready to fight again. It looked even crazier than before. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, the captain of the Feng Lang team told Yi to run away, but he had no idea about Yi grand plan at that moment. Taking advantage of the wolf's opening, Yi quickly jumped up before the astonished and shocked eyes of the others. He beautifully somersaulted over the wolf's head and sat on its back, pummeling it like there was no tomorrow. And just like that, it was over. He had successfully copied the vicious beast talent. While he was enthusiastically giving the beast a beat down, he was stopped by Feng Lang's men because the wolf had already kicked the bucket. And of course, Yi already knew that because he had copied its talent. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yi didn't forget to get rid of the bloodstains on his body before returning home. Arriving home, he saw his beloved sister sleeping soundly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had seen a vicious beast. It was much scarier than he had imagined. He told himself that he had to quickly become a martial artist to protect his sister. Back in his room, although he was very worried about whether he could fuse with the vicious beast's power or not, the worst-case scenario of meeting his parents early wasn't impossible. But to become stronger, he had to do it. With that determination, Yi took a towel to bite down on, preparing to face the coming pain. Speed talent, begin copying. What had to come came. Yi Tian was now crawling on the floor, his hands clawing fiercely. The pain was like his bones were shattering. The power of speed rushed to his legs. Oh my God, is my leg broken? Damn it, is this how it ends? The next morning when he woke up, Yi Tian was terrified as if he had just gone through a terrible nightmare. But his leg was still there. How lucky. He tried a few kicks, and indeed, his body felt very light. He had successfully copied the talent. Yi Tian now had a medium-grade cultivation talent and an elementary speed talent. Unable to wait any longer, he went to the academy's small forest, leaping and jumping like a wild wolf. Ho ho, this feels so good. The speed of that silver moon eagle was truly formidable. After jumping around to his heart's content, he sat down and began to cultivate. It would be great if he could increase his cultivation speed even more. Just then, his chubby friend Zhang Bao came looking for him, telling him a huge secret. Drinking the blood of a vicious beast would help increase his cultivation speed. Holy crap, why didn't I know that sooner? Last night, there was so much blood from that white wolf, what a waste. Zhang Bao came to invite him to go get some vicious beast. Blood. He heard the academy was preparing to hold a trial outside the city, and the reward for the trial was vicious beast blood. Yeah, this event is definitely worth participating in. But when he heard Zhang Bao invite him to join his squad, Yi Tian's expression was speechless. He refused to join, which made his chubby friend very sad. Yi Tian's refusal wasn't because he looked down on his somewhat useless and boastful friend. It was because his ability was a bit special, revealing it could easily lead to fatal disaster, so it was better to be alone. He had to get the vicious beast's blood and break through to the martial artist realm. A month later, at the 5th Academy, the teacher seemed surprised that Yi Tian had gotten news about this trial. He sneered, looking down on his ability, thinking that if he was so eager to seek death, he would oblige. So he took the limited grade certificate and threw it in his face. That's right, to participate in the trial, you had to sign a life and death contract. The old man deliberately humiliated and discouraged Yi Tian, but unexpectedly, he signed the paper without hesitation and left happily. This made the old teacher so angry he gritted his teeth because he always looked down on poor students like him. A few days later, at Yi Tian's house, Yi woke up and couldn't find her brother anywhere. Just as she was happy that her brother had cooked for her, she saw a note left by Yi Tian saying that the academy had an activity and he would be away for 3 days. In a desolate, ruined city with a flock of black crows flying in the sky, many students from various academies had gathered, ready to participate in the trial. Seeing Yi Tian's group, one guy openly showed his contempt for them. He thought that the 5th Academy was all trash. This guy considered himself strong and from a powerful family, so he seemed quite arrogant. Zhang Bao told Yi Tian that this guy was Mo Xiaobei, a genius from the 1st Academy, from a younger generation of the Mo family. So he had some fame, no wonder he was so arrogant. Just then, a young man carrying a sword brazenly walked through the 1st Academy's territory. It turned out this guy came looking for Mo Xiaobei for revenge. It seems he'd been defeated by this Mo guy before. Yi Tian was very surprised by the guy who just appeared. He didn't know who he was, but he was also quite arrogant, wasn't he? It turned out this guy was Li Yunjing, a blade technique genius from the 2nd Academy, who seemed to be as poor as Yi Tian. So that money-grubbing teacher also showed his contempt. He thought that poor people like them didn't know their place. Who knows who's the one that doesn't know their place? Yi Tian was really annoyed with the old man by now, but as a student, he couldn't do anything to him. Frustrated, he turned and enthusiastically cheered for that Li Yunjing guy, which made him so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. Just as they were aggressively about to fight, an announcement was made that fighting was not allowed outside the wilderness area, or they would be disqualified from the trial. So, nobody showed a watch after all. The guy, namely, resentfully had to put his sword back in its sheath. He said he'd see Mo Xiaobei in the wilderness area. Then he approached Yi Tian to get a good look at who dared to cheer for him. Just now, at this moment, Yi Tian also saw his talents. Subpar cultivation talent, medium grade blade technique talent. A blade technique genius indeed, not bad. Yi Tian extended his hand for a shake, expressing his encouragement for Li Yunjing to definitely surpass Mo Xiaobei in the trial. And just like that, no one knew that this guy had just successfully copied the blade technique talent. Nothing beats seizing the opportunity. It was time for the trial gate to open. The students entered in the order of their academies. Yi Tian's fifth academy had to enter last. That's how cruel life is. But it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. Taking advantage of everyone being distracted, Yi Tian immediately found a hiding place to fuse with the blade technique talent he had just copied from Li Yunjing. Although fusing talents was very painful, having gone through 2 talent copies before, Yi Tian was now getting used to this feeling of pain. To become even stronger, he could endure this pain and even more. After a successful fusion, Yi Tian tried a few blade moves, and it was damn cool. All the surrounding ancient trees fell under his sword strikes. Yi Tian now had 3 talents in his possession: medium-grade cultivation, elementary speed, and medium-grade blade technique. The main character's halo is really something else. Leveling up like this, who could stand against him? A moment later, it was his academy's turn to enter the field. Another good show was about to start. Just as he stepped into the trial area, by some twist of fate, Yi Tian immediately encountered a vicious beast. This one was a huge green dragon. It looked pretty fierce, but who knows if it could withstand a single strike from him. As expected, this dragon took a whole 2 slashes before being cut in half, dying before it could even gasp. What bad luck for it? With Yi Tian's current speed and blade technique talents, what right did this dragon have to be his opponent? So Yi Tian gouged out its eye, easily scoring 1 point. What kind of fierce beast croaks without me breaking a sweat? What a buzzkill. But according to the trial rules, the more fierce beasts you hunt, the higher your rank. So, first things first, he had to find some fierce beasts. Hopefully, there'd be some good ones worth fighting. While flying through the air looking for vicious beasts, Yi Tian heard a cry for help. The voice sounded familiar. It was his chubby friend Zhang Bao. He was surrounded by several wolves, and his teammates were injured and lying on the ground. His life was hanging by a thread. Well, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yi Tian drew an arrow and shot it straight at a wolf that was about to pounce on Zhang Bao, at the same time jumping down to deal with the rest, while Zhang Bao was still yelling for him to run, afraid he would become another meal for these wolves. But now, these wolves were just practice targets for Yi Tian's sword. Yi Tian used his speed talent to fly into the middle of the wolf pack, and at the same time used his blade technique talent, swinging his sword a few times, and each wolf was gifted with a body-splitting slash. Zhang Bao now saw how formidable his close brother was. Yi Tian used his sword to cut off a few wolf fangs as spoils of war. His friend Zhang Bao probably wouldn't mind, right? Of course not. He didn't have the heart to mind anything right now. Zhang Bao had lost his will, sitting on the ground, and deciding to quit the game as soon as it had begun. He wanted to take his teammates back for treatment. Whatever it took, saving their lives was the most important thing. Before leaving, Zhang Bao told Yi Tian a secret. Deep inside the wilderness area, there was an extremely powerful pseudo-vicious beast, and told him to be very careful. This pseudo-vicious beast was worth 500 points. As soon as he heard the number of points he could get, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he asked for the location of the pseudo-vicious beast. After learning it was in the southeast, he hurriedly set off to find death. Oh wait, to find points immediately. If he could get these 500 points, he could definitely win first place in this trial. After jumping over a few dozen rooftops, Yi Tian arrived at his destination. In front of him were several disciples of the First Academy lying on the ground. They must have just gone through a fierce battle. Hearing the sounds of fighting in the distance, Yi Tian jumped onto the roof of a building and looked down. So that's the pseudo-vicious beast. It looks extremely ferocious and tough. Mo Xiaobei's group was surrounding and attacking the vicious beast. He was determined to get these 500 points. After a struggle, the pseudo-vicious beast's stamina began to weaken. It seemed like a good opportunity to kill it. Taking advantage of the vicious beast's opening, Mo Xiaobei jumped up and stabbed his blade straight into its forehead, although he was then sent flying by the vicious beast's horn. However, he was overjoyed, thinking he had secured the 500 points, so this minor injury was nothing. Yi Tian, witnessing the event, was regretting that he had arrived a step too late. The points had fallen into someone else's hands. Just when he thought it was all over, the vicious beast suddenly jumped up. Oh, it's not dead yet. It's having a bloodline eruption to escape. It turns out it's not a pseudo-vicious beast, but a true vicious beast worth 1,000 points. A group from the First Academy hurriedly chased after it. They couldn't let it escape. The vicious beast was now severely injured and didn't have much fighting strength left. Whoever found it first would be really lucky. A whole 1,000 points, huh? then it must belong to me, Yi Tian. When it comes to speed, what right do those academy people have to compete with me? Yi Tian used his speed talent, full 10/10 speed, flying through the air like a flash. In just a moment, he found the vicious beast's location through the blood it left on the ground. Meanwhile, the people from the first academy were nowhere to be seen. So you're hiding here, huh? 1,000 points, here I come. Going deeper into the ruins. Oh, this strong, fishy smell is really hard to stomach. It must be around here somewhere. Whoa, there it is. Finally found it. Huh, but what the hell is it doing? Opening its mouth, waiting for holy water to flow down? This water is definitely not ordinary water, right? But whatever, I have to get the 1,000 points first, then I'll figure out the water later. Yi Tian charged with his sword, intending to slash it, but unexpectedly, this vicious beast reacted too quickly. It whipped its tail back, hitting him. He flew back, tumbling several times in the air. If I can't get close to it, I'll attack from a distance. Yi Tian drew several arrows, aimed straight at the vicious beast, and fired. 3 arrows flew out at once, embedding themselves straight into its 2 eyes. This is the moment. Yi Tian, quick as a flash, drew his sword and rushed forward, plunging it straight into its belly. Then with one slash, he ripped open the vicious beast's stomach, blood splattering everywhere. And that's a wrap. A true vicious beast is indeed formidable. Luckily, it had been weakened by Mo Xiaobei's people beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an easy meal. Yi Tian approached the stone where the water that the vicious beast had been drinking was flowing. He didn't know what kind of water it was, but a vicious beast with high intelligence must know how to distinguish good stuff. It must be some kind of treasure, so he'd drink it first and think later. Next up were the vicious beast's eyeball worth 1,000 points and the extremely precious vicious beast's heartblood. He had to grab all the good stuff. He couldn't leave anything behind for anyone else. After collecting everything, Yi Tian also casually smashed the stone that contained the water. Although he didn't know what it was, he couldn't leave it for Mo Xiaobei. This many points is enough for Yi Tian to win first place in the trial. It's time to leave. When Mo Xiaobei's men arrived, they found they had been beaten to it. Now only the corpse of the fierce beast remained. With the spoils taken by someone else, he was about to go mad, his eyes blazing with fury, vowing to kill that person. Outside, the sky was pitch black and rain was pouring down. Yi Tian was also silently watching Mo Xiaobei's men at this time. He couldn't just let this matter go, so he ordered his subordinates that they must find that person. It seems our Yi Tian has to go into hiding somewhere again. Finding him would depend on how capable those people are. But he can't hide forever. In 3 days, when the points are tallied, everyone will surely know that he was the one who killed that wild, fierce beast. Oh well, you can't run from the sun forever. In the meantime, he just has to get stronger. Yi Tian hid in an abandoned house and took out the flask containing the fierce beast's blood. He wondered how much stronger this thing could make him. Yi Tian tilted his head back and chugged it down. Oh, this taste is absolutely disgusting. If only I had a bag of peanuts here for a snack, that would be great. But to protect his little sister, he has to become stronger. Just have to force it all down. Wow, holy crap. The cultivation speed is 4 times faster. No wonder that guy Chandong and the others cultivated so quickly. It turns out you need support tools for things to be good. I still have a bunch of these fierce beast blood flasks in my bag. I have to chug them all in the next 2 days. Time flies, and the day for tallying points has arrived. Everyone brought their spoils to the table one by one to be scored. Li Yuanxing has 195 points, while that guy Mo Xiaobei has 427 points. The difference seems large, so he's quite arrogant. He's confident that there's nothing wrong with taking points from others with his own strength. And of course, everyone also thinks that this Mo Xiaobei guy will definitely get first place. But they don't know that the person with over 1,000 points hasn't arrived yet. Not keeping everyone waiting for long, our hero has appeared. From a distance, a young man who isn't particularly tall or muscular, but is quite handsome, is slowly walking towards the scoring table before everyone's astonished eyes. Yi Tian poured his spoils onto the scoring table. They were monster eyeballs, so he has 1,163 points, naturally placing first in this training competition. The reward he received is 3 vials of fierce beast blood and 100,000 yuan in cash. Yi Tian happily accepted his reward to everyone's surprise and delight. That guy Mo Xiaobo finally saw the face of the person he had been hunting for days. He ordered his subordinates to investigate everything about Yi Tian. Truly a talented youth, Yi Tian has finally brought some glory to his low-level academy. But the teacher from his school doesn't seem happy about it. He thinks that since Yi Tian has angered a powerful family like the Mo family, he'll probably be collecting his corpse soon. The competition finally officially ended after the gift-giving and souvenir photos. Faced with the hostility and challenge from Mo Xiaobo, Yi Tian agreed to face him. He knew that once targeted by someone like him, there would be no escape. The only way out is to become so strong that he wouldn't dare to challenge him anymore. As soon as he got home, Yi Tian was given a warm, longing hug by his dear little sister. Because her big brother had been away from home for a very long time, a whole 3 days. Yi Tian took out a lot of rewards and money and gave them to his sister, making her very happy. With this much money, her perpetually single big brother finally has money to get married. What the hell are you talking about? That money is for your school and daily living expenses. Oh, so for now on they can have meat to eat every day. Because he didn't know what the few drops of liquid he got from the fierce beast were, Yi Tian bought a book about treasures to find out. Through it, he learned that it was Terra Divine liquid. It can cultivate one's cultivation talent when absorbed, but it's only effective for intermediate level talent and below. It's truly a treasure. He didn't expect to get it so easily. However, because of its limitation, it no longer has any effect on Yi Tian. He gave it to Yi Yu and told her to drink it, saying it would make her stronger. Yi Yu was surprised that her brother told her to drink this precious bottle of liquid. She hadn't even awakened her powers yet. Oh, right, maybe I should sell it. An amazing item like this would surely sell for a lot of money. But no, this book says that the place where this liquid formed has an earth energy spirit stone. Yi Tian destroyed that stone, so no one would believe it, and it might even bring a fatal disaster upon him. Seeing his sister hesitate to drink, Yi Tian took the bottle, pinched her mouth open, and poured it in. Help, it's super potent. My brother is trying to kill his adorable, precious little sister. Hey, the taste of this liquid is actually quite refreshing. Huh, but why is her cultivation talent still at a low level? Could it be that what's written in this book is fake? But whatever, Yi Yu is feeling sleepy. She needs to go to sleep first. Well, let's just wait and see. Maybe the effect hasn't been activated yet. An hour later, Yi Tian detected a wave of power emanating from Yi Yu. Her cultivation talent has increased by 2 levels, now at an average level. With her rare ice power, Yi Yu will surely become a top-tier warrior. If Mo Xiaobo has the guts, then come at me. I, Yi Tian, am far from losing to you. For now, let's take a gulp of blood first, to see how many times stronger intermediate-level fierce beast blood can make me. Oh my god, this taste is even more disgusting. I need a handful of peanuts to make it less awful. Damn, it increases cultivation speed by 8 times. Nice, the effect of intermediate-level fierce beast blood is truly overpowered. If I had more, I might even be able to break through to the warrior realm. What a pity, now there are only 2 bottles left. 10 days later, in the small forest of the academy, Yi Tian was concentrating on his cultivation when his fat friend Zhang Bao came looking for him. He told him that Mo Xiaobo was in closed-door cultivation at home. He will soon become a martial artist. He comes from a prestigious family with countless resources, while Yi Tian doesn't even have meat to eat. The few bottles of fierce beast blood he had were all used up. He only managed to reach the high-level martial apprentice stage. But with his talent in swordsmanship and speed, Yi Tian is still confident that he has the ability to fight a martial artist. At this time, at the Mo family estate, Mo Xiaobo broke down the door and stepped out like a hero with bulging muscles and a super cool face. Becoming a martial artist really makes a difference. Rich people with lots of money are really different. Even getting dressed requires long-legged beauties to serve him. At this moment, the head of the Mo family also came to praise his son. This person is the core of the Mo family, one of the elite intermediate-level martial artists among the 10 great elders of the Mo family. He came to tell Mo Xiaobo that the family's ancestor wanted to reward him, and that a banquet had also been prepared to celebrate the day he became a martial artist. At this time, Mo Xiaobo began to think about dealing with Yi Tian. After learning that Yi Tian was a poor wretch with no background, he no longer wanted to act himself. Finding someone to kill that guy would be enough. But to avoid trouble, he couldn't use the Mo family's name. Therefore, he found a shadow assassin to do the killing, so no one could investigate anything. In this era, there are only a few large families. The rest are mostly slaves. Because if a genius is discovered among the poor, that genius will be killed. Immediately, the weak die, and the strong live. This is the law of this world. Yi Tian was still diligently practicing his saber techniques in the small forest. It was about to rain, time for him to go home. On the way back home, Yi Tian noticed a strange patch of light in the pitch-black sky. What could that be? He couldn't see the person, but Yi Tian could see that guy's status frame. He is Li Zun, with poor cultivation talent, and his shadow power is at the rookie level. This guy claimed to be the one to take Yi Tian's life. His body was shrouded in black energy, looking a bit gloomy. Wait a minute, isn't he the assassin sent by Mo Xiaobo? Mo Xiaobo has already become a martial artist. He could totally fight me one-on-one. Why use such a despicable trick? But what's the point of overthinking it? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Once I'm done with this guy, everything will be clear. It turns out this shadow talent is a type of talent that allows one to become invisible. In a flash, he appeared behind Yi Tian. However, his speed was no joke either. In a whoosh, he dodged his attack. Alright, that's enough toying around. I have to show this Li Zun guy what real power is. Yi Tian flew to face him, slashing his saber across his body. However, he turned invisible and dodged this blow. Then let's see if he can dodge. Another one. This guy was slashed by Yi Tian and fell to the ground, clutching his chest. He couldn't believe that he could see through his talent. Yi Tian approached and asked to send him. However, this guy still seemed stubborn, holding his sword and wanting to continue the attack. So tenacious. Then let's poke him a few more times and see if he'll talk. At this point, who are you trying to be a hero for? He said it was Mo Xiaobo. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Yi Tian was furious and wanted to go deal with Mo Xiaobo immediately. But before going anywhere, he had to take the opportunity to copy this guy's talent first. This invisibility ability is really not bad. After successfully copying it, Yi Tian now possessed 4 types of talents. With the shadow talent at the elementary level. After dealing with that assassin, Yi Tian was even kind enough to bury him carefully. As a human, one shouldn't fall like a leaf. Yi Tian swore that, in this life, he could be the wind and the rain, but definitely not a fallen leaf for others to trample on. After being soaked in the rain, coming home to a hot bath is the best feeling in the world. That formerly scrawny body has become much more attractive after a long period of training with all those bulging muscles. Yi Tian placed a pile of things he got from that Li Zun guy on the table. These 2 swords are probably weapons from the Yuan dynasty. Really high quality, and there are also some gold and silver cards. A total of 3.5 million. Ho ho, Mo Xiaobo, this is the money you spent to buy my life. I will use it well. Let's just put in my wallet first. Suddenly becoming a rich man, it feels so good. There's also a book, Sword of the Night Shadow. A bronze-level swordsmanship skill, truly a good item. This is exactly what I need most right now. I must quickly try to cultivate it. Yi Tian took the book into his room and began to prepare for his research and cultivation. But wait, something seems wrong. Where is Yi Yu? Could it be that Mo Xiaobo also hired someone to monitor her? Unable to think of anything else at this moment, Yi Tian rushed into the night to find his sister. Arriving at Yi Yu's school, Yi Tian searched for a while. This is a normal school. There couldn't be someone with powers killing people. Here, while he was looking around bewildered, something poked Yi Tian's back, and a voice told him not to move. Quick as a flash, Yi Tian somersaulted backward to counterattack, only to find it was his precious little sister. It turns out she was just trying to tease her big brother a little. She didn't expect it to be so intense. Seeing her big brother running out into the rain, bareheaded and barefoot, like this is really strange. But luckily, it's good that Yi Yu is okay. They returned home together, unaware that Mo Xiaobo was in a nearby car, watching the 2 of them. He didn't expect Yi Tian to still be alive. After walking a short distance, Yi Tian also noticed the car following them. To ensure Yi Yu's safety, Yi Tian also secretly followed her to school for 3 consecutive days. That car continued to follow Yi Yu relentlessly. These guys are as persistent as leeches. Daring to set their sights on Yi Yu, you've crossed the line. As soon as he saw the car leave, Yi Tian immediately followed it to a factory area. It was Mo Xiaobo. At this time, Yi Tian had the shadow ability, so he could turn invisible and walk right up to them without being detected. He saw Mo Xiaobo having his subordinate beat someone up. The guy was covered in blood, lying on the floor, stammering and begging for mercy. It turned out this guy had borrowed money from Mo Xiaobo, but because the interest was too high, he was now unable to repay it. At this moment, he saw the man who was following Yi Yu return to report, because he still hadn't gotten any news about the shadow assassin. It seemed to make Mo Xiaobo even more furious. He stood up, walked towards a man kneeling on the ground, and kicked him hard a few times, causing him to stop breathing. He ordered his men to throw the body out, and at the same time asked how to deal with Yi Yu. Seeing that his subordinate was not doing his job properly, Mo Xiaobo also gave him a palm strike that made him cough up blood. From above, Yi Tian couldn't hold back any longer. They wanted to harm his sister too? Yi Tian took out his weapon and jumped straight down from above towards Mo Xiaobo. 2 slashes, killing him before he could even gasp. The subordinates hadn't even seen anything, dazed and not knowing what had just happened. They only saw their young master on the ground, slashed once, and gone to meet his ancestors. Yi Tian stepped out from the shadows like a phantom coming to claim a life. At this moment, Mo Xiaobo's subordinate still couldn't believe his eyes. His young master was a martial artist, and that Yi Tian guy, according to his investigation, was just a useless person with inferior talent. So how could this guy kill his young master with just one blow? Yi Tian didn't want to hear him ramble on anymore, let out a breath, jumped up and finished off these guys. Then he took a piece of cloth from his pocket, wiped the blood from his sword, and left it at the scene. There was a word written on the cloth. Yi Tian gave them a contemptuous look before leaving. He was not a little lamb to be slaughtered by others. If they had to blame someone, they should blame themselves for choosing the wrong person to bully. A moment later, the Mo family members also rushed over. They found the piece of cloth that Yi Tian had left behind, so they thought the culprit must be a shadow assassin. At this time, Mo Chongqing, the ancestor of the Mo family in Linhai Base, and the only great martial artist of the Mo family, also arrived. When the Mo family head saw the ancestor arrive, he hurriedly crawled over and begged the ancestor to avenge Mo Xiaobo, his son. He was a genius. He was supposed to become a great martial artist to revitalize the Mo family, but now he died in such a pointless way. There is nothing more painful. He must be avenged. At this time, Mo Chongqing picked up the piece of cloth to examine it. They thought that other families must have hired a shadow assassin to take revenge on them. After examining the cloth, the Mo family ancestor seemed to have discovered something. He seemed extremely surprised, looking at the faint mark on the cloth and saying, "Taya." According to Zhang Bao, that is the Taya base, much stronger than the Linhai base. The Mo family's ancestor suspected that some family in Linhai was secretly colluding with the Taya base, killing the young generation's expert, and then annexing the Linhai base. When Yi Tian heard this information, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that no one had discovered that he was the one who dealt with Mo Xiaobo, and it wasn't some grand political conspiracy. He had taken a cloth with the word shadow on it from that Li Zun guy. Yi Tian deliberately left it behind to divert the Mo family's attention elsewhere. Who would have thought that their ancestor would discover the symbol of the Taya base on that cloth? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a real conspiracy by accident? Or was that old man just making things up to stir up conflict between the two bases? Just thinking about it was giving him a headache. Early the next morning, as Yi Tian was preparing to leave home, Yi woke up. She saw that her big brother was planning to go to the wilderness area alone to cultivate and improve his strength, and she was very worried. Her brother had just come home a few days ago and was now leaving again and all by himself. Watching her brother's back, Yi instinctively ran up and hugged him, reluctant to let go. When Yi Tian arrived at the wilderness area, he heard that there were high-level fierce beasts here. But with his current strength, he could only secretly hunt some low-level fierce beasts on the outer perimeter. This time, it was his turn to break through to the martial artist realm. Oh, a fierce bull beast has already found its way. Here, looking pretty cool. It's an iron-armored bull with inferior bloodline talent and secondary defense talent. Oh, this defense talent is so hot, and it's exactly what Yi Tian needs. It really is a beast. This bull is running on 2 legs. Holy crap. Does it look any different from running a marathon? Well, with a meal served up to my mouth, it's hard for me to refuse. Yi Tian jumped up, holding 2 yuan sabers. and attacked the bull head-on. However, its defensive power was formidable. Not only could Yi Tian not get close, but he was also not far away by it. Heh, a high-quality talent is really different. From now on, it will belong to me. Rookie-level defense talent will be mine soon. Yi Tian's muscles bulged. Holding two sabers, he rushed towards the bull at lightning speed. No matter what creature it is, its weak point is probably its eyes, right? But this protective circle is tough as hell. No matter how I poke, I can't break it. On the contrary, Yi Tian's sword broke into pieces from poking, and he still hadn't touched a single hair on this fierce beast's leg. Not only can it walk on two legs, this bull also knows how to punch its opponent with its hands, and, as expected, it gave Yi Tian a painful uppercut. At this time, Yi Tian's power copying cooldown was still 16 days, so he couldn't copy its defensive power yet. This armored bull is probably weaker than the silver moon wolf, but much stronger than the vicious scale snake. However, with its huge size, the only way to defeat it is to find its weak point and secretly attack it. Yi Tian activated his shadow power. This power is really useful. The fierce beast didn't even realize Yi Tian was attacking it. But even swordsmanship is useless against this defensive talent. I wonder where its weak point is. This defensive talent has no openings at all. What a pain. Hey, but why is this area's system so weak? Could it but be the weak point? I have to give it a try. Yi Tian gave a friendly smile and rushed straight towards that butthole with his sword. Damn, just thinking about it is painful all the way to the navel. As expected, the bull let out a tragic scream. How pitiful. It's gone for good. Now it's time to enjoy the fruits of my labor. Yi Tian took out a few flasks and started collecting the bull's blood. Sai, it seems no matter how many powerful talents you have, in the end, death is the end. This bull hide must be worth a lot, right? The bull's eyes, bull's testicles, I have to take them all. And of course, the most valuable thing is still this pair of sharp horns. Now to find a quiet place to start cultivating. After finding a cave, Yi Tian began to lay out his spoils. Fresh, fierce beast blood, peanuts packed by my sister, breaking through to the martial artist realm is all up to you guys. So it was one flask of bull's blood, then a handful of peanuts. Yi Tian began to enter the cultivation process. After 12 days, he could finally break through to the martial artist realm. But why is he still sputtering while screaming in pain? Outside the cave, two beautiful young ladies with legs for days appeared out of nowhere. They had discovered that Yi Tian had just broken through to the martial artist realm. How interesting, the two girls' clothes even have the symbol of the martial pavilion. It must be some kind of sect. Yi Tian had just broken through, and this new feeling was so exhilarating. Power surged, coursing through his body, and he looked much more handsome than before. Now I have to go copy the iron-armored bull's defense talent first. But at this time, the bull was just a white skeleton. Because the copy target was incomplete, the copying could not be completed. What a pity. At this moment, he regretted not having taken all its valuable parts so soon. At this time, the two young ladies were still standing on high ground, observing Yi Tian's every move. They didn't believe he was the one who killed the iron-armored bull, because he had just broken through to the martial artist realm. Before that, he was just a martial apprentice. So he shouldn't have the ability to kill a fierce beast. But they didn't know that our Yi Tian had already killed a few fierce beasts stronger than this bull. But oh well, whatever happens, happens. Yi Tian now had to go take a bath and clean up before he could go home. Being in the mountains for more than 10 days without bathing must have made him very smelly. After cleaning up, Yi Tian went to the big market to sell the spoils from the iron-armored bull. Seeing a shop with the sign, Martial Pavilion, Yi Tian decided to go in and have a look. Coincidentally, he passed by the two girls from the wilderness area. Yi Tian was surprised to see that the girl looked so much like his Yi Yu. Yi Tian unconsciously called out sister as a natural reaction, but then he thought again, it's not right. How could Yi Yu appear here? At this moment, Yi Tian noticed the ability of the girl in front of him. She was a true genius with high-level cultivation talent, intermediate-level swordsmanship talent, and secondary-level speed talent. But also because Yi Tian called her sister. It made the girl with her seem angry and scold him as a scrap collector. Why was he being called a scrap collector? He had washed up and smelled nice. There was no smell left. The girl who looked like Yi Yu seemed to be the other girl's young mistress, telling her not to speak nonsense. Then she gave some instructions and left. At this time, the blonde girl named Xiao Yu came up to Yi Tian to apologize and to show her sincerity. She invited him into the shop and promised to buy his items at double the price. After entering the shop, he was served by the staff here like a distinguished guest. After calculating the price of the items, in total, he sold for 400,000. Making money is so easy. If he brings this money back to Yiyu, the little girl will be very happy. Because the store also gave him a 50% discount, Yi Tian decided to buy a few more materials to aid his cultivation. But he knew this store suddenly giving him such great deals was not just because he said he was a scrap collector that definitely wanted something else from him. But Yi Tian did not understand. What could they see in a poor guy like him? Just as Yi Tian reached the door, the girl named Xiao Yu called him back, saying their mistress wanted to meet him and invited him to the second floor to talk. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. On the second floor, the more Yi Tian looked at the girl, the more she resembled his younger sister. The girl offered to shake his hand and introduced herself as Yu Ling of the Demon Sea base. While they were shaking hands, Yi Tian successfully copied her high-level cultivation talent. Yi Tian was treated as an honored guest by Yu Ling, but for someone of his humble origins, what was so honorable about him? But to Yu Ling, he was honorable precisely because of his ordinary background, unrelated to those noble families. This girl had a calm and serious expression, not as lively or smiley as his Yiyu. Yu Ling handed him a cross, wanting him to join their martial pavilion. Suddenly, Yiyu's face appeared in his mind, pouting at him. Good heavens, with that face, he had never been able to refuse any of her requests. What should he do now? After talking for a while, Yi Tian found this young girl to be surprisingly persuasive, completely different from his own silly little sister. Although this was a good opportunity, Yi Tian did not want to be bound by any organization. On the other hand, his talent was quite sensitive. If it were exposed, he would surely die without a burial place, so it was best to try to maintain his independence. Seeing Yi Tian's hesitation, Yu Ling was not surprised, knowing he thought they were just like those other families. So she wanted to let him observe for a period of time before answering. After all, she was not in a hurry. Leaving the martial pavilion, Yi Tian was lost in thought. He did not know what martial artists and talents were now. Among the martial artists who held talents in their hands, how many still remembered their original mission? Were not martial artists supposed to protect ordinary people? But why now, besides the fear of fierce beasts, did those poor people also have to endure bullying from some martial artists? I'm still not high enough. I need to become stronger to stand in a higher place. His determination burned fiercely. Yi Tian began to fuse the high-level cultivation talent. As soon as he returned home, Yi Tian was welcomed by a loving hug from his little sister. That was enough. All his fatigue vanished. After not seeing him for 20 days, her big brother had become much stronger. Knowing that Yi Tian had become a martial artist, Yiyu was even happier than him. Finally, her Yi family could hold their heads high. Yi Tian watched his silly little sister dancing and shared her joy. He would definitely find a suitable treasure to help her enhance her talent. Yiyu held a pair of scissors, calling her martial artist big brother over to let her fix his messy hair. Now that he was a martial artist, he had to take better care of himself. All right, Yi Tian obediently sat down, telling Yiyu to cut his hair in the same old style. Of course, after all, that was the only style she knew how to cut. Sitting still for Yiyu to cut his hair, Yi Tian realized how quickly time passed. Ever since their parents passed away, Yiyu had always been the one to cut his hair since he was little. Seeing him injured, Yiyu had cried a lot. The little girl wished he had the ability of the immortal jellyfish, even though she knew it was just a children's story. But the immortal jellyfish had regenerative abilities. After being injured, it would heal in an instant. It would be great if her brother had that ability too. Thinking of this, Yi Tian seemed to realize something. That's right, the immortal jellyfish. He had read about it in a book, the treasure encyclopedia he bought last time. It was written there. The immortal jellyfish has a healing talent, and its habitat is Death Lake. If he could copy this talent, he would not have to fear injury anymore, and Yi would not have to worry either. After Yu gave his hair a makeover, Yi Tian returned to his room and began to cultivate. Indeed, comparison is the thief of joy. His previous speed of absorbing vital energy was no different from a crawling turtle. If he added the effect of intermediate level fierce beast blood, it would surely be incredibly powerful. As expected, the speed tripled. It was amazing. For now, he would just stay home and cultivate. After the copy cool-down period ended, he would go to Death Lake to find that immortal jellyfish to copy its healing talent. A few days later, Yi Tian went to the Marshall Pavilion again to buy things. The girl named Xiao Yu ran over and greeted him warmly. Clothes really do make the man. This guy looked much more handsome now. She thought he had come to find Yu Ling, but Yi Tian asked for a map of Death Lake. That's right, this is the map. He would definitely be able to copy an amazing talent here. Seeing Yi Tian take the map and leave, Xiao Yu could not help but wonder what he was going there for. To collect more scrap? She heard from Yu Ling that there were many terrifying aquatic fierce beasts there. Hopefully, he would not kick the bucket there. Finally, Yi Tian arrived at Death Lake. It was truly a treacherous place. There must be many interesting talents here. This place seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. A strange atmosphere enveloped everything, giving the feeling that danger could strike at any moment. Suddenly, a giant waterspout rose from the lake. Could it be a fierce beast? To be sure, he had to observe first before acting. Yi Tian used his shadow talent, became invisible, and jumped to a higher position to observe the situation. What on earth was that? In the lake, two people were fighting a large, fierce beast. It was her, the girl named Yu Ling, the mistress of the Marshall Pavilion. They were being pursued by a peak-level fierce beast. At this moment, on the ground, there were also many other fierce beasts that looked like crocodiles chasing after Yu Ling. He did not know what they had done to provoke even a peak-level fierce beast. What a hassle. It seemed Yi Tian could not hold back any longer. Behind Yu Ling, a crocodile was opening its mouth, about to snap at her. But Yu Ling quickly turned to dodge its attack. At the same time, she used some kind of secret technique that turned her hair pink, and her strength increased greatly. Yu Ling's speed was so fast that the crocodiles were dazed and could not see clearly. With just a few spins, Yu Ling knocked down several crocodiles, chopping them into pieces. At this moment, Yi Tian, who had not even had a chance to act, was also pushed back by Yu Ling's power. He did not know what secret technique that was. How could it be so powerful? It was terrifying. This was not a battle a novice martial artist like him could interfere in. Below, Yu Ling was still busy slashing crocodiles. She was already at the peak elite martial artist realm. After activating the secret technique, she seemed to have gained the power of a grand martial artist. Right now, even 10 Tians would be no match for her, so it was better for him to just stand and watch. However, the duration of the secret technique was not long. The item in the golden chest that Yu Ling was holding seemed to be extremely important. They were paying the price with the lives of 10 teammates who had sacrificed themselves underwater to obtain it. What kind of treasure could it be that made them go all out like this? Just then, the duration of Yu Ling's secret technique ran out. She collapsed on the ground right at Yi Tian's feet. In this situation, Yi Tian had no choice but to carry Yu Ling and find a cave to hide in. In the cave, looking at the still unconscious Yu Ling, the more Yi Tian looked, the more she resembled his little sister, differing only by a beauty mark near her eye. He tried to rub the beauty mark, but it did not come off. It was real. Night gradually fell, and Yu Ling was still unconscious. He did not know how much longer this woman would remain in a coma. Yi Tian stood up and sat down, looking at her impatiently. Oh, she was finally waking up. Yu Ling opened her eyes and realized that Yi Tian had saved her. She returned his coat to him. She also did not expect that Yi Tian would dare to come to Death Lake alone. He was quite brave and had some skill. Yu Ling became even more determined to invite him into her martial pavilion. Seeing Yu Ling take out a glowing stone, Yi Tian was startled because it was too dazzling. It turned out this stone was a light stone, which could store light and acted like a lamp. But what made Yi Tian curious was where she had pulled that thing from. Could it be some kind of spatial talent? Yu Ling then took out a bottle of healing medicine. After successfully healing her injuries, she began her plan of persuasion. She took out a spatial bag. That bag could hold many items inside. It turned out she did not have any talent, but just a spatial attribute treasure. Yu Ling used the bag, wanting to entice Yi Tian to join the martial pavilion. But these treasures were nothing special to him. He could replicate a spatial talent, and with a healing talent, these treasures would be useless. Seeing Yi Tian's indifference, Yu Ling was very annoyed but could do nothing. The next day, when Yi Tian woke up, Yu Ling was gone. She had left Death Lake and left him a box. Inside were 10 vials of high-level fierce beast blood, 10 gold cards, and a few treasures sufficient to help him cultivate to become an elite martial artist. If that's the case, the plan must change. First, he would advance to elite martial artist. It would not be too late to go down to the lake to find the immortal jellyfish after that. After 4 long months, Yi Tian finally reached the elite martial artist realm. The feeling was truly different. Now, it was time to start the hunting plan. It was raining quite heavily outside. Yi Tian saw 11 newly made graves, probably set up by Yu Ling to commemorate her fallen comrades. It seems she is a considerate person. With so many fierce beasts, it is likely not even the bones of these people remain. Next to one grave was an umbrella, the same one they used while diving. He wondered what it was for. Yi Tian opened the umbrella and discovered it was a water-repelling screen. What a stroke of luck. This was exactly what he needed. With this umbrella, he could move freely in the water without any problems. His speed underwater even became faster. To be safe, he still had to use his shadow talent. While swimming enthusiastically, Yi Tian almost collided with a lake claw fish, an intermediate-level fierce beast. That was a close call. Luckily, he dodged in time, or he would have been in for a beating. Time to continue diving. He finally reached the bottom of the lake. He wondered where that immortal jellyfish was hiding. While he was standing there bewildered, an immortal jellyfish came to greet him. How lucky! It saved him the trouble of searching. Before Yi Tian's eyes, the jellyfish was quite large and fierce. This jellyfish had a primary bloodline talent and a peak-level healing talent. Yi Tian tried to slash one of its tentacles with his sword. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the tentacle recovered as if new. It was truly worthy of being a peak-level healing talent. At this moment, the jellyfish continued to attack Yi Tian, taking advantage of its tentacle's lunge. He quickly touched it and successfully copied the peak-level healing talent. But in return, he also took a full blow from it and was not lightly injured. Pressing its advantage, the jellyfish immediately spat venom at Yi Tian. By reflex, he used the umbrella to block it. Unfortunately, the umbrella was immediately corroded by the venom, and the water-repelling screen could no longer be maintained. But before one disaster passed, another danger arrived. Above Yi Tian's head, a swarm of immortal jellyfish was rushing towards him. Now that he had finished copying its talent, there was no need to get entangled with them anymore. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Yi Tian used his speed talent at maximum power and finally shook off those tentacles. They were really hard to deal with. Returning to the cave, the most important thing now was to replicate the talent and fuse with it. Because he had fused many times already, Yi Tian had grown accustomed to this kind of pain. It became easier to endure each time. The fusion was complete. He had to test it out. There was a bit of immortal jellyfish venom on Yi Tian's hand. This was a deadly poison. An ordinary person would go to the afterlife to meet their ancestors if they were infected with just a little. Yet, when Yi Tian used his healing talent, the poison on his hand completely disappeared in an instant without leaving any side effects. What a freakish talent. At this point, Yi Tian had 5 types of talents in his possession, but they were all basically support type talents. To fight against the strong, he definitely needed an attack type talent. It was time to go home. As soon as he got home, Yi Tian rummaged through his books to find an attack type talent, ignoring his beloved little sister who was nagging him for being away for so long. His efforts were not in vain. Yi Tian finally found a suitable talent. It was the divine power ant, a low-level fierce beast specializing in strength. They usually appeared in colonies. When they launched a group attack, even a grand martial artist would find it hard to escape. After locking on the target, he had to find information about it. And of course, no place had more information than Yu Ling's martial pavilion. Yi Tian wanted to buy a complete corpse of a divine power ant, but unfortunately, they did not have any. However, Xiaoyu gave him an important piece of information related to the divine power ant. The Linhai base was preparing to open a trade route with the Taiya base, and between the two bases were many fierce beasts, including the nest of the divine power ant. Yi Tian remembered that when Mo Xiaobei died, the Mo family suspected the Taiya base, saying the Taya base wanted to infiltrate or something. However, after the MO family investigated, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and it was the MO family that acted as a bridge between the two bases, which led to the agreement to open the trade route. So that's how it is. Yi Tian felt that with the MO family's involvement, nothing good would probably come of it. Xiao Yu gave Yi Tian a card to participate in the fierce beast hunting activity. This card was originally for Yu Ling, but she came from a large base and was not interested in the affairs of small base like Taya. The two bases were preparing to dispatch some martial artists to clear out all the fierce beasts on the trade route. With this card, Yi Tian could participate in that activity and have a chance to encounter the Divine Power Ant. It turned out to be an invitation card from the Lin family. The Lin family was the absolute hegemon in the Lin High base. Even the MO family had to bow their heads and obey. It was time to go and broaden his horizons a bit. As soon as he arrived at the Lin family estate, Yi Tian saw that many people were already present. As expected of the largest, prestigious family, they had summoned over 100 powerful experts in a short time, so he had to act carefully. At this moment, Lin Mingji stepped out to greet everyone. He was the son of the Lin family's head, a peak elite martial artist. Beside him were two people from the MO family. The old ancestor and the father of that MO Xiaobei. Was small world, MO family, we meet again. Everyone knows that the Lin High base is quite small, with limited resources, making it difficult to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Therefore, trading with the Taya base will bring unimaginable benefits. So this operation is extremely important. Although fighting fierce beasts is extremely dangerous, the spoils of war it brings are absolutely more generous than any hunt. In this operation, whatever anyone gets will belong to that person. In addition, the Lin family will also pay a very large remuneration. Based on each person's martial artist realm, the remuneration will differ, so everyone must place their hand on the testing stone to determine their true strength. People started to line up, testing their strength one by one. Yi Tian was a little worried. If he was tested as an elite martial artist, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. This testing machine was based on strength. If he minimized his power output, perhaps it would test him at the lowest realm. When Yi Tian placed his hand on the stone slab, he deliberately held back most of his strength. As expected, the testing stone registered him as a late stage martial artist. Seeing Yi Tian's ability, the people around him chattered quite a bit. Some were admiring, and some were jealous. He had only revealed a part of his strength, and it had already caused so much discussion. If they knew he was an elite martial artist, it would be a disaster. Yi Tian went to Captain Feng Lang, the person he had met on the street before when fighting the Silver Moon Vulture. Yi Tian expressed his desire to join their team, and of course, they could not have been happier. After the decision was made, the whole team set off together to the assigned mission area. Although the map said there were only low-level fierce beasts here, they still had to be careful. Sure enough, just as they set foot inside, 5 wolves rushed out and surrounded them. This was just the appetizer. Following Captain Feng Lang's command, he would handle the ones in front, while Yi Tian would take the ones behind. The rest would observe the situation and provide support. Everyone received their orders and began to act. Yi Tian and Captain Feng Lang charged forward at the same time. The wolves were not to be trifled with, baring their fangs and immediately lunging to attack them. Yi Tian did a flip in the air, slashing the wolf's belly with one strike. For the second one, he rode the wind and lunged forward, giving it a kick in the stomach. The wolf was sent flying, and before it could recover from the shock, Yi Tian gave it an extra slash, felling it on the spot. Captain Feng Lang clapped in praise, even boasting that he was faster because he had taken down 3. But they did not know that Yi Tian was deliberately hiding his true strength, not wanting to reveal it. But they also noticed that the wolves attacked them on the outskirts without waiting for them to enter the valley, proving that the inside was not their territory. The fierce beasts inside were definitely much more formidable. A few people started to panic, but before they left, the Lin family had given them a walkie-talkie. In case of emergency, they could call for reinforcements. That way, everyone could fight with peace of mind. Now, they would continue to move forward. They had only taken a few steps when they discovered another fierce beast. This one was a fire-breathing skink, a fire-type fierce beast. Although it was only a low-level fierce beast, the flames its spat were quite dangerous. This time, it was the turn of the other three members of Feng Lang's team to step forward. It was unclear how well the others fought, but after a while, they managed to take down the fierce beast. While they were busy celebrating their victory, several more fire-type fierce beasts suddenly appear behind them. Perhaps they were comrades of the skink from just now. It seemed this second battle was not over yet. At this moment, Captain Feng Lang turned on the walkie-talkie to request reinforcements. However, he received no response. They had overestimated the Lin family. They were all a bunch of cowards. They would not care about the life or death of people like them. How terrifying. Captain Feng Lang, furious, crushed the walkie-talkie in his hand. He ordered his teammates to run, saying he would hold off these fierce beasts. However, among the three, only one was a coward who feared death, abandoning everyone and fleeing. First, the three members of Feng Lang's team urged Yi Tian to run. His bright future was ahead of him. He could not die here. Yi Tian just smiled at this moment. Of course, he had to run, but he would run forward. At this point, he could no longer hide his strength. The others also noticed that aura was that of an elite martial artist. He originally did not want to show his true strength, but if he did not act now, the Feng Lang squad would be completely wiped out. They were all righteous people, not afraid to sacrifice themselves to protect their comrades. If he ran away, how would he be any different from those scumbags from the noble families? Moreover, even if his strength was exposed, given the Feng Lang squad's way of treating people, they would surely not cause him any trouble. Yi Tian then slashed with his sword, splitting a building in two. An elite martial artist is truly different, not to be underestimated. Yi Tian was filled with killing intent. He swung his blade, using his shadow talent, Shadow Blade, and instantly took down two large fierce beasts. With one strike, with his strength, it was feared that in this Lin Hai base, few could fight against him. At this moment, not far away, the coward who had fled earlier was being surrounded by several wolves. He was naive to think he could escape this place alone. What goes around comes around. The path was cleared. Yi Tian now picked up his bag and continued deeper. Inside, as for the Feng Lang squad, whether to continue or not still needed consideration. Yi Tian's purpose for coming here was to find the divine power ant. Of course, he had to continue deeper. Inside, but in the Feng Lang squad's current situation, continuing inward was not a wise choice. Following Yi Tian would only be a burden to him. With his strength, he basically did not need help from others. Therefore, they temporarily separated. Yi Tian continued deeper inside alone, before encountering a more formidable family or a more complicated situation. He still had to test just how strong his self-healing talent was. After walking for a while, a strong stench rose up, forcing Yi Tian to cover his nose. Could he have reached the fierce beast's lair? But the ground also suddenly shook violently, leaving him clueless as to what was happening. Yi Tian flew into the air, avoiding the debris and rocks on the ground. Then, a giant arm as large as a house immediately swung down at him. Yi Tian drew his blade and turned to counterattack. However, the opponent was so massive that Yi Tian had a rather difficult time fighting back against it. This beast was not only huge, but could also breathe fire. Caught off guard, Yi Tian's clothes were burned off by its flames, revealing an incredibly toned body without a single injury. Truly worthy of the name Lizard King, appearing at just the right time. It's perfect to test the self-healing talent on it. It was just perfect. Outside, the Wind Wolf squad couldn't bring themselves to leave. They wanted to stay and observe a little longer. Although they were quite worried about Yi Tian, they knew that going in would only get in his way. Inside, Yi Tian seemed quite interested in this lizard, and to make the game a little more exciting, he would fight it head-on to see whether it would burn him to death first, or if he would deplete all its energy first. The bloody battle had been going on for an hour with no clear winner. The members of the Wind Wolf squad were still observing from the outer circle. With their strength, they couldn't possibly interfere in this fight at all. Finally, the game came to an end. The lizard took a clean strike from Yi Tian's sword, and he was now sitting on its body, wiping his sweat and regaining his strength. Although he had won this battle, it was by no means easy. Even though Yi Tian won, his self-healing talent consumed too much stamina, as if it was being completely drained away. This lizard is an intermediate level beast. First, I'll take a few sips of its blood to recover some strength. After recovering his strength, Yi Tian went outside and met the Wind Wolf squad. They were still there. Although they couldn't help him, they were still worried, and so they stayed to wait. They gave Yi Tian spare clothes to change into, And since he had to continue to the divine power ants area, he told them to go inside and handle the spoils from the Lizard King first. Although the Wind Wolf Squad's captain knew there were many dangers inside, he couldn't stop him. He could only tell him that in this beast-clearing plan, the toughest mission was the Divine Power Ant's nest. Although a single Divine Power Ant is only a low-level beast, there are countless of them in their nest. When they swarm, even a grand martial artist would find it very difficult to escape fighting alone, so he must be extremely careful. Going deeper inside, Yi Tian saw that the main forces were all gathered here. They were divided into 3 teams. One was the Mo family's people, the second was the Lin family's people, and there was also a team led by Elder Qing, a grand martial artist from the Iron Tooth base. It seems this old man is quite formidable. He immediately detected Yi Tian's presence. Sooner or later, he had to blend into the group anyway, so he might as well let them catch him to speed things up. The old man also recognized Yi Tian's strength as an elite martial artist. With his strength, acting alone without any acquaintances was indeed strange. While the old man was still suspicious, Lin Mingji quickly claimed Yi Tian as one of their Lin family, truly worthy of the Lin family, snatching people even a step faster than the Mo family. He ordered Yi Tian to quickly join the Lin family's ranks. Suddenly picking up an elite martial artist, the Lin family had really lucked out. At this moment, high above, Yu Ling and Xiao Yu were also watching them. A small Lin family also wants to have Yi Tian. He belongs only to her martial pavilion. The entire battalion now began to advance deep into the Divine Power Ant's nest area. Now everyone knew Yi Tian was an elite martial artist. It seemed it would be difficult to live peacefully like before. But with his current strength, he didn't have to be afraid of anyone. Finally, they arrived. It seemed the mountain ahead was the Divine Power Ant's nest. At this moment, it was unclear what the old man, Elder Qing, wanted to do. He told everyone to step back, while he alone stood at the front and began to cast a flame burst ball formation. The strength of the Iron Tooth base was indeed profound and unfathomable. This formation is really powerful. Yi Tian thought that he must learn it in the future. With just one formation, the Divine Power Ant's nest was blown apart. Perhaps the ants were all blasted into powder. Everyone started to split up and search. But right now, not even a single corpse of a Divine Power Ant could be found, only many deep, bottomless black holes in their nest. Could it be that they were all blasted to ashes? If there are no complete corpses, the talent cannot be replicated. Everything was going well until that old man ruined it with his formation. What bad luck. While they were busy searching from within the dark black caves, hundreds of Divine Power Ants began to rush out. This number was truly overwhelming. Everyone began to prepare for battle. Since they were in a team full of talented people, dealing with a single Divine Power Ant was not difficult. Yi Tian, along with 2 other martial artists, took care of one in just a few moves. During the chaos, Yi Tian quickly and successfully copied the high-level strength talent of the Divine Power Ant. However, there were too many people and dangers here, so he couldn't fuse with the power right away. He would have to find a safe place later. Yi Tian leaped up, using his speed talent combined with shadow, and continued to fight the Divine Power Ants. Suddenly, a kind of immense pressure appeared in the air. They discovered it was a high-level beast. A high-level, yellow Divine Power Ant appeared. The entire team immediately retreated. Those old men were the fastest to run, truly a disorderly mob. At this time, Yu Ling and Xiao Yu also left. Although there were grand martial artists among them, the Divine Power Ant has a strength talent, and the attack power of a high-level beast could be on par with a Grandmaster. How could a grand martial artist possibly fight it? It was clear that the grand martial artist from the Iron Tooth base was the fastest runner among them. These damn so-called great figures are truly not trustworthy. However, the high-level golden ant not only had formidable strength, but it also emitted an immense pressure that made the air heavier. Everyone around found it difficult to even breathe, making it hard to escape. Yi Tian had to use his speed talent at this moment. He struggled to break free from the pressure of that beast. The golden ant would definitely pursue the main force. It was time for him to leave the team. Arriving at the outer area, Yi Tian saw that the Lizard King beast he had killed earlier was now just a pile of white bones. The Wind Wolf Squad truly lived up to their name as professional hunters. Not even a scrap of skin was left. Yi Tian jumped onto the roof of a building. This place was safe enough for him to fuse with the divine power ant's strength talent. In the face of those so-called great figures, only absolute power is the capital to contend with them. He had to become stronger to have a standing. After successfully fusing, it was now time to go home. Returning home, Yi Tian continued to train relentlessly. He now possessed the strength talent, which meant his power had increased tenfold compared to normal. Now, killing an early-stage grand martial artist would be as easy as flipping his hand. But even though Yi Tian returned home, he spent all day cultivating and didn't even talk, which made Yi Yu seem unhappy. It got to the point where she would ask a question and her brother wouldn't even answer, making her furious. In that case, she had to let him taste her prowess. Yi Yu angrily poured the entire jar of salt into the food. Once done, she called Yi Tian to come eat, but before he could taste the delicacy of the sea, a guest arrived. It was the captain of the Wind Wolf squad. He brought the spoils from the other day to share with him. Yi Tian took the opportunity to invite him to stay for dinner and also asked about the beast clearing plan from before. Because he had dived straight into cultivation upon returning home and hadn't gone out, he didn't know the current situation. Hearing the Wind Wolf squad captain say that they had suffered quite serious losses in the last battle. More than 50 elite martial artists and 3 grand martial artists had died. In the end, the Iron Tooth base had to send a grandmaster to deal with those ants. Although the trade route was considered cleared, it was really unknown what the Iron Tooth base was plotting. Was paying such a high price worth it? While Yi Tian was seeing the Wind Wolf squad captain, down the street, a deacon from the Mo family came looking for him. They wanted to invite Yi Tian to the Mo family for a meal. Thinking it was probably nothing good, Yi Tian politely declined, but this deacon seemed a bit arrogant. He stepped forward, patted Yi Tian's shoulder, and told him to obediently accept the invitation or he would regret it. Yi Tian seemed very angry at this moment. He already disliked the Mo family, and now they were deliberately provoking him. Paying him no mind, Yi Tian used just one hand to knock him flat on his face. If the Wind Wolf squad captain hadn't stopped him, he would have given him a few more punches for free. This strength talent was truly domineering. Yi Tian hadn't even used his full force and had already broken the guy's arm. As for the deacon, after being beaten, he seemed resentful. He ran into a small alley, sat next to some trash cans, and tore the invitation to shreds, plotting revenge against Yi Tian. At the Mo family residence, the Mo family's old ancestor and his son, Mo Songsheng, seemed to be anxiously waiting for news when the deacon rushed back. He tattled that he had been beaten by Yi Tian, who had also torn up the family head's invitation. Hearing this, Mo Songsheng was furious. The Mo family's old ancestor seemed to have been seriously injured in the recent battle with the divine power ants. If he were to die, the Mo family would no longer have a grand martial artist to hold the fort. That's why they had to capture Yi Tian at all costs. They had a potion that could erase one's consciousness. They just needed to make Yi Tian drink it, and he would forget all his memories. Then, they would fabricate some identity, say he was an illegitimate son of the Mo family from outside, then change his surname to Mo and have him acknowledge his ancestors, and return to the clan. After agreeing, Mo Songsheng decided to send the 10 elders of the Mo family clan together. They didn't believe they couldn't capture Yi Tian. That night, several cloaked and masked figures broke into Yi Tian's house. According to their plan, they would first kidnap Yi Yu to force him to surrender. One of them was assigned to go in and kidnap Yi Yu, while the rest surrounded the outside. He entered the room and found the target lying on the bed. Just as he approached, ready to act, Yi Tian suddenly sprang up, grabbing the man's neck with one hand and lifting him into the air, his body emitting a cold aura. That was bone-chilling. The voice in the intruder's earpiece kept asking if he had captured Yi Yu yet, demanding a status report. But they had no idea that he was being held in the air by Yi Tian, slowly suffocating. Yi Tian picked up the earpiece and said, "She's been captured. I'll throw the person down to you now." Yi Tian threw the man out the window. After confirming that their accomplice was dead, the others didn't believe Yi Tian had done it. They thought he must have called for backup. But in Linhai Base, besides Yi Tian, who else would dare to oppose the Mo family? Yi Tian used his shadow talent, slowly walking over and beheading the second man. At this moment, he was no different from the king of Hell demanding. a life. They started to scatter, but Yi Tian immediately used his speed talent. As fast as lightning, he dealt with them one by one, killing them with a single slash before they even understood what was happening. After dealing with the men in the house, now only the few men on the street below were left. This time, Yi Tian didn't use his sword skills. He clenched both hands into fists, using his strength talent to knock out both of them at once. Yi Tian walked up to one of them, Mo, who was Mo Xiaobei's father. At this point, Yi Tian didn't mind telling him that he was the one who killed Mo Xiaobei. But the man had no mind for hatred or revenge right now. He knelt down and said that Mo Xiaobei deserved to die. As long as Yi Tian spared him, he could have as much money as he wanted. But unfortunately for him, Yi Tian wasn't short on his dirty money. He grabbed the man's bald head and slammed it into the ground. When you pull out weeds, you must get the roots. Letting these people live would only pollute society. After dealing with Mon, Yi Tian's anger had not subsided. Dare to touch my family, I will definitely kill your entire family. He put on a cloak and flew straight to the Mo family residence. At the Mo residence, they were anxiously waiting for news of the 10 elders when a sword flew in from outside, straight towards the old ancestor's chair. Luckily, he dodged in time. Yi Tian rushed into the house like a gust of wind, drew his sword and slung it over his shoulder, looking at them as if they were a bunch of insects. He would definitely send these two to hell soon to reunite with those elders. Without letting them say much, Yi Tian swooped down from above, slashing Mo Songxing in half with one strike, killing him before he could even close his eyes. At this moment, the old man of the Mo family went berserk. He used a secret art to fight a life-or-death battle with Yi Tian. Indeed, with the power of a grand martial artist combined with the secret art, he easily landed a punch on Yi Tian. It was only then that the Mo family's guards realized an assassin had broken in. They ran over and surrounded Yi Tian. Their family head had already been killed before they became alert. Everyone in the Mo family, from top to bottom, was truly useless. Yi Tian leaped up, his eyes glowing like a wolf's. He used his speed talent combined with his blade talent, wiping them all out with a single sword stroke. Old man, let's see how long your secret art can last. The two rushed at each other, fighting head-on. The pressure radiating from the battle was truly immense. Outside, two dark figures were monitoring all the developments inside the Mo residence. They didn't expect the Mo family to have a grand martial artist to fight back. This combat power was truly not ordinary at all. Yi Tian's face was ice cold and emotionless, his hand holding the treasured sword as he slashed straight towards the old man of the Mo family. The old man was no less formidable, roaring like a wolf. The two streams of sword energy collided with immense force. Yi Tian also had a speed talent, and the old man couldn't keep up at all. Taking advantage of an opening, Yi Tian swung his sword again, slashing straight at him and injuring him. The old man of the Mo family quickly counterattacked. However, Yi Tian's speed was too fast, and he easily dodged the old man's attack. If this continued, once his energy was depleted, he would be left with only death, so he made a decision. While the secret art's time was not yet up, he had to go and ask the Lin family for help. He took out a smoke bomb and threw it towards Yi Tian. In the thick smoke, he took the opportunity to try and escape. However, escaping from him was not that easy. With Yi Tian's speed talent, the old man couldn't escape even if he grew wings. In a flash, Yi Tian had caught up and blocked his path. Only now did the old man realize that Yi Tian must have a high-level speed talent. He started running backward again. Yi Tian looked at him with an extremely contemptuous gaze. If he wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, he would indulge him. Just then, the secret art of the old Mo family man was about to give out. He fell from the sky to the ground, his face a mask of complete unwillingness. His eyes, filled with hatred, watched Yi Tian approach him like Yama from hell. Only then did he kneel, calling Yi Tian young master and begging for his life. This scene was so familiar, just like Mon earlier. They were all a bunch of cowards. He promised to give Yi Tian a supreme treasure as long as he spared his life. At that moment, he took out an item that looked like a red jade. Upon closer inspection, it was a hidden weapon. It had thousands of small holes from which extremely poisonous arrows shot out, flying straight towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian quickly dodged the rain of arrows falling on him, but one arrow still grazed his face, injuring him. How despicable, truly worthy of the Mo family, only using such vile tricks. The old Mo family man then laughed loudly, thinking he had finally killed Yi Tian. Hit by the deadly poison from his arrow, he couldn't possibly survive. But there was still much he didn't know. Yi Tian used his healing talent, and in a flash, the wound on his face completely disappeared. Yi Tian picked up an arrow and used the old man's own arrow to end his life. Finally, he could go down to hell and reunite with the others. Elsewhere, the Wind Wolf squad captain was pacing restlessly on a rooftop, anxiously waiting for Yi Tian to return, muttering about how he was about to become Yi Yu's nanny. Finally, Yi Tian returned. Everything had been resolved. From this day on, the Mo family would no longer exist in Linhai Base. He was so formidable that even the Wind Wolf squad captain was at a loss for words. At this time, Yi had also taken a sedative and was resting downstairs. Yi Tian wanted to go down and check on her. As long as Yi was safe, he would do anything. After eliminating the Mo family, Yi Tian wanted to help Yi Yu cultivate, and the fastest way to cultivate now was to be willing to spend money. To buy resources, Yi Tian entered the room and saw Yi Yu still sleeping on the bed. Hearing her brother's affectionate call, Yi Yu rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing Yi Tian safe in front of her, she threw her arms around her brother. She had been so scared, afraid that her brother would not come back. The next day at the Mo family residence, people gathered and discussed. No one could have imagined that the dignified Mo family, one of the largest families in Linhai Base, would be wiped out in a single night. How powerful must this person be? At this time, the Lin family's young master, Lin Mingji, and the Lin family's grand martial artist, Lin Zhe, also came to inspect the situation. Lin Mingji picked up the iron pear bead, the Mo family's secret clan-guarding weapon, to examine it. This type of hidden weapon was extremely insidious. When cornered, it could help its owner counterattack the enemy with extremely strong and wide-ranging destructive power that even a grand martial artist would find difficult to escape. But not only was the opponent unharmed, he also killed Mo Chaming with the very needles fired from the iron pear bead. They concluded that this person's strength must be at the level of a grand martial artist or higher, for sure. And they suspected this force came from the Iron Tooth Base, doing this as a show of power to intimidate Linhai Base. According to the intelligence the Lin family had gathered, the Iron Tooth Base had a massive herd of beasts that was about to evolve into a king-level threat. Therefore, they were about to face an existential crisis. The so-called trade route was actually their migration route. After the two bases merge, the new and old powers will surely split into two factions. The Lin family must become the leader. They must turn this incident into an advantage for the Lin family. They plan to invite the major families to divide the Mo family's resources together as a way to win them over and bring them to their side. As for Yi Tian, he couldn't care less that his annihilation of the Mo family was causing chaos outside. The most important thing to him now was helping Yi Yu cultivate, so Yi Tian brought her many supplements to aid her training. Yi Tian put a pill in Yi Yu's mouth. After taking the pill, she felt her body become incredibly comfortable. After arranging everything for Yi Yu, Yi Tian wanted to go to the Little Tianai forest again, where there was something he needed. Recently, the Iron Tooth Base had sent people to live in Linhai Base. Many of them were powerful, so Yi Tian also needed to get stronger quickly. Although Yi didn't want her brother to go, she had no other choice. She would try to cultivate diligently and wait for her brother to return home. Yi Tian entrusted Yi Yu to the care of the Wind Wolf squad captain, only then feeling at ease to leave. At this time, the people from the Iron Tooth Base had also arrived. A convoy of people and vehicles passed by, giving Yi Tian a bad feeling. He also had to set off quickly for the Little Tianai forest. This place was quite desolate. Yi Tian's purpose this time was to find a black wolf leopard to upgrade his speed talent. Suddenly, there was a very strong wave of primal energy. Perhaps there was a beast fight nearby. Getting closer to observe, Yi Tian saw two silk dragon leopards, a rare and powerful variant even more formidable than the black wolf leopard. They were fighting a great ape, a high-level beast. Its combat power was on par with a peak grand martial artist. Those two silk dragon leopards were only intermediate-level beasts. It would be difficult for them to defeat the ape. While Yi Tian was still thinking about how to copy their top-tier speed talent, a small leopard suddenly appeared. It looked incredibly cute and approached him. This leopard cub could talk and wanted to form a master-servant contract with Yi Tian. becoming his loyal servant from now on. Oh my God, how could there be such an adorable beast? It wanted to acknowledge Yi Tian as its master because it could smell the aura of speed on him, a feeling of closeness to nature. Looking at the talent of this little silk dragon leopard, it was truly a divine beast. It wanted Yi Tian to save its parents, who were the two silk dragon leopards currently fighting. Of course, he couldn't refuse such an adorable creature. Yi Tian named the little leopard Xiao Jin, placed his hand on its head, and proceeded to copy and fuse with the top-tier speed talent. Since the little leopard held him in such high regard, he naturally had to help with all his might. Yi Tian now had 6 talents, all of them very powerful. With Xiao Jin on his shoulder, the two of them would fight together. First, they had to strike at the weak point, which was the ape's eyes. Seeing a stranger appear, the two leopards also assumed he was an enemy and advanced towards Yi Tian. At that moment, Xiao Jin told them that he was not an enemy. After the two beasts calmed down, Yi Tian gave the mother leopard a spirit pill to nourish her and protect her unborn cub. The ape beast had already had both its eyes injured by Yi Tian and was now trying to escape. However, the two leopards didn't seem to want to let it go. They resumed their fighting stance. Yi Tian also thought that if he was going to help, he should help all the way. He didn't believe that the speed of 3 top-tier experts plus the little Xiao Jin couldn't take down one high-level beast. The 3 of them rushed at the ape beast. The top-tier speed was so fast that Yi Tian couldn't adapt to it first. He used his strength talent combined with his speed, kicked an uppercut to its jaw, making the chimpanzee cough up blood and fall backward. The 2 leopards also took the opportunity to bite and tear at it. Yi Tian also continued to land a few more punches on its stomach. However, this chimpanzee's body was quite tough. It wasn't easy to beat it to death, but by now it was also quite weak. At this moment, the mother leopard rushed forward, delivering a powerful slap to the middle of the chimpanzee's face, making it collapse to the ground. In the end, Yi Tian and the 3 leopards had won. He never expected that there would be a day he fought side by side with a fierce beast. However, it seemed the mother leopard was also severely injured. It could no longer stand steadily, looking to be in extreme pain, perhaps during the fight just now. The mother leopard's heart had been injured. It was a good thing Yi Tian had a habit of carrying healing medicine with him. He took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into the mother leopard's mouth. This was medicine for internal injuries. Hopefully it could recover soon. After drinking the medicine, the mother leopard seemed to be better. It could also sit up. At this moment, a pack of black wolf leopards slowly approached. According to what Xiao Jin said, it was they who had lured the great ape here. Looking at this situation, perhaps it wanted to replace Xiao Jin's parents as the lord of this forest. But with Yi Tian here, what right did these black wolf leopards have to bully his Xiao Jin's family? Yi Tian, with his hands in his pockets, jumped up and with just one kick, killed the leader of the black wolf leopards. The pack of black wolf leopards behind saw this and retreated in fear. Yi Tian held Xiao Jin up high and said to the pack of black wolf leopards, from now on, Xiao Jin is the king of this forest. After dealing with the pack of black wolf leopards, the T-Long mother leopard wanted to lead Yi Tian to a place. They wanted to give him a gift as a token of gratitude. Finally, they arrived at a cave. Inside the cave was a spirit herb, but its fruit would only ripen in 30 days. Only then could Yi Tian eat it. He didn't know what its effects were. It was truly something to look forward to. A few days later, the mother leopard went into labor, and Yi Tian had to become an unwilling midwife. In the end, another lord of the forest was born. The spirit fruit had finally ripened. Yi Tian could now eat it. As soon as he put the spirit fruit in his mouth, he felt extreme pain throughout his body, to the point of passing out. A moment later, Yi Tian woke up. His head still hurt quite a bit. He felt a kind of spiritual power in his head. It was an ability that only a grand martial artist could control. The distance from which he could see other strength also increased to 50 meters. Moreover, he also had a space-isolating replication ability. Now, he could copy talents without having to touch the opponent. The harvest this time was not bad. It was time for him to go home. Yi Tian said goodbye to the T-Long leopard family, but Xiao Jin didn't seem to want to be separated from Yi Tian. It wanted to go with him. If so, then he would take it to meet someone. Meeting Xiao Jin, she would definitely be very happy. Xiao Jin was extremely excited to follow Yi Tian outside. Outside, there were many interesting things the little one had never seen, but the little kid had no idea how dangerous the outside world was. Yi Tian flew past Academy Number 5. It seemed a dispute had occurred here around the ruins, and there were a few injured students lying scattered everywhere. Yi Tian saw Zhang Bao collapsed next to a nearby car. He ran over worriedly. Thankfully, Zhang Bao was still alive. Yi Tian took out a bottle of high-level fierce beast blood and gave it to Zhang Bao to drink to replenish his energy and regain his strength. According to what Zhang Bao recounted, it turned out the academy was robbed by some martial artists from the Taiya base. The Taiya base was attacked by fierce beasts. Hundreds of thousands of people fled to the Linhai base. Now bandits are rampant outside. It's quite chaotic. Now, although the Lin family is still the nominal leader, in reality, they are just a puppet. As expected, everything has changed. At Captain Fenglang's house, he and Yi were sparring with swords. Seeing Yi Tian return, the little girl was overjoyed, rushing to hug him tightly. She seemed extremely excited. Her beloved older brother had finally returned. Noticing the small beast on Yi Tian's shoulder, the little girl hugged Xiao Jin and ran off to play, leaving Yi Tian standing there stunned. He turned to thank Captain Fenglang. Thanks to the captain, his Yi Yu is now a martial apprentice. Captain Fenglang led Yi Tian outside about the matter of the Taiya base's encroachment. Surely, you've already heard. Zhang Feng gave Yi Tian an item, saying a girl named Xiao Yu sent it. She said with this thing, the Taiya base wouldn't dare to cause trouble. It was the martial pavilion token that Yu Ling had given him last time, when he was away from home. Although nothing happened, there was no need to use the token, but there was a guy named Sun Feng who frequently came looking for Yi Tian to schedule a life and death duel. He is known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the Taiya base. After entering the city, he went everywhere looking for elite martial artists to challenge. So far, he has not lost a single match. This guy is really not to be trifled with. This is getting interesting. Speak of the devil, as Captain Fenglang and Yi Tian were talking, that Sun Feng guy drove up on a motorcycle. He stopped in front of Yi Tian. He had finally met Yi Tian. This guy challenged him to a duel at 10 a.m. tomorrow at Minghui Square, betting a bronze-level saber technique manual. From a status window, Yi Tian learned that his talents were a high-level cultivation talent and an intermediate-level saber arts talent. Of course, Yi Tian was more than willing to accept his duel request. While the two were talking, he also quickly and successfully replicated his high-level cultivation talent. After he left, Captain Fenglang thought that Yi Tian had been too reckless, fearing that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Sun Feng. But it wasn't certain. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Besides, other than him, no one knew how strong Yi Tian was at this moment. In the evening, Yi Tian began to integrate the high-level cultivation talent. His current cultivation talent was already high-level. Let's try adding to it and see. Sure enough, after integration, Yi Tian's cultivation talent was now at the peak level. He seemed quite excited for tomorrow's duel. The next day, at the Minghui Arena, that Sun Feng guy was already here waiting. People passing by began to gossip, wondering who the unlucky person was this time. They thought that this time, not only was Sun's opponent unlucky, but it was feared that the merit steel donated by the Lin family would also be destroyed in this duel. Every time this Sun Feng guy fights, he uses it as an excuse to destroy the merit steel of some family. He must be doing it on purpose. Perhaps the Taiya base wants to destroy the prestige of the great families. And finally, this time it's the Lin family's turn. Among those who came to watch the match were Yu Ling and Xiao Yu, who also came to join the fun. Captain Fenglang, Yi Tian, and Yi Yu also arrived. The little girl was worried about the crowd at the match. How could they squeeze in? Every time this Sun Feng guy fights, he makes a big fanfare everywhere. What he wants is influence. Yi Tian patted Yi Yu's head to stop her from worrying, then jumped onto the fighting stage alone. Sun Feng also took out the stake for this match, which was the Clear Wind/book, a bronze-level saber technique. As long as he won, Yi Tian could take it. Yi Tian also took out a book and threw in front of Sun Feng. Yi Tian's book looked much more luxurious and high quality than the other guy's Clear Wind/. Seeing Yi Tian's arrogance, the furious Sun Feng drew his sword and rushed towards him. Yi Tian, with his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanging, lightly turned his body and dodged his attack. He didn't want to make a move yet, just lightly dodging all of the guys. Blade energy, which made Sun Feng furious. He was no longer in the mood to play. Yi Tian bent down, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying far away before the surprised eyes of everyone. Etion smirked and looked at him. This guy got up, swung his sword, and used his ultimate technique, clear wind slash. Yi Tian, with his peak-level speed talent, also easily dodged all of his blade energy. The blade energy flew backward, cutting the Lin family's merit steel in half. Lin Mingji, standing below the stage, gritted his teeth in anger. The Lin family's merit steel was cut again. It was truly a formidable saber technique. After waiting for a long time, Yi Tian finally waited for him to execute the saber technique. After Sun Feng learned that Yi Tian didn't bother to fight back because he wanted to see his saber technique, that he didn't even consider him an opponent, it made him extremely angry. This guy jumped up and directly slashed towards Yi Tian. However, with just one punch, Yi Tian broke Sun Feng's sword, and at the same time, grabbed his head and smashed his face in the ground to wipe that arrogant look off his face. Truly worthy of being Yi Tian, a person like him sooner or later. Yuling would have to make him join the martial pavilion. There's no escape. Yi Tian bent down and picked up the clear wind slash book. Yi also ran up to the stage to celebrate with her brother. Only today did the little girl know how formidable her brother was. She also wanted to become stronger. When she got home, she would definitely have to ask her brother to teach her. Behind them, Lin Mingji watched them leave. Although Yi Tian had won, their Lin family had lost because the Lin family's merit steel had been knocked down. He ordered his bodyguards. For the next few days, they didn't need to follow and protect him, but to secretly go and protect Yi Tian's younger sister. Their Sun family would definitely not let this matter go. Returning to Captain Feng Lang's house, Yi Tian began to study the Sun family's clear wind slash book. This clear wind slash could actually increase attack power by 6 times. No wonder Sun Feng's slashing attack was so powerful. There were still 30 days before Yi Tian could replicate a new talent. So next he had to wait for the cooldown period to pass to get Sun Feng's high-level saber-type talent, to bring the power of Shadow Kill and Clear Wind Slash to the highest level. At that time, he would possess the strength to fight a Grandmaster. 2 levels above, only then would he be considered a true expert. In the training room, Captain Feng Lang was currently looking at Yi Yu. Although the duel had passed, he knew that based on the character of the Great Sun family, they would definitely take revenge. At that time, he didn't know what Yi Yu would do. Captain Feng Lang called Yi Yu over. He put a necklace with the Martial Pavilion's token around Yi Yu's neck, telling her she must not take it off, to treat it like a protective amulet, and take good care of it. At this time, a member of the Feng Lang squad who had gone to gather information ran back to report. The Sun family was still focused on buying up businesses. It seemed that before they established a firm foothold, they would not go on a killing spree. At this time, the Lin family's grand martial artist was also pretending to be a street sweeper, protecting the outside of Yi Tian's residence. A month later, the situation seemed to still be quite peaceful. Yi Tian went out. He discovered that the street sweeper was not ordinary. At this time, Yi Tian used his spiritual power and also discovered that he was the Lin family's grand martial artist. He didn't expect that the Lin family would be so generous this time as to send a grand martial artist to guard his door. Yi Tian now had to go find that Sun Feng guy. First, for the past month, Captain Feng Lang had found out some inside information about the Sun family. The Sun family, in order to ensure the pure bloodline of the saber arts talent, did not hesitate to have relatives marry each other for several generations. If a fool or a disabled person was born, they would secretly execute them. Truly a bunch of lunatics, treating the lives of their descendants like trash. Today was the grand opening of the Sun family store. Many people came to congratulate the Sun family. Yi Tian also came here to congratulate them, but to wish them an early entry into hell. In addition, he also quickly and successfully copied that Sun Feng guy's saber arts talent. Yi Tian bought a bouquet of flowers, went to the cemetery to visit his parents, telling them that he planned to leave the Linhai base, to take Yu to a better base to live, visiting his parents so they could see his growth. Just then, an assassin appeared. He said nothing, rushing to attack Yi Tian. So it was the Sun family's dogs that had arrived. Yi Tian had been waiting for them for a long time. This guy's strength was quite formidable. Yi Tian had a bit of a hard time fighting him. The two of them exchanged many saber techniques, the blade energy in the air constantly changing. This guy was Sun Feng's master, Kai Meng. He and Sun Feng were like father and son, so he would definitely avenge Sun Phone. This graveyard seemed like a not bad place to kill people. He even dared to be arrogant, saying that if Tian knelt down and begged, he would show mercy and dig up his parents' tombstone so that his whole family could be together. He dared to mention his parents and younger sister. Tian was enraged to the extreme. His hand clenched into a fist, using his peak-level speed talent. As fast as a flash, he rushed forward and kicked Kai Meng straight in the stomach, making him shut his mouth. He continued to grab him, throwing him into the distant woods. Only then did he realize that Tian's combat power was at the Grandmaster level, not someone he could touch. After finishing off Kai Meng, Tian obtained a saber-tune book from his body. This saber technique book was probably not bad. The weapon was also much more advanced than Tian's previous weapon. Now it all belonged to him. It was so late, he had to go home to eat, otherwise Yi would nag him again. Arriving at his front door, Tian saw the Lin family's grand martial artist still sweeping the street in front of his house. So he kindly invited the old man into the house for tea. Inside the house, Tian told Yi to make tea to invite him. As for Captain Feng Lang, after learning that the guest was the Lin family's grand martial artist Lin Zhe, the legendary old Zhe, he seemed much more excited. He quickly ran into the kitchen to serve tea to old Zhe. The old man, while drinking tea, asked Tian, "You call me over here, you must have something to ask." Tian didn't mind being direct. He wanted to trouble old Zhe to take his younger sister to the martial pavilion and hand her over to Yuling. Only then did the old man notice the martial pavilion token on Yu's neck. He didn't expect Tian to have a connection with the martial pavilion. He accepted Tian's request, promising him that he would personally deliver Yu to Yuling. Tian also realized that Captain Feng Lang seemed to have special respect for old Zhe. Before leaving this place, giving the captain a bit of fortune wouldn't be bad. Therefore, he said to old Yu, "Zhang Feng is a person of unparalleled loyalty and bravery. If he could join the Lin family, he could definitely become a talented general." Understanding his meaning, of course, old Zhe had no reason to refuse such a small matter. His Lin family had always been eager to seek talented individuals. Not only did he accept Zhang Feng into the Lin family, but he also directly accepted him as a disciple. Tian happily pushed Captain Feng Lang in front of old Zhe. Why not quickly pay respects to your master? Zhang Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects to old Zhe as his master. Old Zhe also felt happy. By doing these two small things, he could get acquainted with Tian. This was also a great contribution to the Lin family. Yu at this time also realized that Tian was entrusting them to others. He must be up to something. Although Tian couldn't explain it clearly to the little girl, she knew it wasn't a small matter, as her brother said. Because if it were a small matter, her brother would just go and come back, not make so many arrangements. Tian told Yu that while he was away, Xiao Jin would protect her, but she didn't believe it. She knew she couldn't stop her brother. She understood his personality too well. She just hoped her brother would take good care of himself. After all, safety is the most important thing. When Tian entered the Kong Corporation, the Sun family's men all rushed towards him. Tian raised his leg and kicked away a leader, then lightly rushed into the middle of the crowd. His body was covered by a current of lightning. Every move he made killed one person. The head of the Sun family, after arriving and seeing that his men had all been dealt with by Tian, clicked his tongue. He didn't expect so many of his men to be casualties. Then his cold eyes asked Tian for his name. This guy was Sun Kong, the head of the Sun family, Sun Feng's father, at the peak grand martial artist realm. Tian pointed straight at his face and coldly said his name. The Sun family head smirked contemptuously, then ordered the elders to attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, many figures jumped down from the ceiling at once. Only then did Tian realize. He didn't expect there to be an ambush here. One of the Sun family elders immediately used a control-type talent, Heavenly Net, tightly binding Tian's hands behind his back. Tian was controlled and fell to the ground. At this moment, in front of him, 4 of the Sun family elders glanced at him contemptuously. They didn't expect to have waited so many days just to get a brat. It was really not interesting at all. The old white-haired man who had just controlled Tian also slowly approached from behind. He said he wouldn't make a move easily. Being able to be in his Heavenly Net formation could be considered an honor for Tian. Sun Kong, seeing Yi Tian being controlled so easily, smiled and said to the elders that they had worked hard. He saw that Yi Tian had some treasures on him. Consider them a small gift from him to the elders, telling them to feel free to take them. At this moment, one of the elders discovered that the dagger in Yi Tian's hand belonged to Elder Qinghe. He angrily slapped Yi Tian. Then he grabbed his head and asked where Elder Qinghe was. Perhaps he was with young Master Sun Feng. He asked him what he had done to them. Yi Tian closed his eyes and smirked, even telling him to take a guess. At this moment, Sun Kong immediately ordered his men, "Go to the shop and find Sun Feng. You must find him." He then ordered his men to first cripple Yi Tian's limbs, then lock him in the prison. One of the 5 Sun family elders supported Yi Tian and dragged him away. However, just as the two had taken a few steps, Yi Tian suddenly turned around, swinging a killing move across his neck, causing the man to die instantly. Sun Kong saw this and shouted to everyone, "This kid is hiding his strength. Spread out quickly." The elders received the order and immediately scattered in all directions. They also realized that Yi Tian's killing intent was truly terrifying. However, Yi Tian didn't care about the other elders. He focused his strength into his legs, jumped up, and launched himself straight towards Sun Kong. After realizing that Yi Tian was directly targeting him, this guy also got into a fighting stance. He said he would let Yi Tian broaden his horizons about his methods. However, contrary to his thoughts, Yi Tian didn't attack directly but jumped into the air, then used the momentum and distance to fly straight down to where he was standing. He turned and delivered a straight punch to his stomach, heavily injuring him. This guy also didn't expect Yi Tian to be so strong. He was hit by Yi Tian with 2 consecutive blows and was quite seriously injured. Seeing that he was about to die, he hurriedly shouted, telling the elders not to just watch the show, to attack together. At this moment, the strongest elder immediately rushed to fight Yi Tian head-on. Yi Tian wasn't scared either, ready to push against him. Let's see whose hands are stronger. The two pushed against each other for a while. Yi Tian also had to admit that the old man's strength was no joke. While the contest was intense and no winner had been decided, the old white-haired man intended to play dirty. From behind, he rushed forward intending to control Yi Tian. Seeing this, Yi Tian didn't play with this group anymore. He leaped and gave each of them a kick, sending them flying in different directions. The white-haired guy, who played dirty, even lost a few teeth. Yi Tian turned his head to look at the old man and taunted him. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. However, the old man was much more cunning than he thought. The old man smirked and told him to watch his mouth and to look at his feet. Yi Tian looked down at his feet. Only then did he realize that at some point, one of his feet had been tied to the ground by him. Taking advantage of the moment Yi Tian was controlled and couldn't move, the only woman among the Sun family elders who had been watching the show from the back also began to make her move. She used a vicious move, sucking all the death energy from the dead people around for her strange beasts. Yi Tian looked at those disgusting strange beasts and felt a bit creeped out. After freeing himself from the control, he thought that he should retreat first, because he felt that secret art was very dangerous. However, the speed of these strange beasts was one step faster than him. They quickly surrounded Yi Tian, then used the death energy explosion art, creating a huge explosion in the air, enveloping Yi Tian inside. Standing on a rooftop not far away, Yuling also saw the light emitted from the explosion just now. She thought to herself, I wonder who dares to be so arrogant. In the city. At this moment, Xiaoyu came a finer, saying that the Lin family's grand martial artist Lin Zhe requested an audience. Yuling asked annoyedly what that old man came here for. She didn't want to see him. But hearing Su Meng say that this time he brought Yi Tian's younger sister, she wondered what was going on. Hearing about Yi Tian's younger sister, Yuling paid some attention. Meanwhile, in the Martial Pavilion's living room, the servant brought tea for Lin Zhe and Yiyu. Yiyu was a little sad. She was very worried about her brother. As for Yi Tian on this side, after being enveloped by that explosion, he was seriously injured, falling to the ground and creating a huge pit. The elders standing on the edge of the pit looked at Yi Tian lying dying at the bottom of the pit and immediately praised the old woman, truly worthy of being Elder Sun Ling. Even a Grandmaster level martial artist couldn't escape her death energy explosion art. This time, it was really lucky to have Elder Sun. The old white-haired man asked Sun Kong what to do with Yi Tian now. He saw that Yi Tian seemed to be seriously injured and wouldn't live much longer. Sun Kong immediately ordered them to execute him on the spot. However, before they could make a move, while the white-haired man was not paying attention and was busy chatting, a saber flew up from the pit and stabbed straight into his heart, successfully sending him to heaven early. Yi Tian opened his mouth. He used his self-healing talent. His body immediately returned to its original state. The two remaining elders saw this and were scared to death. They looked down into the pit, but were even more astonished. Yi Tian was nowhere to be seen. They all didn't expect that after being blown up like that, Yi Tian was still alive. At this moment, Yi Tian appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the big elder's head, and slammed it hard on the ground. Unexpectedly, his head was softer than a rock, so he also bid farewell forever on the spot. Then, Yi Tian drew his blade again. Without a word, he immediately leaped into the air with no wasted movements. He slashed straight towards that elder sunling. Before she could understand what was happening, she was sent to her grave by Yi Tian. Sun Kong now trembled in fear as he watched all the elders he had summoned be sent by Yi Tian to meet the Sun family's ancestors earlier than expected. Yi Tian coldly walked step by step towards him. It was his turn next. Cornered, Sun Kong hurriedly took out a short blade, lunging towards Yi Tian and telling him to go die. However, before he could even touch a single hair on Yi Tian's leg, Yi Tian was one step faster, gifting him a slash that immediately sent him to reunite with the other elders. Sun Feng also arrived just in time. The first image he saw upon returning home was his father being killed by Yi Tian. He cried out in anguish, calling for his father. Hearing his voice, Yi Tian turned his head, looking at him with the eyes of the king of hell before. Smirking, "That isn't this young master's son. You've arrived at just the right time. You've saved me the trouble of looking for him," Yi Tian said while provocatively placing his foot on Sun Kong's head. Seeing his dead father being trampled on like a dog, Sun Feng couldn't bear it, his anger bringing tears to his eyes. He immediately rushed to attack Yi Tian, telling him to get his foot off his father's head right now. He seemed ferocious, but his punch missed. Yi Tian leaned slightly, easily dodging the attack. He then channeled the power of his innate talent into his fist, punching him straight in the stomach and sending him flying. Beaten like a dog, Sun Feng angrily clenched his fists on the ground. He now felt helpless. Why was the gap in their strength so vast? He looked at Yi Tian as if looking at a monster. In his heart, he silently apologized to his father for being too weak. Yi Tian slowly walked up to him, telling him to give up resisting. He grabbed him by the hair, took out a short blade with his other hand, and said he would send him on his way. However, just at that moment, a streak of light appeared from the sky, striking straight down at Yi Tian's position. Luckily, he quickly jumped away, escaping the lightning strike. He looked at the sky and saw the figure of an old man appear in the dark, gloomy clouds. This person had the strength of a grandmaster. He looked coldly at Yi Tian, saying that for him to want to hunt down and kill everyone, he was truly a vicious little devil. At this moment, down below, Sun Feng also recognized the person above as the Great Elder Yao Yi. He hurriedly told the Great Elder to quickly kill this person, that he was the one who killed his father, and that he must uphold justice for his son. Family. Yi Tian stood on a tall lamppost, looking down at the tattling Sun Feng. He gritted his teeth in anger. If he had known earlier, he would have killed this guy with one slash just now. The old man in the air, after hearing what Sun Feng said, looked coldly at Yi Tian and said that if that was the case, then he must die. Then he waved his hand, and from his fingers, bolts of lightning shot out, striking straight down. Yi Tian had to continuously dodge to avoid the ceaseless lightning strikes. The old man seemed very confident, saying that everyone below the Grandmaster level was just an ant. He told Yi Tian to give up resisting. Sun Feng below, seeing this scene, quickly looked for a place to hide. He had to retreat quickly. A Grandmaster's attack could make the whole city disappear. However, Yi Tian quickly blocked his path, his cold eyes looking at him with a smirk. Sun Feng, of course, was terrified upon seeing this. As expected, Yi Tian then rushed straight towards him. The lightning bolt that the Grandmaster struck down directly hit Sun Feng. Yet he didn't die. His vitality was truly like a leech's. He still had the strength to shout for the Great Elder, bothering him to aim a little better. The Elder, despite hitting his own man, still laughed out loud. He even said that he was old, so his eyes weren't as good as they used to be. While his attention was diverted, Yi Tian had appeared behind him without him knowing. He gathered his strength and attacked the old man. However, Yi Tian didn't expect that he couldn't land a blow at all. The old man's entire body was covered by a protective layer of origin power. This protective origin power not only prevented Yi Tian from touching him, but also counter-attacked, knocking Yi Tian backward. He was struck by hundreds of the old man's lightning bolts, slamming him into the ground. The strength of a grandmaster was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Tian propped himself up, trying to stand. He ripped off his outer shirt. This time he had to use his full strength. Then he bent his knees and leaped into the air. Yi Tian stood at the same level as the old man, Yao Yi. This man was one of the two great grandmasters of the Iron Fang base. He represented the hardline faction, mainly focused on suppressing the Linhai base. He was currently at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. After grasping the old man's information that his was a high-level cultivation talent, Yi Tian smirked. He asked if this was a useless talent, so this was just an ordinary Grandmaster. Seeing Yi Tian looking down on him, the old man gritted his teeth in anger and asked what he had said. Yi Tian was not afraid at all. He said the old man was already at this age, and it wasn't easy to cultivate to the Grandmaster level. He advised him to do fewer evil deeds. It would be fine if they didn't fight, but if they did and he ended up missing an arm or a leg, there would be no one to take care of him in his old age. Provoked by Yi Tian, Yao Ye's blood rushed to his head. To make matters worse, Sun Feng, from below, took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, saying that this Yi Tian was too arrogant, and his words were like urinating on the head of their Iron Fang base. Yi Tian was already very annoyed by him. He found him really troublesome. Why wasn't he dead yet after all this time? Sun Feng angrily said that he would definitely make Yi Tian's flesh be torn and his bones crushed. While Yi Tian was distracted, the old man Yao Yi launched a move straight at him. However, Yi Tian quickly flipped over and dodged his attack. The old man was quite surprised that his speed was not bad, that he could actually dodge one of his attacks. While he was still marveling, Yi Tian appeared behind him. He thanked the old man for his praise, then raised his leg and gave him a kick. After being slammed flat on the ground, the old man was still dazed, not understanding what had just happened, how Yi Tian could have increased his power so much in an instant. He stood up, fully entering a combat stance. It seemed he could no longer underestimate his opponent. Yi Tian was not an ordinary cultivator. Yi Tian didn't say much at this point. He grabbed a car from somewhere nearby and threw it straight at the old man. But the old man quickly dodged it. Then, using the spiritual power of a grandmaster, he struck straight at Yi Tian. With Yi Tian's current strength, he couldn't dodge it at all and took the full force of the old man's punch. Immediately after, the old man grabbed his leg and slammed him hard onto the ground. Also using 10,000 thunder lead, striking Yi Tian with thousands of lightning bolts. The lightning strikes created a large crater. Seeing Yi Tian lying motionless at the bottom of the crater, the old man Yao Yi thought he was dead. It seemed the battle was over. Sun Feng saw this and laughed with delight, hurriedly running over to them. He looked at Yi Tian in the crater and shouted with joy. Yi Tian was really dead. The great elder was truly mighty, so formidable. However, at this moment, Yao Yi also coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. It seemed he was not lightly injured either. He hurriedly turned to leave, telling Sun Feng that the rest was up to him. He had to go back quickly to heal his injuries. Otherwise, it would affect the foundation of his cultivation. Sun Feng watched him leave with trembling legs, his body involuntarily stiff. He wondered to himself, is this the pressure of a grandmaster? Then he went down into the crater where Yi Tian was lying, spat on his face, and said, "Kid, weren't you very arrogant? Weren't you dealt with by my Sun family in the end? Later, I'll chop you into meatballs to feed the dogs." As Sun Feng spoke, he took the opportunity to kick Yi Tian's body a few times. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him high, and asked him what he had just said, daring him to say it again. Held tightly in the air, Sun Feng struggled to utter a few sounds. Then he used all his strength to call for Great Elder Yao Yi to save him. However, Yi Tian quickly gave him a slash, killing him on the spot. The old man Yao Yi, who had only taken a few steps, heard Sun Feng's call and turned back. Before his eyes, Sun Feng had been neatly dealt with by Yi Tian. Immediately after, Yi Tian used his healing talent again. His whole body was enveloped in a green light. In an instant, his wounds were healed, and his body returned to its original state. The old man Yao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe Yi Tian was still alive, and his wounds had recovered so quickly. How could this be? He wondered why Yi Tian had the talent of a Turritopsis dornii. He shouted, asking who on earth Yi Tian was. Yi Tian focused his power throughout his body, faced Yao Yi, and said to him, "I'm just an ordinary person who only awakened a low-level talent." Then he swung out the wind blade slash, and hundreds of blade auras shot from Yi Tian straight towards Yao Yi. The old man, named Yao, also recognized the wind blade slash as a secret technique of his Sun family. But the number Yi Tian released was so large that he couldn't possibly dodge them all. He stood there and took the hits, his whole body being slashed multiple times by the wind blade slash. He was furiously enraged. His body contorted and grew larger. He gritted his teeth and said that even if he died, he would drag him down with him. However, before he could do anything, Yi Tian had appeared behind him as fast as lightning. With just one punch, he punched him in the head, causing him to faceplant into the ground. This was to return the blow from earlier. Yao Yi was beaten like a dog. He gritted his teeth in anger, but could do nothing. He could only groan out a few words. "You bastard." Seeing that he still had the strength to ramble, Yi Tian walked over and stepped straight on his face, asking him if he had given him permission to move. Yao Yi felt extremely humiliated, but could do nothing. He shouted, calling for Old Man Li. "At a time like this, are you still just going to watch the show?" At this moment, from a tall building, a voice rang out. "I advised you long ago, those from the Iron Fang base are guests from afar. As guests, you should follow the host's lead and show some respect to the Linhai base." Why wouldn't you listen? Hearing the voice, Yi Tian only just realized that there was another person, and he had no idea when or where they had appeared. At this moment, the figure of a man jumped down from above. It was a bald, toothless old man, holding a fan and walking gently towards them. The old man introduced himself as a grandmaster from the Iron Fang base, Li Mao. He kindly praised Yi Tian for having extraordinary talent. Li Mao's nickname was Old Man Li, one of the two great grandmasters of the Iron Fang base, representing the moderate faction. He advocated for friendly relations with the Linhai base and was the political enemy of Yao Yi at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. Yi Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at him and asked, "Another Grandmaster, do you also want to test your strength against me?" Contrary to Yi Tian's thoughts, Old Man Li laughed heartily, saying there's a saying, "Help reason, not relations," and that he would not intervene. Although Elder Yao Yi was from the Iron Fang base, he did not share the same ideals as him. He even told Yi Tian to feel free. Seeing that Old Man Li had no intention of helping him, Yao Yi was furious. He gathered his last bit of strength and struggled up, telling Yi Tian, "Then let's die together." His technique was the explosive flame secret art. Old Man Li hurriedly warned Yi Tian that he was trying to self-destruct. Yi Tian smirked, saying Yao Yi was truly a ruthless person, but in his presence, he didn't have the right to decide how he would die. As he spoke, Yi Tian used the Shadow Blade Flurry, slashing straight into the old man's body, then added another kick that made him kiss the ground once more. While in the heat of the fight, Yi Tian suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body. This feeling probably meant he was about to level up again. Sure enough, from the sky, a dazzling golden pillar of light shone straight down on Yi Tian's body. Old Man Li, standing beside him, was also extremely surprised. Yi Tian had actually broken through by slaying a grandmaster, advancing to the realm of a great martial artist. The old man clapped his hands happily, saying he was truly formidable, that he never expected little friend Yi to be able to defeat a grandmaster with only the cultivation of an elite martial artist. His combat prowess truly made the old man feel ashamed. Yi Tian coldly told him to say whatever he wanted to say directly and not to beat around the bush. Old Man Li, fanning himself, walked closer to Yi Tian, saying he had quite a hot temper. The views of Yao Ye's faction had always been opposed to his. They advocated using hardline tactics to establish roots in the Linhai base, while he advocated for coexisting with the local forces on an equal footing. As he spoke, the old man gently glided past Yi Tian. In a flash, he had arrived at the edge of the crater where Yao Yi was lying. This made Yi Tian gasp in surprise, This speed was just too fast. The old man said to Yi Tian, "You have already wiped out the entire Sun family. I hope your anger towards the Iron Fang base also ends here. From now on, the Linhai base and the Iron Fang base will coexist peacefully and develop together. What do you think?" Yi Tian laughed heartily, so that was what he meant. He then told him that for any cooperation matters, he could just discuss them with the Lin family. The Lin family was now the big brother of the Linhai base. The old man was puzzled. "Don't you have any intention of ruling a base, Yi Tian?" But he just waved his hand, saying he hated trouble the most. Old man Li wanted to discuss further with Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian was not interested. He quickly left, saying he had other things to do. Then he bent his knees, leaped into the air, and disappeared. Old man Li watched his departing figure and couldn't help but smile. This kid's future is unpredictable. The next day at the Lin family's villa, the head of the Lin family, Lin Wanli, a peak great martial artist, was leisurely trimming flowers when Lin Mingji, his son, and the current head of the Lin family, a peak elite martial artist, walked in from outside to report on the situation. He had investigated the cause of the explosion in the city last night. It was the Sun family's building, the skyscraper that housed their company headquarters, that was attacked. Lin Wanli was a bit surprised. That's impossible. The Sun family has a grandmaster watching over them. How could they be attacked so easily? Lin Mingji asked him if he remembered him mentioning an elite martial artist named Yi Tian. He had wiped out the entire Sun family, including the grandmaster. After hearing this, Lin Wanli was so shocked that he dropped the scissors in his hand to the ground, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He widened his eyes and asked again. After confirming it once more, Lin Wanli happily admired his bonsai tree, truly unable to believe it. The struggle between the hardline and moderate factions of the Iron Fang base ended up in the hands of this young man named Yi Tian. Lin Wanli laughed with joy. In that case, the Linhai base and our Lin family are safe. Lin Mingji also informed him of another matter. Grandmaster Li Mao of the Iron Fang base had scheduled a meeting with them this morning to negotiate. He was already waiting in the tea room. Lin Wanli clicked his tongue and asked, "He's already here?" He really doesn't give people time to think. But if that's the case, we must go meet this grandmaster. Then he didn't forget to give an order to Lin Mingji. Go and pass down the order to all the forces in the Linhai base. We must protect Yi Tian and his family carefully. If Yi Tian intends to build his own force, everyone must help him wholeheartedly. In short, we must not offend him. At this time, at the Martial Pavilion, Yi Yu and Elder Zhe had been waiting for Yu Ling since last night. She was very worried, not knowing how her brother was doing now. The servant brought them tea again. Zhang Feng was a little impatient. He irritably asked the tea-serving girl what their pavilion master was doing, as they had been drinking tea all night. The girl shook her head shyly, truly sorry, but she didn't know about the pavilion master's affairs. Zhang Feng recalled that he had come here to trade several times, but unfortunately, he had never met the pavilion master. It was said that their pavilion master was a great beauty. Zhang Feng turned back to ask Lin Zhe if they should continue to wait. However, Elder Zhe remained leisurely, telling him not to be impatient. He mentioned that he had actually met this pavilion master long ago, and Yi Yu had met her too. Just as Elder Zhe finished speaking, Yu Ling slowly walked in from the door outside. Xiao Yu loudly asked everyone to forgive them for the long wait, as their pavilion master had returned. Seeing Yu Ling, Zhang Feng and Yi Yu couldn't help but be astonished. Zhang Feng even had to rub his eyes several times, then looked back and forth between Yi Yu and Yu Ling, asking why the two of them looked exactly alike. Even the girl who had just served tea thought shyly to herself. She had noticed it since seeing Yi Yu last night. Could they be long-lost twin sisters? Among everyone, only Lin Zhe remained calm. He walked up to Yu Ling and said, "Pavilion Master Yu, long time no see. This is Yi Tian's younger sister. Yi Tian asked me to bring her to the Martial Pavilion for protection." Yu Ling politely replied that Elder Lin didn't need to be so formal, and that she already knew about what happened last night in the Linhai base. Looking at Yi Yu's face, Yu Ling couldn't help but frown. Yi Tian's sister looked exactly like her. She couldn't believe it. Did Yi Tian save her before because he saw her as a substitute for his sister? That bastard. And she even let him carry her. How humiliating. She walked up to her and asked if she was Yi Yu, telling her to call her big sister. In the evening, at the martial artist market, the bustling atmosphere of trade was in full swing. Yu Ling was already waiting at the entrance of the martial pavilion for Yi Tian. As soon as she saw him, she asked if he had arrived. Hearing Yu Ling's voice, Yi Tian was very surprised. He asked why she was here. Yu Ling naturally replied that she had been standing here for a long time, of course, to respectfully wait for his arrival. Now he was a celebrity in the Linhai base. She wouldn't dare to be disrespectful, right, sir? Yi Tian. It had been a while since they last met. Yi Tian glanced at Yu Ling's status frame. Peak level cultivation talent, intermediate level swordsmanship talent, secondary level speed talent. Yi Tian was quite surprised. Yu Ling's cultivation talent had broken through from high level to peak level since the last time he saw her. He didn't even need to ask to know it was related to that treasure, the Lake of Death. What a formidable girl. Seeing Yi Tian staring at her without saying anything, Yu Ling felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Don't you know it's very rude to stare at a girl like that?" Yi Tian smiled awkwardly, quickly apologizing to her for losing his focus. Yu Ling waved her hand. She didn't want to hold it against him. Since it wasn't dark yet, she asked Yi Tian if he wanted to take a walk around with her. Of course, Yi Tian couldn't refuse an invitation from a beauty. The two walked and talked. Yu Ling said she heard from Lin Zhe that the Lin family intended to help Yi Tian create his own force, and asked what he thought. Yi Tian indifferently said he wasn't interested in such things. Hearing him say that, Yu Ling was a bit surprised, but she was also curious. If he wasn't interested in this, what did he plan to do next? Was he going to continue cultivating alone? Yi Tian looked into the distance and told Yu Ling that he planned to leave here and go to the Mahai base. Hearing Yi Tian say this, Yu Ling was so surprised she froze. She sadly lowered her head and looked at Yi Tian's back in front of her, remembering his words that he wanted to leave here. Seeing that Yu Ling had stopped walking, Yi Tian turned his head and asked her why she had stopped. Didn't she want to take a walk? Yu Ling sighed and continued to follow Yi Tian. When Yi Tian returned to the martial pavilion to find Yi Yu, she happily hugged him as soon as she saw him. This made Yi Tian tap her on the head a few times, saying she was already so old yet still wanted to hug him as soon as they met. A girl should be a little more demure. Yi Yu smoothed her messy hair while complaining to Yi Tian that it was only because she was so worried about him. Yi Tian bowed his head and thanked Lin Zhe and Zhang Feng for the trouble of taking care of Yi Yu. The two shook their heads and told him he didn't need to be so polite. At this moment, Yu Ling told Xiao Yu to invite Elder Yu Zhong to the office. She had something to discuss with him. Xiao Yu was quite surprised to see that Yu Ling wanted to see Elder Yu Zhong. In the office, after hearing what Yu Ling said, the elder was a bit surprised. Why was everything so sudden? The old man tried to ask Yu Ling again if she had really decided to do this. Yu Ling nodded and said she had made up her mind. The remaining matters here would be left for him to handle. The next morning, Yi Tian led Yi Yu to prepare to set off. Zhang Feng and Lin Zhe came to see them off. Zhang Feng even told him that if he stayed, he could definitely establish a Yi family clan, and asked if Yi Tian wouldn't reconsider. Yi Tian waved his hand and shook his head, saying it really wasn't necessary. He thanked everyone for buying him and his sister this car. With it, their travel would be much more convenient. Elder Zhe couldn't help but praise Yi Tian, a young hero with lofty ambitions. He was truly impressed. If he were a few decades younger, he would definitely follow him on an adventure. Zhang Feng turned his head to look at the door behind him and couldn't help but wonder, but isn't Pavilion Master Yu Ling coming to see you off? Aren't you two friends? Yi Tian also looked a little sad towards the gate, but saw no one. So he turned around and told Yi Yu it was time to go. They wouldn't wait for her anymore. The two waved goodbye to Elder Zhe and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't forget to remind Yi Yu to practice diligently and not be lazy. Just as the two were about to get into the car, Yu Ling's voice called out, telling them to wait. Yu Ling walked quickly towards the car, causing Xiao Yu to chase after her breathlessly. She wore a backpack on her back and told Yu Ling to walk slowly. Yu Ling said nothing, walked directly past Yi Tian, opened the car door, and sat down in the passenger seat. She even stuck her head out and told Yi Tian, "What are you looking at? Get in the car." Yi Tian was stunned and didn't understand what was happening, asking her what was wrong. Did she want to go with him too? Yu Ling was a bit irritable and said of course. Otherwise, why would she get in his car? Yi Tian had to shake his head in defeat at this girl, then told Yi Yu and Xiao Yu to sit in the back. See, the four of them set off for the Mahai base. In the car, Yi Tian asked Yuling why she suddenly decided to go to the Mahai base with him. Yuling was a bit embarrassed. She didn't want to talk about it and told Yi Tian not to ask. She was going because she wanted to, because she felt like it. Yi Tian smiled and teased her, saying if she wanted to go train with him, she should just say so, instead of being like this. Being teased by Yi Tian, Yuling's embarrassment turned to anger. She shouted that she had already said it. She wanted to go on her own. It had nothing to do with him, Yi Tian. She was just taking his car because it was on the way. All right, understand? On the car, Yi Tian stuck his hand out and waved goodbye to Old Man Lin and Captain Fenglang. Old Man Zhe watched the car gradually disappear from sight. He smiled. His future is truly something to look forward to. As the car rolled away from Linhai Base, Yi Tian looked ahead, silently smiling and saying goodbye to this place, the homeland where he had grown up. In the car, Xiaoyu was a little annoyed because she wanted to hold Xiao Jin for a bit, but it refused, clinging tightly to Yiyu. Yuling looked outside, casually saying to Yi Tian, in 3 months, Mahai Base will hold a secret realm training competition. Yi Tian, are you interested in participating? What is that secret realm? Yi Tian asked her, not understanding. Hearing his question, Xiaoyu behind them was quite surprised, because he didn't even know what a secret realm was. So how on earth did he cultivate to the great martial artist realm? She then explained it to Yi Tian. To put it simply, a secret realm is a type of subspace separate from Earth, and it's said to be related to the cataclysm from 100 years ago. Great martial artists will enter the secret realm through spatial rifts to search for strange treasures, which is one of the important ways for martial artists to improve their cultivation. Yi Tian was a bit curious and asked, so when a secret realm opens, can anyone enter? Yuling shook her head and said it wasn't like that. Secret realms are also divided into different levels. For example, the secret realm opening in 3 months can only be entered by great martial artists. If martial artists with higher or lower realms force their way in, they will be turned into nothingness by the secret realm's restrictions. So that's how it is. Yi Tian said this was the first time he had heard of this. Yuling said that according to the rules, not many people can enter the secret realm. If he wanted her to let him into the secret realm with her, then one person from the Yu family would have to stay outside. So she told Yi Tian, this is a rare opportunity. So are you interested? However, contrary to what Yuling thought, Yi Tian not only didn't happily ask her to take him along, but he shook his head, saying, is it that much trouble? Then he wouldn't go. He was most afraid of causing trouble for others. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't appreciate her kindness, Yuling gritted her teeth in anger. This guy is truly a stubborn ox. Why is he so difficult? Not manly at all. Yi Tian stopped the car at a rest area. This was an abandoned campsite. They would spend the night here. After washing his face, resting, and breathing in the fresh air, Yi Tian felt very comfortable. Just as he was about to see how Yi Yu and the others were preparing dinner, he ran into Yuling, who asked him again, are you really not planning to enter the secret realm? You have to think carefully. If you miss this secret realm, who knows when you'll get another chance like this? Opportunities are extremely important for martial artists like them. Yi Tian naturally understood that she wanted him to go with her, so he feigned innocence and said, how should I put this? Actually, I really want to go. But this is also the first time Yiyu and I have left Linhai Base. If I'm not by her side, I really can't rest easy. When Yuling heard that his dilemma was actually about Yiyu, she couldn't help but clutch her stomach and laugh. So you don't want to go because of this? She asked him if he really didn't know what her family does. The Martial Pavilion also has a branch in Mahai Base. He could rest assured and entrust Yiyu's matter to her. After all, it was just a small thing. After arranging for Yiyu, Yi Tian agreed to go into the secret realm with Yuling. She was afraid he would go back on his word and even reminded him, so it's decided, don't be difficult when the time comes. Yi Tian smiled and told her to rest assured. While in his head, he was secretly delighted. This trip really saved a huge sum of money again. When the two returned, Xiaoyu asked everyone. There was something she needed everyone's opinion on. It was still more than 300 kilometers to Mahai Base. Did everyone want to rush there or go slowly and sightsee along the way? Both Yi Tian and Yuling said in unison that either way was fine with them. They had no opinion. This damn tacit understanding made the two of them a little embarrassed. Yi spoke up. She wanted to sightsee and see what the outside world was like. She wondered if that was okay. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Of course it's okay. Then they would decide according to Yiyu's wish. If no one had any other opinions, everyone would rest here for one night, and they would set off tomorrow morning. However, the sightseeing was not what Yi Yu and Xiao Yu had imagined. When they were touring the mountains, they encountered a mountain gorilla monster, and it was here that Yi Tian replicated the intermediate endurance talent. When they went to a river scenic spot, they also encountered a giant octopus mutated beast, and Yi Tian also took the opportunity to replicate the intermediate defense talent. Every time they encountered such a mutated beast, Yuling would be responsible for fighting it, while Yi Tian was in charge of protecting the car and the two people, Yi Yu and Xiao Yu. 3 months later, they were on a large ship looking at the magnificent scenery in front of them. They had finally arrived at Mahai Base. Looking at the grand and magnificent scenery here, one had to be amazed. Mahai Base was a large-scale base with a population of 10 million. The captain loudly announced to everyone that they had arrived at Mahai Base and invited the guests to disembark in an orderly manner. As soon as he stepped into the city, Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really big here, probably several times larger than Linhai Base." Yuling also casually confirmed that he was right and that it was divided into many different areas. While the two were talking, a luxury car stopped in front of them. A middle-aged man got out and held the door open. He introduced himself as the driver for the Mahai Base branch of the Marshall Pavilion, and that he had been waiting for everyone here for a long time. Welcome to Mahai Base. Yi Tian's eyes were truly opened once again. The Marshall Pavilion was truly wealthy beyond his imagination. Yuling told Xiao Yu to take Yi Yu to the Marshall Pavilion to rest first. Xiao Yu acknowledged the order and put her arm around Yi Yu's shoulder to get into the car. Before getting in, Xiao Yu told Yi Tian that he didn't need to worry about her. He should go with peace of mind and pay attention to his safety. She would be here waiting for his return. After arranging a safe place for Yi Yu, next, they had to do something big. Yuling led Yi Tian to a certain area of Mahai Base. At this time, the sky seemed quite gloomy, and there were a few helicopters flying around in the sky, as if to inspect something. Quite a few ordinary martial artists had gathered here. Yi Tian asked Yuling, they probably just came to join in the excitement. Right, after all, there couldn't be that many great martial artists. At this moment, everyone was looking up at the rather gloomy sky. From within the crowd, a man suddenly shouted loudly, "The spatial crack has appeared again." Yi Tian also followed their gaze. Sure enough, a streak of rainbow light appeared in the sky. He asked Yuling, "Can we enter through such a small hole?" Yuling shook her head and said, "Of course not right now. To get in, it needs to be broken open by human strength." Yi Tian showed considerable surprise at this. At this moment, everyone stared with eyes wide and mouths agape at a man who was slowly walking up into the sky, heading straight for that spatial crack. The longtime residents here naturally all recognized that man as none other than King Yunhee. Starting from one person's shout, it spread, and everyone shouted loudly, "That's King Yunhee. King Yunhee is making his move." Yuling also pointed at him and said to Yi Tian, she asked him, "See that flying high in the sky? This is a king-level expert." Only then did Yi Tian know. So above the Grandmaster realm is the king level. That man was now standing in the middle of the sky opposite the spatial hole. He gave a slight smile. This person is Yunhee, an expert from the Yun family in Mahai Base at the king level, known as King Yunhee. Yi Tian looked at him with some admiration. He didn't expect Mahai Base to have such an expert. He, on the contrary, wanted to see how he would break this spatial rift. King Yunhee now took his hands out of his pockets. He bared his teeth, looking no different from a moron. Perhaps talented people often have an eccentric side. He pointed his index finger towards the spatial hole. From his fingertip, lightning bolts coiled around. Immediately after, a giant, brilliant golden finger appeared in the sky, and within that finger were dense lines of text, perhaps some kind of incantation. This made the people below ask each other in amazement, wondering what kind of secret technique that was. King Yin, he pointed his finger at the spatial rift, and that giant finger also immediately shot towards it. His whole body was also covered by a golden aura. When the fingertip touched the spatial rift, it immediately caused it to slowly crack and then form. A large hole big enough for a person to pass through. It's finally broken. King Yun, he is mighty. The cheers rang out endlessly. When he descended to the ground, Yi Tian watched him from a distance. He didn't know what kind of talent this person had. Then he saw He's status window, transcendent cultivation talent, elementary space talent. Yi Tian pondered. Only now did he know. So, above peak grade talent, there is a transcendent grade. Yi Tian flicked his finger lightly, a smirk on his face. Then I won't be polite anymore. Just a few seconds later, Yi Tian's status window immediately announced, "You have successfully replicated the transcendent grade cultivation talent." The entrance to the expanded space looked like a mysterious purple vortex. The announcement from the loudspeaker on a large pillar in the city center rang out. "The secret realm tunnel has been opened. Everyone please prepare. You will enter the secret realm in 5 minutes." After finishing his task, King Yin put his hands in his pockets and leisurely left. Behind him, everyone bowed their heads, respectfully sending off King Yin. King Yin is mighty. Yi Tian knew that Guy also had a space talent. He also didn't know how mystical that talent was. But unfortunately, he couldn't continue replicating, so he could only find an opportunity at their next meeting. On Yi Tian's status window at this time, he had successfully replicated 8 types of talents, including transcendent cultivation talent, peak grade speed talent, high grade blade talent, elementary assassination talent, peak grade healing talent, high grade strength talent, intermediate compression talent, intermediate defense talent. Before entering the secret realm, Yuling also gave Yi Tian 2 items. One was a spatial storage bag and a positioning watch. The spatial storage bag could hold many things, and the positioning watch could display their respective positions. She told Yi Tian to put these things away. They would be useful in the secret realm. Yi Tian took the 2 items Yuling gave him. He didn't expect Yuling to give him such good equipment. Yuling added, after entering the secret realm, they wouldn't know where they would be thrown, so they needed to quickly find each other's position to regroup. If it didn't get out within a month, they could only wait until 10 years later, when the secret realm would open again. While the 2 were talking, a fat guy slowly approached from somewhere. He stood behind Yi Tian, asking Yuling if this rookie was the expert Yuling had invited. He glanced down at Yi Tian, calling him kid. He said Yi Tian had the strength of a great martial artist. Could it be that he used some trick to deceive Yuling? The people passing by all felt that this fat guy's aura was quite strong. They were worried for Yi Tian. Being targeted by him was really unlucky. They should also quickly leave to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Yuling was a little angry and told the fat guy, "Yu Chao, this is her friend." She hoped he would be a little more respectful. However, he didn't seem to be afraid of Yuling's aura. He snorted coldly and said Yi Tian was just a rookie from a small place. He not only stole his brother's spot to enter the secret realm, now he wanted him to be respectful. He said he couldn't do it. As he spoke, he patted Yi Tian on the back. Seeing that he had no reaction, he became even more contemptuous, saying he didn't even dare to fart, truly a coward, and told him to hurry home and drink milk and not to let him see him in the secret realm. As he spoke, he turned and walked away. Although Yi Tian was also angry, he didn't bother to argue with this big-headed, small-brained guy. After all, he was from a Yu family, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Yuling. He pointed and asked Yuling, has he always been such a braggart? Yuling was so embarrassed for her family member that she was speechless. At this time, the loudspeaker announcement sounded. The secret realm is officially open, wishing everyone a great harvest of treasures upon your return. The great martial artists began to set off together, passing through the spatial rift into the secret realm. Yi Tian and Yuling also hurried inside. On the way to the martial pavilion, Yi looked into the distance. She silently prayed for her brother to return safely. As soon as he fell into the secret realm, Yi Tian fell flat on his butt, which felt like it had blossomed into 8 petals. He struggled to his feet, looking around for a moment. So this is the secret realm. Yi Tian was standing in front of an ancient building. The sky here was a blood-red color. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. After taking a few steps, Yi Tian noticed something under his foot. He bent down and picked up something red. After a closer look, he found it was a 100-year-old spirit ginseng. Then he stood up and looked around, only to realize that the entire garden in front of him was filled with 100-year-old spirit ginseng. He didn't expect there to be so many here. Yi Tian laughed with delight. He had really struck it rich. Then he quickly took out the storage bag, collecting all the spirit ginseng into the bag. If that money-loving Yi saw this, she would probably be scared to the point of fainting, right? Putting the storage bag back in his pocket, Yi Tian decided to go to another place to see what it was like. As soon as he entered the pavilion, Yi Tian saw the corpse of a recently deceased martial artist. This person probably had just entered the secret realm and was attacked by a fierce beast. It seems one cannot be careless in the secret realm. Just as he was about to go deeper inside, the watch on Yi Tian's wrist suddenly sounded an alarm. This meant Yu Ling was in danger. He immediately followed the watch's guidance towards Yu Ling. On Yu Ling's side, she was struggling quite a bit at the moment. She was quite seriously injured. In her mind, she could only pray for Yi Tian to hurry and get here. In front of her, she was surrounded by 3 little imps. Outside, Yi Tian followed the direction of the watch and quickly moved forward. He was a little worried. In his mind, he also silently reminded himself Yu Ling must wait for him. Finally, Yi Tian reached the tower where Yu Ling was. The roars of the little imps echoed as they simultaneously rushed to attack Yu Ling. Yu Ling swung her sword to fight back. However, her strength was depleted, so she was knocked to the ground by one of the imps. Another imp also stepped in front of her. It raised its axe, preparing to smash it straight into Yu Ling. At this moment, Yu Ling had no strength to dodge. She closed her eyes and waited for death, only silently praying for Yi Tian to appear in time. Luckily, Yi Tian arrived just in time. He raised his leg and kicked the imp far away with just one kick. Then he stood in front of Yu Ling, telling her to stay still and not move and to leave the rest to him. Yi Tian took out his short saber and lightly slashed one imp to death. Then he somersaulted into the air, finishing off the remaining 2 imps. Yu Ling watched Yi Tian fighting in front of her. She thought to herself, if Yi Tian is here, perhaps the wish that her father had yet to fulfill back then could be realized, right? After dealing with the 3 imps, Yi Tian walked up to Yu Ling and asked her what happened, because he knew that with her strength, how could these small, fierce beasts injure her like this? Yu Ling smiled and bowed her head. Of course, she wasn't injured by them. She was injured by the pupil python. That is a high-level fierce beast. It possesses an ocular talent. Just now, she had to use a secret technique to luckily escape. But unexpectedly, she was unlucky. Not long after getting outside, she ran into an ambush by this group of little demons. In this secret realm, there are precious treasures, but at the same time, there is also the risk of death, and this is just the beginning. Yu Ling stood up and walked to the lotus pond. She took out a bottle of medicine and drank it all, then sat down to regulate her own qi and blood. Seeing how familiar she was with every path as well as the treasures and fierce beasts here, Yi Tian was very curious and asked Yu Ling, "You know so much about this secret realm? So what is the most precious treasure here? And do you know all the locations of the heavenly and earthly treasures here?" Yu Ling nodded and told Yi Tian, "The most precious thing here is probably the origin qi stone or vein, but that huge resource has long been targeted by the Yun family." The Yun family she was talking about was the Yun family of that King Yunhe. Yi Tian asked, "So is your goal also this or vein?" Yu Ling sighed and said no. She wanted to find the treasure her father left behind. Yi Tian was surprised. So her father left a treasure in this secret realm? Yu Ling told him that 20 years ago, when her father came here, he discovered an extremely rare type of heavenly and earthly treasure. But unfortunately, it was protected by a fierce beast with an instantaneous movement talent, so her father couldn't obtain it. Therefore, coming here this time, obtaining that heavenly and earthly treasure is her main goal. As soon as he heard about the beast with instantaneous movement, Yi Tian's spirits lifted. According to Yu Ling's father's speculation, that beast is a very dangerous, fierce beast possessing an intermediate space talent. Yi Tian thought to himself, that King Yun, he only has an elementary space talent. If this beast has an intermediate space talent, then he must obtain it. After resting and regulating her body, Yu Ling's body had recovered a lot, and she could continue to act. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Yi Tian asked further, "So what exactly is the treasure you're talking about that makes you women so desperate? Can you conveniently reveal it?" Yu Ling nodded. Now you're her teammate. Perhaps telling you is not a problem. That treasure is called the Heavenly Soul Flower. It is a heavenly and earthly treasure that can upgrade a person's cultivation talent to the peak grade. To put it simply, one heavenly soul flower is an artificial genius. One heavenly soul flower is a peak level grandmaster. One heavenly soul flower is enough for a person in your Linhai base to dominate there. Only then did Yi Tian know. It turns out that thing is so powerful. Not only does Yu Ling need this thing, but both he and his sister also need it. Yi Tian secretly thought that he definitely couldn't use it, but but Yi really needed it. He asked Yuling how many heavenly soul flowers there were in total. Hearing what her father said, 20 years ago there were about 10, but some might have been lost during that time. It's also possible that more have grown. The biggest taboo for treasure hunting teammates is unequal distribution. Therefore, no matter how many there are, she is willing to share them equally with him. But he must also promise to use his full strength to deal with that fierce beast. Yi Tian nodded. That's a matter of course. The two made a deal and then immediately went to the location of the heavenly soul flower. Yi Tian flew after Yuling and asked her if she knew the specific location of that treasure. Yuling confidently told him to just follow her. The heavenly soul flower is indeed a good thing, but compared to the heavenly soul flower, Yi Tian was more interested in that space talent. Yi Tian asked Yuling that her father had been planning for 20 years. He probably had already thought of a countermeasure, right? Yuling admitted, of course there is a plan. As she spoke, she threw a compass to Yi Tian. She said this thing is called a formation plate. Her compass was created by a formation master she hired for a huge sum of money. The formation pattern on it is called the space ceiling formation, which can greatly reduce the effectiveness of instantaneous movement. Only then did Yi Tian know. So even instantaneous movement can be countered. Yuling told him that was a matter of course. All things in the world are mutually generating and restraining. There is no such thing as invincible, only natural enemies that have not yet been discovered. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Tian with a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Yi Tian also became a little thoughtful. A natural enemy. If so, then what is the natural enemy of this talent of his? Yuling spoke more specifically about the effect of the compass, telling Yi Tian not to think of this formation as too perfect. Its effective time is only 3 seconds, and its effective range is only 800 meters. Her original plan was to open the formation plate, then activate a secret technique to coordinate with him. But unfortunately, in order to escape the pupil python, I used the secret technique earlier than planned. And she couldn't use it again in a short period of time, and the matter of fighting for the treasure could not be delayed. Yi Tian understood her worries. He told her not to say any more. He would definitely fight with all his strength. Yuling stopped on a high cliff and looked down at the cliff below, telling Yi Tian that they had arrived. Yuling directed her gaze down the cliff and asked Yi Tian if he could see the mountain cave below. The heavenly soul flower treasure and the space beast are all in there. Looking down at the rather deep, bottomless cave in the middle of the mountain near where they were standing, Yi Tian asked what Yuling's plan was. What should they do next, or should he make the first move? Yuling told Yi Tian to calm down. It didn't need to be in a hurry right now, and setting up the formation also took some time. After she finished setting up the formation, she would lure it out. However, contrary to their calculations, the beast was currently lying deep inside the cave, but it seemed to have discovered that strangers were lurking around its home. It slowly opened its yellowish eyes that had patterns like snake scales, its mouth puffing out white smoke. From the cliff top, Yi Tian also immediately felt its pressure. It was like two blood-red eyes were staring at his back. Sure enough, behind the two of them, a reddish-gold light, as if filled with electric sparks, illuminated a large area. Yi Tian slowly turned his head and said to Yuling, "It has discovered us. It's the sensory ability that comes with the space talent." Above their heads now was a strange, huge beast with bat-like wings spread wide. Its whole body exuded a powerful red aura. Its yellow eyes were staring straight at the two of them. Yi Tian also saw its status frame. This mutated beast belongs to the void-escaping bat species. It has 3 talents, which are peak-grade bloodline talent, intermediate space talent, and intermediate giantification talent. Seeing these talents, Yi Tian also broke out in a cold sweat, especially the space talent. It was truly formidable. He immediately rushed towards the mutated beast, while reminding Yuling he would hold it off, and she must quickly activate the ceiling formation. The two of them immediately acted according to the plan. The mutated beast immediately rushed to attack Yi Tian. Its hands had 5 fingers with claws like 5 blades that simultaneously struck towards Yi Tian. Its power was indeed not ordinary at all. With just one move, it injured Yi Tian. He had to silently admit, as expected of teleportation, it was fundamentally different from the speed talent. The beast's speed made it difficult for Yi Tian to keep up. It spread its wings, flew into the air, and punched straight at Yi Tian, sending him crashing to the ground. Yi Tian seemed to have been provoked to anger. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and decided that if this was the case, he would definitely fight it to the end. Then, Yi Tian immediately used his healing talent, took out his dagger, and prepared for a life-and-death battle. On this side, Yuling also began to activate the anti-air formation. She gritted her teeth, tried to work as fast as possible. She silently prayed that Yi Tian must hold on a little longer. It was almost ready. The compass flew in the air, emitting a stream of blue energy that enveloped Yuling's body. At this moment, under the bright moonlight in the high sky, the beast was silently watching its prey below after discovering that Yi Tian was not yet dead. It immediately spread its wings, its eyes bloodshot red, and it stepped through space, instantly rushing towards Yi Tian. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Tian was astonished. Although he was mentally prepared for a life-or-death fight, facing the beast's immense power, he had to hastily turn and flee. The beast pursued closely, attacking Yi Tian as it chased. Each of its attacks, a strike from its claws, could shatter a boulder. Yi Tian jumped to one side, taunting it, saying that it wasn't the only one with fast speed. His speed was not bad either. The beast was angered to the point of fuming. It bared its sharp teeth and charged straight at Yi Tian. Charging, its giant claws grazing past Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian spun in midair, his dagger in hand, fighting against the claws. However, his human strength was limited. Yi Tian knew he couldn't hold out for much longer. He shouted to Yuling, asking how much longer until she finished setting up the formation. Yuling told him to hold on for another 3 seconds. However, 3 seconds was a great effort for Yi Tian now, and he didn't know if he would succeed. The beast leaped into the air, its feet stepping on the wind as if empowered, and charged straight towards Yi Tian. The sky turned as dark as ink, the beast like a yiksha hunting its prey. Yuling counted each second in fear. Fortunately, Yi Tian quickly turned and dodged to the side, at the same time giving the beast a kick to the face. At this moment, Yuling's anti-air technique was also set up and began to open. The anti-air technique flew into the sky. Then the formation expanded over a large area, shining directly down on the beast below. The beast, caught in the formation, screamed in pain. Yuling walked towards it step by step. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, they had succeeded. Just when they thought they had successfully controlled it, the beast suddenly stood up. From a small, incredibly fast beast, after a loud roar, it transformed into a huge beast as large as a small mountain. Its whole body was covered in tangled muscles, carrying world-destroying power. Not only that, the mysterious ancient characters carrying the sealing power within the Great Formation showed signs of twisting from its immense strength. Yuling was extremely surprised. She realized this was its gigantification talent. At this moment, the formation plate above also showed many cracks, looking like it wouldn't last much longer. Yuling turned her head and shouted, intending to tell Yi Tian to take this chance and run. Who would have thought that while the monster was trying to escape the seal, a green light flashed past its giant mouth. Yi Tian flew up and unleashed a world-shaking blow with terrifying momentum, directly blasting its body apart. With just one slash, the creature's head was sent flying high. Yi Tian's eyes were cold as he watched the head fall to the ground like a toy. Seeing what had just happened in a flash, Yuling couldn't help but stand frozen on the spot. The monster's head fell with a loud thud on the ground right in front of her. Compared to it, Yuling was truly small and insignificant. No words could describe the extreme terror in Yuling's heart. She stammered and trembled. What was this? With just one blow, he had eliminated this seemingly invincible monster. Yi Tian was truly too powerful. After the beast was dealt with by Yi Tian, the compass also fell and shattered. You want to pick it up? But it had broken into many pieces and had many cracks. It had basically become a useless item, and he couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Such a good item could only be used once. At this time, Yuling also ran to Yi Tian to check on him. One would think she was concerned, but the next second she showed her dissatisfaction and barraged Yi Tian with questions, asking if he was hiding his true strength. Otherwise, how could he have dealt with this space-evading bat in a single blow? The young man would never admit it, raising his hands in denial, bluffing that the beast was actually only fast. When it grew larger, it couldn't use its strength, which conveniently made it easier for him to strike. It was all thanks to her formation. conversation. The young man gave a forced smile, then brought up another topic to change the subject, asking Yuling how many heavenly soul flowers they had now, as that was the most important thing. Yuling snorted coldly, then turned and left, not forgetting to tell him to watch himself, that he had better not hide anything from her. After speaking, Yuling glided into the cave like the wind. After all, it had been 20 years. Who knew how many plants were left? She just hoped there were a few more stalks. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to explain it to Yi-Tian. Outside the cave, Yi-Tian quickly took out his storage bag to collect the body of the beast, then stood there with his hands on his hips, proud and grinning slyly. This time, he had really hit the jackpot. Inside the cave, Yuling also found the location of the heavenly soul flowers. She was overjoyed that there were still quite a few heavenly soul flowers here. After carefully counting them, there were exactly 8 stalks left. This was truly lucky, just enough to share with Yi-Tian. Yuling excitedly sat down and carefully picked them one by one. Dividing them 4 stalks each, no one would be at a disadvantage. After Yi-Tian finished dealing with the monster's corpse, he also walked into the cave from outside. After observing his surroundings, he made a discovery. The aura of this cave smelled familiar. Just then, Yuling came over and said they had harvested 8 plants, so each person would get 4. Yi-Tian happily stored the 4 stalks of heavenly soul flower in his storage bag. Suddenly, the young man was startled as he remembered something. This scent was exactly the same as the scent when Xiao Jin led him to find the spirit fruit. At this point, he could be sure that there must be other treasures here, so he decided to find them no matter what. After finishing her work, Yuling saw that this guy had no intention of leaving and asked in surprise, "What are you trying to do? You got the heavenly soul flower. Why don't you go out instead of lingering here?" Yi-Tian didn't answer, but just told Yuling that if she was in a hurry, she could go back first. He still had some business and would leave later. Yuling felt a little dissatisfied, saying that getting the heavenly soul flower wasn't enough to satisfy him. Greed is a major taboo when searching for treasures. Doesn't he understand the principle of moderation? Seeing that Yi-Tian didn't answer and was busy concentrating on searching for something, Yuling angrily shouted, asking if he was deaf that he remained silent as a clam when she was talking to him. Yi-Tian was currently focused on finding the treasure, too lazy to talk nonsense with this chatty girl. According to his intuition, there was definitely something good waiting for him to collect. Yi-Tian felt the rock wall in a corner and discovered something unusual, firmly convinced that this was the place. So without much thought, he immediately activated his strength talent and threw a powerful punch at the rock wall, shattering it. Yuling didn't understand what the hell this guy was doing, but after seeing the stone wall break, another cave was revealed, making her run over curiously. As expected, it was not beyond Yi-Tian's prediction. The two entered and saw a small lake inside. In the middle of the lake, a white lotus flower was in full bloom, its light so bright it was dazzling. One look, and you could tell it was a treasure. Yuling immediately recognized it as the earthly golden lotus. Yi-Tian couldn't hide his smile. This was what he wanted to find. Hearing Yuling call the flower the earthly golden lotus, Yi-Tian was also surprised by her knowledge. Yuling explained to him that this earthly golden lotus was even rarer than the heavenly soul flower, and its market value was 5 times that of the heavenly soul flower. It was just a pity that its price was so high that no one bought it. Yi-Tian was even more surprised. How could something so rare be for sale, but have no buyers? Yuling explained that this earthly golden lotus affects a person's innate talent. However, it cannot enhance the talent in its essence, but can only help a person's innate talent to produce a new variation. But whether this new type of talent is practical or not depends heavily on the person's original innate talent. For example, if someone with a speed talent uses it, their talent might turn into wings, which is almost useless. Although it also has the possibility of transforming into a new, useful mutated talent, this possibility is extremely low, maybe a 1 in 1,000 chance. In short, the price of this thing is too high. So only rich people will buy it to try their luck, while ordinary people basically don't buy it. Yi-Tian was quite interested. It could help his innate talent have a chance to produce a new mutation. His innate talent was the replication talent, so he wondered what kind of new variation it would produce. Yi-Tian said he had a business deal to discuss with Yuling, but he had to go pick this thing first. Before he finished speaking, Yi Tian's figure shot out to the middle of the lake, easily picking the white lotus flower, then stepped on the leaves to return to his original spot next to Yu Ling, leaving her stunned and surprised. "Why did you suddenly go and pick it? I have a share in this earthly golden lotus, so don't you dare try to take it all for yourself." Yi Tian found it funny and told her not to be hasty. "You said this flower's market value is 5 times that of the heavenly soul flower. So, compared to the black wolf's corpse, I also have half the rights to this lotus." As he spoke, Yi Tian took out the 3 heavenly soul flowers to trade with her. Yu Ling was stunned into a daze, wondering if this guy was an idiot. She had to know that those 3 heavenly soul flowers were much more valuable than the beast's corpse and this earthly golden lotus. She suspected that this guy's mind was probably not quite normal. The girl then covered her smug laugh with her hand, her expression utterly cunning. As a deceitful merchant, she definitely needed to teach this guy a lesson. So this young lady pretended to be reluctant, saying that out of respect for Yi Tian's all-out effort to help her, she would let him have the better deal. Having reached an agreement, Yi Tian happily gave her the 3 heavenly soul flowers. Yu Ling opened her storage bag to receive them, in her heart overjoyed at having gotten a bargain. Suddenly getting 3 heavenly soul flowers without spending a dime meant that in this operation, she had harvested a total of 7 heavenly soul flowers. Yu Ling clenched her fist, her face showing pride. She told herself, as the one negotiating with that person, this amount of treasure should be enough. On a rock in the cave, Yi Tian sat down and began to refine the flower. The earthly golden lotus quickly dissolved, turning into a stream of golden, sacred aura that enveloped Yi Tian. Yi Tian tried to open his status to check and was stunned when he saw the notification from the status window. He really couldn't believe his eyes. The system said, "What does the second replication feature mean? Did that mean he could copy a talent twice a month? Didn't this mean he had soared to the heavens in a single step?" Yi Tian stood up happily, smiling. 2 for a new type, he liked it very much. Next, Yi Tian tried to check if the replicable distance had changed. At this moment, with Yi Tian himself as the center, a strange pink wave spread out around him. Its range was no longer 50 meters as before, but had expanded further and further from 200 meters to 400 meters, finally stopping when it reached 500 meters. Yi Tian didn't expect it to increase so much. It was truly too powerful. A second replication ability, plus a 500-meter replication distance. Let alone 3 stalks of heavenly soul flower, even 10 stalks would have been worth it. At this moment, Yi Tian remembered he had one more thing to do. Saying that, Yi Tian opened his storage bag and released the body of the space-evading beast. The status window opened with a notification, asking Yi Tian if he wanted to replicate the intermediate space talent. There was no reason to refuse. A cunning smile appeared on the corner of Yi Tian's mouth as he thought to himself, "Of course, I agree to fuse." Yi Tian's eyes widened in surprise because the system displayed a new notification that he had successfully fused the space talent. He didn't expect this fusion to be faster than usual. Checking his status window once over, he saw Yi Tian's current talents included superb cultivation talent, peak level speed talent, high-level saber technique talent, elemental level shadow talent, peak level healing talent, high-level strength talent, intermediate level compression talent, intermediate level defense talent, and finally, intermediate level space talent. The reason Yi Tian was so surprised was that deep down, he could feel that he had gained many new abilities. Along with the fusion of the space talent came teleportation, spatial sense, spatial mark, personal space, and many other things. Yi Tian had to admit that this space talent was the strongest talent he had ever encountered. Next, he extended a hand forward, and a stream of blue energy immediately appeared on his palm. In his mind, Yi Tian silently said, "Personal space talent." Instantly, the blue energy converged into a cube with a personal space volume of up to 125 cubic meters, while his previous storage bag only had 30 cubic meters and could be easily snatched by others. Now that he had this personal space, his supplies were also guaranteed to be safe. As he spoke, Yi Tian moved everything from his storage bag into the cube in his hand. Yi Tian gave a cunning smirk. Next up was the beginning of a new era of plunder. After finishing everything, Yi Tian went outside and saw Yu Ling sitting there meditating. conveniently standing guard for him while he refined the earthly golden lotus inside. Obviously, she was unaware of the changes in Yi Tian. Looking at Yuling's sleeping face, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. To think there was someone in the world who looked exactly like Yi Yu. Speaking of which, it reminded him of that clumsy little girl. He wondered what she was doing now. Yuling finally noticed Yi Tian approaching. She stood up, dusted off her bottom, and asked Yi Tian if he had finished resting. Yi Tian put on an innocent smile, thanking her for helping him guard the cave entrance from outside. Yuling, with her hands on her hips, told Yi Tian that she had gotten what she needed. She wanted to go outside now and asked Yi Tian if he wanted to leave together. He didn't expect her to want to leave the secret realm so quickly. Yi Tian scratched his head and said that he actually wanted to stay inside a bit longer to train. Who knows, he might encounter some great opportunity. Hearing him say this, Yuling flared up in anger. She approached and asked this guy, a stranger in a strange land, if he knew how dangerous it was to be here alone. This place is not as simple as you think. However, Yi Tian still had that harmless appearance, saying he could protect himself and telling her to rest assured and leave first. Yuling let out another tirade to vent her anger, but it still couldn't change this stubborn guy's mind. Yi Tian smiled and told her she didn't need to persuade him anymore. The way back is also dangerous. He would escort her to the teleportation point to be safe. Yuling knew it was hard to persuade this guy anymore, so she sighed and gave up. However, she was still resentful, determined to drag this guy out of the secret realm with her. Just like that, the two of them, one in front and one behind, ran towards the teleportation gate. But they had only gone a short distance when a loud explosion sounded not far away, startling the two of them to a halt. The two of them had the same thought. There were people fighting ahead, definitely fighting over a treasure. It's a pity it's too far to see who it is. Yi Tian felt that this was the perfect time to try out the skill he had just acquired, a move from his space talent, long-distance spatial sense. In his eyes, ripples of energy immediately appeared, silently spreading outwards very quickly. Sure enough, he could see some images. It was the image of two people fighting. Their two weapons clashed fiercely in midair. Yi Tian had to marvel that the abilities that came with the space talent were truly too powerful. Below the cliff, two people were indeed fighting a life-and-death battle. At a glance, the two had been fighting for a long time, but had not yet determined a winner. Next to them was the corpse of a beast. Yi Tian found it strange. This beast was already dead, so why were these two people fighting? The red-haired, one-eyed man called the other one Zhang Kai. He said this treasure was his and advised him that it would be best to give up early. However, the one named Zhang Kai was no weaker. He snorted coldly, saying that until the fight was over, it was unknown who would die first. After speaking, the two of them continued to charge at each other. From above, Yu Ling and Yi Tian also recognized them. These two were Li Kong and Zhang Kai. But it was very strange because the Li and Zhang families had always had a very good relationship. Why were they suddenly killing each other like this? Yi Tian sensed something suspicious, so he continued to use his spatial sensibility. He was certain that these two were fighting over some treasure. The question was where it was. He had to find it. After looking around, he found nothing new. Finally, Yi Tian's gaze stopped on the beast's body, and sure enough, he found something in its mouth. Looking closely, it was indeed a spirit herb. Another treasure. No wonder the two were killing each other. The two rushed at each other like mortal enemies. In the end, both sides were sent flying back in a miserable state. The result was that no one benefited from this meaningless fight because they were both dead. He didn't expect them to be so reckless. Seeing the two of them act foolishly and lose their lives, Yiling quickly jumped down to pick up the good stuff. Yi Tian, standing above, shouted and asked her what she was doing again. Didn't she say she was going to the teleportation gate? Seeing this guy being so naive and honest, Yiling could only smirk, her face showing the expression of a deceitful merchant. To not take the spoils right in front of you would be to act like a puppy. Knowing her intention, Yi Tian also hurriedly rushed after her, adding that this time they would not divide the treasures evenly. Whoever gets an item, it's theirs. Who knew that Yiling was so greedy that she quickly agreed, not forgetting to tell Yi Tian not to regret it. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, laughing inwardly. If this young lady could find that spirit flower, he would consider it his loss. Seeing Yi Tian so certain, Yiling had no intention of holding back. She suddenly accelerated, forcing Yi Tian to pretend to chase after her through the smoke. Yuling finally reached the battlefield first. She quickly went to the two guys. First, she had to take the storage bags on their bodies before considering anything else. After easily reaping the rewards and taking the two storage bags, she sat there laughing as if she had a bumper harvest, extremely pleased. In the end, all these things were hers. Meanwhile, Yi Tian didn't care at all about the two guys' belongings. He was still smiling, not looking rushed at all. He casually patted the firm, plump bottom of the beast and asked her if she wanted this thing. Yuling didn't even turn her head. The beast's corpse was both large and worthless. She told Yi Tian if he wanted it, he could take it. She didn't need it. Yi Tian tried to ask again if she was sure she didn't need it. Yuling started to lose patience and became a little annoyed. I already said I don't need it. If you want to take it, just take it. Do whatever you want with it. Yi Tian smiled and turned his head and told her not to regret it. Yuling was still busy admiring the saber she had just picked up, sighing and telling Yi Tian that he was really long-winded. It's just a beast's corpse, nothing rare or strange. She saw that Yi Tian didn't say anymore, but slowly walked to the side of the beast, used both hands to open its mouth, and immediately saw the item he wanted. It was a precious red spirit herb. Although he didn't know what it was, one look was enough to recognize it as a treasure. At this moment, its appearance also successfully attracted Yuling's attention. She turned her head, her eyes wide open, as if this young lady had realized its value. The young man, however, still had an innocent and guiltless look, shouting loudly to show that he was also very surprised. What luck! I can't believe there's a spirit grass in its mouth. Yuling hurriedly ran over, demanding that Yi Tian show her the spirit grass. Just as Yi Tian opened his mouth to say it was his, Yuling grabbed his hand, insisting on seeing it. After seeing the red flower up close, she was completely petrified, her mouth wide open in astonishment. She couldn't believe it was actually a fire spirit talent grass. Yi Tian glanced over. Sure enough, she knew the origin of this thing. Yi Tian held the flower in his hand, casually moving it away from Yuling, and asked if this item was very rare. Yuling anxiously told him to be more careful. Next, Yuling smiled innocently, shamelessly approaching Yi Tian and suggesting that they trade items. Hearing this, Yi Tian almost had a stroke on the spot. This young lady had a good idea, but first, he wanted to know the origin and effect of this thing before discussing it further. Yuling nodded and raised her hand to begin explaining. Actually, its effect is very simple, and there is only one, which is to help a person generate a fire talent. After hearing this, Yi Tian's face clearly showed disappointment. Is that all it's good for? His attitude drove Yuling crazy. She asked if he even knew how significant it was to gain an additional talent. The king-level experts of some families only possess high-level cultivation talents. They have no support talents at all. Therefore, for these families, a high-level attack talent like this fire spirit talent is extremely rare. After some careful thought, Yi Tian realized that while it was precious to others, he was an exception. Since he could infinitely copy talents, what did he need it for? Seeing that he hadn't decided, Yuling spoke to him in a low voice, telling him that a king-level ancestor of her Yu family was in the same situation. He lacked a special talent. If he could obtain this fire flame talent, his combat power could increase tenfold. Surprisingly, right after hearing this, Yi Tian held out his hand and said that if she wanted it that badly, she could just take it. Consider it a gift for her. Yuling was utterly shocked, her mouth beginning to stammer. What a gift for me. Yi Tian nodded and said, of course, since he had no use for it, and neither did Yi Yu, giving it to her was much more practical. Yuling felt truly awkward receiving such a huge gift. Knowing this, Yi Tian turned and walked away after giving her the gift. Let me go see if there are any other treasures around. Following Yi Tian's retreating figure with her eyes, Yuling couldn't help but happily wonder to herself, can the gap between people really be this big? Some people would treat it as a precious treasure. They might even risk their own lives to obtain it, while others were completely unmoved, simply giving it away to someone else. Indeed, Yi Tian is a man who does great things. But all of this was within Yi Tian's calculations. He thought to himself that this item was useless to him, so giving it to Yuling would make her owe him a debt of gratitude. Who knows, maybe he'd get a hefty discount when buying things from the Martial Pavilion in the future. He never does anything that results in a loss. The two finally arrived at the Secret Realm's teleportation gate. The teleportation gate was currently spinning continuously, emitting a powerful force of teleportation. Before leaving, Yuling asked Yi Tian one more time if he really wanted to stay here or if he would return with her. Yi Tian smiled and rubbed his neck, saying he wanted to stay here a while longer. Seeing that she couldn't persuade this guy, Yu Ling could only sigh helplessly. If that's the case, then both of these storage bags are for Yi Tian, and there's also a heavenly soul flower that his sister needs. In short, she couldn't just take his things for free. Yi Tian didn't act polite anymore and took the items Yu Ling handed him. Before she left, she was still worried and reminded Yi Tian once more that within the 1-month period, it was best for him to leave before the deadline. The closer it got to the end, the more dangerous it would become near the teleportation gate, and he would need to be more careful then. As she was about to leave, she stopped, as if she remembered something she needed to remind him of. She told him that if he encountered people from the Yun family, he absolutely must not provoke them. It was best to take a detour if he saw them. Their family has a king-level expert presiding over it. Yi Tian carefully thought about that King Yunhe's family. Yu Ling then smiled relaxedly and said she would wait for him outside. Yu Ling flew up towards the teleportation vortex. She couldn't help but glance back with a bit of reluctance and thought to herself, perhaps it won't be long before this man named Yi Tian leaves me far behind. Because of this, she became even more determined to speed up her cultivation. Otherwise, in the future, she would only be able to look up at him. When he saw Yu Ling's figure gradually disappear behind the vortex, officially leaving the secret realm, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief. The one holding him back was finally gone. Next, he no longer needed to hide his strength. As he spoke, Yi Tian assumed a pose like a track and field athlete. A sharp look appeared in his eyes, no longer the innocent and naive one from before. Right now, this small secret realm was his home ground. With that said, Yi Tian stomped his foot on the ground with a loud bang, causing his whole body to shoot off like a meteor, heading towards the depths of the secret realm at extreme speed. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the teleportation vortex suddenly changed. The crowd below was surprised and realized the entrance to the secret realm was unstable. A change like this meant someone was coming out from inside, but they didn't understand why someone would leave after only 2 days. While the crowd was still curious, a beam of light shot down from the teleportation gate, giving them a scare. However, those malicious people standing outside said some strange words, asking each other if she had any treasures on her. Thinking about it, someone who left after only 2 days probably wasn't very strong. They probably didn't manage to get anything good. If they did, now would be a good time to snatch the treasures. The person they were talking about was Yu Ling. For some unknown reason, she was now in a miserable state, covered in wounds, lying flat on the ground. At this moment, an old man hurriedly ran over. Recognizing Yu Ling and seeing she was so heavily injured, he was very worried and frightened. He asked her why she was so seriously injured, what danger she had encountered inside, and what on earth had happened. At this moment, Yu Ling regained consciousness, but her tone was very weak. She grabbed the old man's arm and told him to just take her back to the clan first. From high above, a pair of hungry predators, eyes lurking in the darkness, stared intently at the crowd below. This person was none other than King Yunhe. He recognized that the person who had just come out was a junior from the Yu family. Looking at her, her wounds didn't seem fake. He thought she must have encountered some fierce beast inside the secret realm and was forced to flee outside like this. She definitely didn't have anything good on her, so he would spare her. With that said, he revealed his true, cruel nature. He was the most terrifying monster for the people entering the secret realm this time. He just waited for the fat sheep to appear and then devoured them, saving him the effort. Back to Yu Ling. When the old man brought her to a safe area, he was startled by her words. He didn't expect that her wounds were only superficial, not serious at all. He was bewildered and didn't understand what she was saying. Yu Ling took a sip of a stamina recovery potion and said she was just putting on an act for outsiders. With so many experts near the entrance of the secret realm wanting to snatch treasures, she had to pretend to be seriously injured, as if she had been forced to flee to deceive them. The old man then nodded, understanding her meaning. But immediately after, he was startled again. "Does this mean you found some treasure?" Yu Ling nodded, confirming it was so, saying she had found the fire spirit talent grass. Then she showed him the treasure she had obtained this time. The old man was as shocked as if he had met a celestial being. To think that a talent-bestowing medicinal herb like the fire spirit talent grass could be produced inside the secret realm. At this time, Yu Ling called the old man Uncle Ben. Regarding the matter of the fire spirit talent grass, she had a favor to ask of him. He thought about it for a moment and then agreed. After all, obtaining this fire spirit talent grass was considered a great contribution to the Yu family. The old man turned his head and asked her what she needed. Yuling calmly stood up and said seriously that she only had one request. That is, she hoped to meet the ancestor once. As soon as Yuling finished speaking, Uncle Ben was shocked for a second time. He seemed to not believe his ears, so he asked again just to be sure. Yuling bowed her head and stepped closer to her uncle. She naturally knew that with her status, it was impossible to meet the ancestor. But this matter was extremely important to her, so she hoped that Uncle Ben could help her this time. Seeing that Uncle Ben still didn't agree, Yuling saw that the soft approach wasn't working, so she had to use a hard one. She said that if she couldn't meet the ancestor, she wouldn't hand over this fire spirit talent grass, even if it meant destroying it. Old Ben asked in frustration if there was really no other room for negotiation. Yuling nodded with firm determination, saying she only wanted to meet the ancestor. Feeling that there was no other way with this little girl, he could only gloomily agree, saying that he would make the arrangements. Yuling then returned to her room. By now it was dark. She stepped out of the bathroom. She felt truly relaxed. It had been a long time since she had a hot bath like this. Next, she went to the window and looked up at the sky, wondering to herself, I wonder how that guy Yi is doing inside the secret realm. Back to Yi. This fellow was sitting on the body of a fierce beast he had just killed. Bloodstains still lingered on Yi-Tion's body. Yi-Tion was feeling really bored. There wasn't even an opponent he could fight. If you didn't look down, it was fine. But once you did, it was terrifying because beneath Yi-Tion's feet was not one fierce beast, but a mountain of fierce beast corpses, all of them brutally killed by Yi-Tion's own hands. At the Yu family estate, the next morning, a girl came and knocked on Yuling's door, saying that Elder Yu Ben wanted to see her and told her to come to the living room quickly. A radiant Yuling stepped out from inside. Then she went straight to the Yu family's council room, which was also an extremely important place that only the leaders could access. At this moment, the ancestor of the Yu family, Yu Jing, was sitting leisurely, enjoying a cup of fine tea amidst the gentle smoke of sandalwood. He had to exclaim, this little girl actually managed to find the fire spirit talent grass. He asked her what kind of reward she wanted. Yuling stood there. Although she looked calm on the outside, deep down she was very nervous. Specifically, her fists were trembling violently. She gathered all her courage and said in one breath that the reward she wanted was to view the Tao Enlightenment Steel once. The first person to show a loss of composure was this old man, Yu Ben. His eyes widened, his face gained a few more wrinkles, and he roared at Yuling, Hey, do you know what you're saying? You actually dare to want to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment Steel? That steel is the foundation of the Yu family. Even he doesn't have the qualification to go and comprehend it. This request of Yuling's was truly outrageous. However, Yuling still ignored the old man's words. She knelt on the ground and said that she had also harvested 6 more heavenly soul flowers inside the secret realm this time. She was willing to offer them all to the disciples of the family, only begging the ancestor to grant her wish this time. The ancestor of the Yu family was still sitting there, leisurely drinking the tea in his hand, temporarily not saying anything else. This demeanor was a world apart from the haste and urgency of the old man Yu Ben beside him. Finally, he put down his teacup and spoke, letting Yuling know that the aura of the Tao Enlightenment Steel was about to dissipate. There were only a few opportunities for comprehension left, but they were all already spoken for. He calmly told Yuling she could change her request. However, down below, Yuling was resolute in her initial intention, steadfastly begging the ancestor to grant her this request. Other than this, she really had no interest in anything else. A cold glint mixed with a hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Yu family's ancestor. Just that alone shattered the door in front of him. This was the first time a junior had dared to go against his will. A terrifying pressure spread out, sending Yuling flying. Yuling truly had no strength to fight back, nor did she have the right to fight back. This was just a tiny bit of power from the aura of a king-level expert, but it was enough to leave her in a miserable state, injured to the point of spitting blood outside in the courtyard. Ben was utterly terrified, afraid that the ancestor would actually kill Yuling in a fit of anger. It must be known that he was the supreme existence here. Killing Yuling was like stepping on an ant, and no one would dare to complain. The Yu family ancestor began to stand up and snorted coldly. Truly an insolent junior. not knowing her own place, daring to stand there and bargain with me. At this moment, out in the courtyard, Yuling propped herself up with her trembling arms, trying to sit up. She did not back down and said loudly, "No matter how I cultivate my talent, I can only stop at the Grandmaster level. I am truly not resigned to this." She clutched her stomach and shouted, "I want to become stronger." However, she hadn't been roaring to show her will for long before she looked up and saw the figure of the ancestor standing with his arms crossed, hovering in front of her. Moreover, he was looking down at her with his lofty eyes, which showed disapproval and a lack of regard. He sneered and told her she was truly insolent. And so, he continued to release his pressure, striking Yuling directly. Yuling's entire body endured a terrifying pressure pressing down from above, causing her whole figure to be suppressed to the ground. The pressure was so strong that the bricks and stones under her feet all shattered. Looking at the intricate web of cracks on the ground was enough to see how terrifying the pressure Yuling was bearing was. At this moment, she was extremely frightened, wondering to herself if this was the true pressure of a king-level expert. Old Ben ran over quickly to beg the ancestor to show mercy. He immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Yuling is just a young junior who doesn't know her place," and talked back to the ancestor. "I hope the ancestor will show mercy and not stoop to her level." It seemed as though Yuling would be crushed under this pressure, but through the power of her willpower, when she felt the terror of the king-level realm, she longed for it even more, yearning to reach it. This seemed to give Yuling more strength to push herself up with her hands. She whispered to Uncle Ben, "This has nothing to do with you." Even though the pain was so great that every bone in her body felt like it was about to break under the pressure, Yuling still tried to stand up. Her expression was full of determination. With difficulty, she uttered words from the bottom of her heart. "I must comprehend the Tao enlightenment steel, no matter what." Her will even astonished the Yu ancestor. He didn't expect Yuling to be able to use her willpower to resist his pressure and stand up. Next, he was only seen waving his sleeve, the robe just flying past Yuling's face. Just a small movement, but the terror was unimaginable. Yuling thought it was over this time. She gritted her teeth and stood there, waiting for death to come to her. However, things did not unfold that way. When she fell to the ground, she soberly realized that the pressure had all disappeared. Uncle Ben ran over, overjoyed, and repeatedly thanked the ancestor for showing mercy. Who would have thought that not only was the ancestor not angry, but he also took out a token, saying that a country has its laws and a family has its rules. He would not break the rules for her. Those positions have already been assigned, so they cannot be changed. But this token is his personal secret order. With it, she can go and comprehend the Tao enlightenment steel. The ancestor gave the token to Yuling, telling her to just take it and go. Receiving the item she had longed for in her hands, Yuling was overjoyed. She let out a breath and looked at the token in her hand. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. She definitely had to cherish it. After Yuling received the token and left, a short while later, Old Ben went to the ancestor's place, holding a tray in his hand. He told the ancestor that Yuling had sent someone to deliver 6 more heavenly soul flowers and the fire spirit talent grass. The ancestor was still tending to his potted plants at this time. He told him to just place them on the table. After placing the tray of herbs on the table, Old Ben asked the ancestor his question. "From the beginning, you had no intention of letting Yuling comprehend that Tao enlightenment steel, but why did you suddenly agree later?" The ancestor, while scooping water to water the plants, said that he just liked the stubborn personality of Yuling. It was like seeing himself when he was young. Back to the dreamy youth in the purple robe inside the secret realm. A single glance was enough to see this fellow climbing a mountain to pick some kind of spirit herb. However, just as he successfully picked another spirit plant, before he could rejoice, the youth slipped. What followed was a piercing scream and then a free fall downwards. The result was the youth crashing into the lake, sending water splashing everywhere. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to worry about the treasure first. After throwing the spirit herb onto the ground, the youth clumsily crawled ashore, his mouth coughing violently from drinking a bellyful of water. Yi Tian dragged his body ashore, truly the unluckiest man alive. Sitting on a rock, he took out his personal space to check his harvest from the past few days. After laying out the goods on the ground and checking them over, it was indeed a considerable harvest. It seemed his own luck is not bad, adding the fierce beasts he killed. This time, Yi Tian has truly struck it rich, but he was all wet and plus the body odor that was probably for not bathing for a long time was now rising and really hard to smell. It's better to go change into new clothes. Luckily, before he left, Yu had carefully reminded him to bring a few new sets of clothes to change into. He really has a sister worth her weight in gold. Below, Yi Tian didn't notice that on a cliff not far away, there was some kind of fierce beast. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it exhaled puffs of white breath. It looked very much like a mouse. After changing into clean clothes, Yi Tian collected all his belongings and spirit herbs and put them into his personal space. Today, he had to let himself rest a bit. He just noticed that his stomach was rumbling in protest, making a lot of noise. His eyes turned towards the forest. The first thing now was to find something to put in his stomach. Just at this moment, suddenly, out of nowhere, a very terrifying wild boar beast appeared. Its body was huge, and sharp spines grew on its back. Moreover, its pair of tusks would make others shy away in fear. At this moment, it was looking at Yi Tian with its terrifying, bright red eyes. Yi Tian was a little startled, but it was unclear which one should be afraid of the other. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian was already sitting by a fire, roasting delicious wild boar meat. He probably thought this boar looked too scary, so he had to eat it to be less scared. The aroma it gave off was truly intoxicating. Yi Tian took out a knife and cut slice after slice of meat. Just looking at it made his mouth water. Next, the youth used both hands to hold the piece of meat and munched on it. It's really delicious. Suddenly, behind Yi Tian, another black shadow moved swiftly and nimbly towards this place. Yi Tian was happily eating meat when he encountered a robber. This mouse actually dared to steal food from the mouth of this demon lord Yi. This mouse must be called too professional. As soon as it snatched the spoils, it quickly dusted off its butt and left without a trace of reluctance. Yi Tian watched it go, furious. That mouse actually dared to mess with him. So, the youth immediately chased after the robber. After a process of meticulous tracking, crawling, and slithering, Yi Tian finally found it. At this moment, the thief was on a rock, savoring its prize. Yi Tian watched it from behind a bush. "You actually dare to hunt my meat? You're dead for sure this time." While muttering to himself, Yi Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression extremely surprised as he looked at the mouse's status window. It was a treasure-hunting talent. This mouse belonged to a species of fierce beast called the purple gold treasure mouse. Its bloodline talent was top tier, and its treasure-hunting talent was high level. Yi Tian couldn't possibly let this opportunity slip away. This fellow's talent was too suitable for him. So, Yi Tian shot off like a madman, determined to catch this little thief, but who knew this guy would be so tricky? At first, it was eating with gusto, but when it detected the ambush, it immediately dropped the evidence and quickly fled to save its life. Yi Tian didn't expect to miss and ended up face-planting on the ground, a truly embarrassing moment. The mouse just dashed away like a flash in the dark forest. After his failed pounce, Yi Tian immediately stood up and laughed loudly. You want to run after committing a crime? It's not that easy. Yi Tian immediately activated his space talent, teleportation. And so, as the mouse was on the run, a pink ball of light suddenly appeared in front of it. Before it could understand what was happening, Yi Tian suddenly flew out from within and caught it neatly in his palm. The mouse struggled desperately. It could even speak human language. It roared, "Let me go, you stupid human." Yi Tian was stunned for a moment. It could even curse, and in a girl's voice, no less. Yi Tian peeked underneath to see if it was a male or female mouse. And so, he received another barrage of curses from the female mouse. "Pervert, where are you looking?" Yi Tian was too lazy to argue with this sharp-tongued girl. He went straight to the point, asking if it wanted to accept a master or be turned into roasted meat. Looking at Yi Tian's terrifying expression and the sharp knife in his hand, the mouse could only cry, hastily agreeing to accept a master. Next, it offered its soul light and began to sign a master-servant contract with Yi Tian. After signing the contract, Yi Tian was happy and satisfied and let it go. He also said that since it had purple fur, he would call it Xiao Zi from now on. The mouse didn't know if it liked the name, but could only nod in agreement. Looking at the pet in front of him, Yi Tian thought to himself, "This fat mouse possesses a top-tier treasure-hunting talent. This is very useful to me." He remembered Yuling had also mentioned that the most valuable thing in this secret realm is the spirit stone mineral vein that the Yun family has its eyes on. Although this Yun family is very strong, now that he has the treasure-hunting mouse, he might have a chance. It's worth a try. With that thought, Yi Tian called Xiao Zi over and asked if it knew where the spirit stone mineral vein of this secret realm was located. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi immediately nodded. Of course it knew. It possessed a top-tier treasure-hunting talent. The spirit stone mineral vein that its master asked about, it could naturally sense its location clearly. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately told Xiao Zi to take him there. Xiao Zi accepted the order, saying to just follow it, and then it jumped onto Yi Tian's shoulder. Yi Tian cracked his knuckles, preparing to set off. He silently apologized to Yu Ling, because before she left, she had warned him not to become an enemy of the Yun family's people. But it seemed unavoidable now. He was now about to enter the tiger's den to snatch food. With that said, Yi Tian immediately jumped down the cliff. And so, following Xiao Zi's guidance, Yi Tian crossed forests and streams. Xiao Zi on Yi Tian's shoulder reminded him that the spirit stone mineral vein was nearby, but it could smell humans. It was possible that the place was already occupied by others. Yi Tian also didn't expect that the place had been discovered and occupied so quickly. These people really work fast. Immediately, he used his spatial talent, spatial perception. The area near the mineral vein immediately appeared in his eyes. There were indeed many corpses here. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place. It's best to go over there and see what's going on. Then, he immediately used his spatial talent, teleportation, and flew past several cliffs. In the blink of an eye, Deep Thien appeared on top of a cliff. He then found an ideal spot and hid, silently observing the situation below. At this moment, a fierce battle was still raging below. A mage raised his cross-shaped staff, full of magical power, and then countless hailstones flew out at a furious speed, devastating the group of martial artists. Their leader laughed loudly upon spotting an opening in the mage's defense. He immediately leaped up and launched a powerful kick downwards, but the mage neither dodged nor flinched, showing no fear at all. He was only seen thrusting his magic staff into the ground, unleashing an earth assault technique. Instantly, sharp stone pillars like spears erupted from the ground. The leader, who had not yet reached the mage, was impaled by a sharp stone pillar that suddenly shot up from below. Even in death, he never expected his opponent to be so formidable. It was no wonder he was the former genius of the Hatch family, to be able to single-handedly kill so many people from the Van family. The mage finally revealed his face. He was a man with long, black hair, dressed entirely in a cloak, and holding a sun and moon-shaped magic staff. From a distance, Deep Thien began to inspect his status window and saw that the opponent's name was Hatch Lean Bitch. Cultivation talent, top grade, exploration talent, intermediate grade, speed talent, elementary grade, earth element talent, high grade. On the Van family side, there was still someone standing proudly. The leader of the Van family was unexpectedly a beautiful girl. However, her weapon was a great blade larger than herself, and she exuded an air of extreme confidence. She smirked and said to Hatch Lean Bitch, "Let me continue playing with you." Deep Thien also took the opportunity to probe this girl's status. Her name was Van Fong, cultivation talent, top grade, wind blade talent, high grade, speed talent, elementary grade. Purple auras emanated from Van Fong's feet. Carrying the giant blade on her shoulder, she pushed off the ground and flew towards Hatch Lean Bitch, claiming that all the treasures here belonged to the Van family. Seeing her overwhelming presence, Hatch Lean Bitch remained calm, smirking contemptuously at Van Fong, saying, "Then we'll have to see if you have the strength for that." As he finished speaking, he once again swung his magic staff forward, using the earth element forbidden spell, Diamond Wall. A large block of stone immediately appeared in front of him, blocking Van Fong's path. However, Van Fong was not flustered in the slightest. She swung her blade, using wind-splitting blade slash. With just one strike, she easily shattered the stone block Hatch Lean Bitch had created, causing even him to widen his eyes in astonishment. He didn't expect her to imbue her wind element talent into her weapon, to the point where even the hardest diamond wall was cut through in an instant. After dealing with the stone block, Van Fong pressed her advantage and charged forward. She leaned in and kicked Hatch Lean Bitch straight in the face, sending him flying backward. Hatch Lean Bitch tried to use the earth element forbidden spell, Ice Rock Rain, to hold out against Van Fong. A magic formation was created right in front of her. As Van Fong looked up and saw the formation, a shower of boulders rained down on her from within it. However, With just a few swings of her blade's energy, Van Fong easily dispersed the formation without a scratch. Like a beast, she glanced at Hatchling Bitch, asking if this was all the skill he had. Hatchling Bitch, at this moment, still appeared quite composed. He pointed his scepter towards Van Fong, muttering an incantation, Great Earth Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Meteorite Fall. Yet another large boulder fell straight towards Van Fong's head. This boulder was much larger than the previous ones, causing even Van Fong to exclaim in surprise. This boulder is truly massive. This is a top-tier earth element skill. However, Hatchling Bitch could not have expected that she also possessed a speed talent, so she dodged the large boulder without any difficulty. It seems she no longer wanted to play this cat-and-mouse game. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and told Hatchling Bitch she would let him taste the forbidden word of wind, White Blade. As soon as she finished speaking, she let out a loud shout. The shout struck Hatchling Bitch directly, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to defend himself. At this moment, Van Fong also discovered that the mineral vein was in the mountain cave behind him. Seeing Van Fong about to approach the cave, Hatchling Bitch used all his strength to lean on his staff and stand up. He had painstakingly searched for this mineral vein for 10 years, so he would absolutely not let anyone touch it. Hiding and spying from afar, Deep Thien also learned that the mineral vein was in that mountain cave. However, his spatial perception couldn't sense it at all. Some kind of restriction must be in place. Below, when Van Fong heard Hatchling Bitch say he wouldn't let anyone take the mineral ore, she laughed loudly, asking if he could even protect it was the real question. As she spoke, she took out some kind of spirit herb, saying she originally didn't want to use it here, as directly consuming this type of spirit herb carried a great risk. But now, she just wanted to cut down Hatchling Bitch immediately, so she absorbed the spirit herb right in front of him. Seeing this, Hatchling Bitch's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He knew this was a tempering spirit herb. It was a heavenly treasure that could enhance one's talent. Directly eating the spirit herb that would cause one's body to explode and die. Was she insane? After absorbing the tempering spirit herb, Van Fong's body immediately transformed, and the blood within her began to boil. She screamed in pain. From where Van Fong stood, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Her talent had ascended to the transcendent realm. Looking at her status window now, one could clearly see Van Fong's changes. Cultivation talent, transcendent, wind blade talent, top grade, speed talent, high grade. Even Deep Thien, hiding in the distance, widened his eyes in astonishment. He never expected her to upgrade to a transcendent cultivation talent. Van Fong now had a smug look on her face. Carrying the giant blade on her shoulder, she told Hatchling Bitch, if you beg for forgiveness now, I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Hatchling Bitch, his face full of anger, launched a formation from his palm while shouting, telling Van Fong her words were arrogant. Even if you've ascended to a transcendent talent, I will not lose to you. Looking at the formation Hatchling Bitch launched, Van Fong, with a blank expression, channeled power into her feet, causing the ground beneath her to crack and shatter. In a flash, she launched herself into the air, blade in hand, and slashed towards Hatchling Bitch, cutting the magic staff in his hand in two. At the same time, his body was also heavily injured by her, and he fell backward, skidding a long way across the ground. Van Fong dusted off her bottom, her face full of pride. She glanced at Hatchling Bitch and said, high-grade speed talent plus the support of a top-grade wind element talent. You really underestimated the power after a talent upgrade. Has your combat intuition become so poor? It seems the former genius of the Hatch family has completely turned into trash. Although Hatchling Bitch was beaten black and blue, he still used his last bit of strength to prop himself up on this path of cultivation. So-called geniuses are countless. Even if you win today, another day you will just be a stepping stone for someone else. Van Fong paid no more attention to the defeated man at her feet. She turned towards the cave entrance, snorted coldly, and told Hatchling Bitch he was truly unsightly. If you've lost, just accept it, yet you still spout such worthless words. Don't forget, my Van family is the strongest family in the Mahai base, with a king-level expert presiding. In the face of absolute power, no enemies exist. Hatchling bitch, covered in wounds, lay sprawled on the ground. His lifeless eyes stared into the distance as he said to himself, "It ends here." Just then, Deep Thien appeared before him and asked about his condition, which greatly surprised him. He asked, "Who are you?" Deep Thien didn't answer, only taking out a vial of medicinal herbs. He said, "Who I am is not important. Senior, please use this healing medicine first. Perhaps it can heal your wounds." Hatchling bitch struggled to sit up, leaning against a tree behind him and shaking his head. "It's useless. Van Fong's attack has destroyed my internal organs. It's completely beyond cure now." He coughed up a few mouthfuls of fresh blood and then asked Deep Thien, "You've also come for the mineral vein, haven't you?" Deep Thien nodded in confirmation without hesitation. His honesty, in turn, made Hatchling bitch sigh with some admiration. Deep Thien voiced his doubts to the senior before him. "This mineral vein probably has another secret, right? Otherwise, senior, you would have already finished mining it." Hatchling bitch frowned and nodded. "That's right. Inside this cave, there's a top-tier fierce beast guarding this origin chi stone vein. It has dug countless tunnels inside. Anyone who enters will surely get lost. Only with a purple gold, treasure-seeking rat's talent can one find the true location of the origin chi stone vein. But the purple gold treasure rat is an extremely rare beast. I have been in this secret realm for 10 years and have never found one. Senior, are you talking about this one?" Deep Thien asked as he let the little one run down his arm. Seeing the creature he had spent a decade searching for was now someone else's pet beast, Hatchling bitch couldn't believe his eyes. He was too shocked to speak. That a purple gold treasure rat. How is this possible? Overcome with emotion, he covered his mouth and coughed violently, making Deep Thien a little worried about his condition. Hatchling bitch clutched the wound on his abdomen, gritting his teeth through the pain as he spoke to Deep Thien. "You actually managed to tame it and even form a soul contract. I truly never expected to see it before I die. Suddenly, my 10 years in this secret realm feel so ridiculous. Fate truly toys with people." As he spoke, Hatchling bitch's trembling hand tried to reach for the rat. However, in the end, he had to give up. His hand fell limply to the ground, and he passed away with endless regret. Inside the cave, Van Fong was extremely surprised by the number of tunnels. She then decided to randomly pick one and dashed off. However, after going a short distance, another cave entrance appeared before her. Outside, it suddenly began to rain, as if weeping for a person's fate. Deep Thien carefully buried Hatchling bitch along with his magic staff, then quietly told him to rest in peace here. Inside, Van Fong became more and more lost. Before her now was another fork in the road, like a maze. While she was hesitating, unsure which way to go, the ground beneath her feet suddenly shook. Immediately after, the ground shattered into many pieces. Van Fong fell directly into another cave right below her. At the bottom of the cave, a fierce beast with razor-sharp teeth and a wide-open mouth was waiting to swallow her whole. Van Fong leaped to the side, successfully avoiding the giant mouth. She looked at the fierce beast in front of her in shock. This was a top-tier fierce beast. Her intelligence reports had never mentioned its existence. From the beast's mouth, a beam of white light was shot directly at the uninvited guest. Outside the cave, Deep Thien also heard the commotion. He smirked. "They've already started fighting. Then you'll have to keep it busy for me, Van family." Deep Thien led the purple gold rat into the cave. Standing before the maze, he said to it, "Next, it's all up to you, little one." The little one immediately received the order, jumped down from Deep Thien's shoulder, and dashed straight forward. It leaped through each small cave, trying to use its keen nose to sniff around. Seeing it concentrating so hard, Deep Thien stood behind and watched intently. There were too many caves here. It seemed to be affecting the little one's perception as well. After a period of careful searching, there was finally a result. The little one informed its master, "I've found it. The real passage is here." Deep Thien hurried over to where the little one was standing. He also didn't expect it could find it so quickly. In front of them was a river as black as ink. This was an underground river. The caves were just a feint to confuse those who entered. The real entrance was this inconspicuous lake. Without this rat, it would be very easy to get lost. Deep Thien bent down to check that the water was fine, then turned to the little one and said, "Let's go down together and take a look." And so, the man and the rat jumped into the lake without hesitation. Deep Thien swam to the bottom and discovered that there was another cave down here. He guessed the entrance to the, or mine, was probably here, so he immediately swam inside. Back with Van Fong, the fierce battle had already begun. Her sword was now broken, and her body was covered in wounds. Realizing she was no match for this monster, she also didn't expect the beast's strength to be so great. Just as Van Fong finished speaking, the fierce beast lunged, baring its sharp teeth to devour the girl before it. Van Fong took out a king-level magic treasure. It seemed it was time for her to use it. She stuck out her tongue, her cold eyes fixed on the fierce beast, and aimed the king-level magic treasure straight at its mouth, shouting, "Feel the power of a king-level expert." The magic treasure then radiated a 7-colored energy, creating an immense pressure called the wind strike demonic grinding. The fierce beast also sensed the danger. However, before it could do anything, a terrifying beam of energy from the magic treasure directly pierced through the fierce beast's body. This energy was so powerful that it even pierced through the ground above, devastating the entire mountain and creating a massive aftershock. On Deep Thien's side, the little one immediately sensed the danger and informed Deep Thien that the mineral vein was about to collapse. Deep Thien also saw that this energy wave was too strong. This was the power of that Van family. In this seemingly impossible situation, he had to hurry. With that thought, Deep Thien immediately activated his speed talent, accelerating forward rapidly. After taking a powerful blow from the magic treasure, a huge hole appeared in the fierce beast's body. It was gradually corroded by flames and finally vanished into nothingness. Van Fong, having forced herself to use such a powerful magic treasure, was now covered in injuries. She told herself, "Luckily the family head gave me a protective magic weapon, otherwise I would have died here." She struggled to her feet and continued to search for that origin chi or... After sprinting at full speed, Deep Thien also saw a light ahead. He quickly launched himself up and emerged in a vast underground chamber, surrounded by countless glowing mineral ores. Deep Thien's eyes widened in amazement. He hadn't expected the quantity of origin chi stones here to be so terrifying. He gave a sly grin. "Well then, I'll just have to take it all." As Deep Thien prepared to mine, the little one reminded him that this origin chi stone was very hard, and he should be careful. He then took out an iron axe, activated his strength talent, and brought it down with a powerful blow, but it only caused a small explosion. He told the little one, "Time is short, you help too. Pile up the ore I mine, and I'll collect it all into my space at once." The little one obediently followed orders and moved the ore fragments to one spot. Suddenly, it smelled something and hurriedly ran off, telling Deep Thien to follow it quickly, that there was an important discovery. Deep Thien followed the little one, curious. "The most precious thing here, isn't it the origin chi stone?" The little one said it had just smelled a golden treasure, possibly the one from the legends. After running for a while, the two reached a secret chamber. Ahead, a stone was floating in midair, emitting a powerful aura. The little one told Deep Thien, "This is the origin chi core. All the origin chi stone ores are just its companion organisms. It is the most precious treasure in this entire secret realm. It could help Deep Thien advance to the king level in the future." Hearing this, Deep Thien was so stunned he broke out in a cold sweat. King level. That meant advancing to the ranks of the strongest on the entire continent. The prospect of the future spurred Deep Thien to approach the core. Seeing this, the little one hurriedly warned him, telling him not to get any closer. The power of the origin chi core was immense. Direct contact would cause him to melt. Not even ashes would remain. Faced with the temptation of the core, Deep Thien could also feel the heat radiating from it. Luckily, he had copied the storage talent and defense talent on his way to the Mahai base, which happened to be very useful right now. With that thought, he immediately activated both talents simultaneously. A faint shield and a layer of protective chi formed around him. The little one was also stunned. How could its master have so many talents? Deep Thien quickly reached his hand toward the core. The closer he got, the more intense its power became, causing the flesh on his fingers to gradually peel away. A massive surge of power erupted from the core like a flame, instantly shattering the defensive layer and setting Deep Thien's body on fire. He screamed in pain. Seeing this, the little one also ran over worriedly, but was blocked by the erupting flames. It knew that the power of the origin chi core was incredibly strong. An ordinary defensive talent couldn't withstand it at all. If this continued, its master would be burned to ashes. Deep Thien's arm was also being incinerated. He immediately activated his healing talent. Then he struggled to push forward again. As long as I can touch it, there will be a way to get it. Just a little bit more. When Deep Thien's finger touched the core, he immediately activated his personal space talent to avoid the destructive power radiating from it. Deep Thien gritted his teeth, collecting the core at the last moment before his body was burned to ash. The flame also blasted him away, slamming him painfully against a wall. However, with the origin chi core in hand, these injuries were worth it. The commotion was too great. Looking up, he saw countless cracks on the ceiling. Deep Thien told the little one, without the core's power to support it, this place is about to collapse. So they quickly moved to get out. On Van Fong's side, she also felt this tremor. The Ermine seemed to be on the verge of complete collapse. A thought immediately flashed through her mind. Could it be that the origin chi core has been taken? Is there someone else in this mine? As for Deep Thien, although he was running, he couldn't waste these origin chi cores. So he immediately took out his iron pickaxe and scraped up everything, leaving not a single piece behind. Van Fong also quickly ran inside, dodging falling rocks as she went, her mind still thinking impossible. There shouldn't be anyone in this mine except me. If the origin chi core is taken, everything will be over. When she reached this spot, she found a large wall blocking her way. Furious, Van Fong threw a powerful punch forward. After smashing the wall, she saw a large room. She hadn't expected such a place to be inside the mine. As she was looking around, she noticed something at her feet. When she picked it up to look, she realized it was an origin chi stone. Could this be the location of the origin chi stone mine? But why isn't there even a single block of origin chi stone? When she brought the earth sample to her nose to sniff, she suddenly detected the scent of a human on it. Van Fong froze in shock. This place has definitely been completely dug out by someone else. At this thought, her body seemed to lose all its strength, and she collapsed to the ground. It seems someone had taken advantage of her fight with the fierce beast to get here first and take all the companion origin chi stones and the origin chi core. If she failed to complete the mission, the family head would surely kill her. Van Fong's body trembled with fear, her eyes filled with resentment. Her hands clenched the ground as she screamed in anger. Damn it, to dare touch something the Van family has its eyes on, I will definitely find out who did this. I will definitely kill that person. Deep Thien had now escaped with all his spoils. His laughter echoed through the space. How refreshing. This time was a huge harvest. It's all thanks to this little rat. The little one also honestly tried to curry favor. This time, it was all due to Deep Thien's luck. I also didn't expect there to be an origin chi stone core inside. Deep Thien invited the little rat to leave the secret realm with him, saying there was a lot of delicious food outside. Hearing about food, the little one drooled and agreed to follow all of Deep Thien's words. At the Nak family, a servant brought a meal to Nak Ling She Zum. She was stopped by a pink-haired girl who said that Elder Nakbon had ordered that no one was allowed to disturb the young miss, not even to deliver meals. In the Nak family's medicine room, Nak Lin was sitting and concentrating on her cultivation. To withstand a single move from the old ancestor last time, she had used up all her spiritual power. In a state of depleted origin chi, the barrier to the next level had actually loosened. This was a sign of advancing from a great martial artist to a grandmaster. This time, using so much high-grade fierce beast blood, along with the help of natural treasures, she would definitely succeed in one go. Advancing to the Grandmaster level, all the fierce beast blood and natural treasures were transformed and absorbed into Naklin's body. The origin chi in her body seemed to undergo a transformation, creating waves of impact from the outside in. Outside the room, a cocoon gradually began to crack, and a beautiful butterfly spread its wings and flew up the sky. Along with it, a powerful vision of chi shock from the medicine room, where Yu Ling had just been cultivating, shot up into the blue sky. Outside the base, everyone noticed it too. They recognized that the direction the aura was coming from was the Yu family's direction. Such a tremendous commotion could only mean a grandmaster level, so the Yu family had another great figure. Now, inside the room, the old ancestor was slowly practicing calligraphy when the tremor made his brush react. He smiled with satisfaction, not expecting this girl to have such talent. Back to Yu Ling. The aura emanating from her body was frighteningly strong. She could feel it herself, without needing to sit and meditate to cultivate. Origin Chi was already flooding her body with every breath. Her soul felt as if it was connected to nature, and moreover, her senses had become extremely sharp. And most importantly, the special spiritual power of a grandmaster. As she thought, Yuling gently used her spiritual power to make the teacup on the table fly into her hand. Yuling smiled with satisfaction and took a sip of tea. Tomorrow was the day the entrance to the secret realm would close. She decided she would personally go to pick up Yi Tian tomorrow. The next day at the exit of the secret realm, two burly men also jumped out. To the outside, a few members outside were also discussing among themselves, based on the experience of previous years. This last group to come out must have obtained quite a few treasures inside. As soon as these two came out, they were looking for a place to trade. At this moment, a bearded man approached them. He smiled friendly and asked what treasures they had obtained in the secret realm, saying he would buy them at a high price. The disheveled-haired youth then took out a branch of spirit herb and told the man to take a look and see how much it was worth. The bearded man looked at the spirit herb before him and said that the age of this Zhu spirit herb was not long, and it was also damaged. The most he could pay was 10,000 gold coins. The one-eyed man with him became angry, swung his large axe, grabbed the man's collar, and shouted, asking if he was trying to be funny. This was an aged Zhu spirit herb. If used for pill refining, it could at least produce a high-grade pill. Yet this guy opened his mouth and offered 10,000 gold coins. He must be trying to shoo away a beggar. Seeing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said the price could be renegotiated. The disheveled-haired man also reminded his second brother not to be so agitated, as this was not a place for fighting. With that, the two of them turned and left, unable to help but grumble about their bad luck, running into a crooked merchant right after coming out. Yi Tian also walked out from inside. He immediately used his flash step talent to teleport right next to the crooked merchant from before, greatly astonishing him. The little one also poked its head out to look at the strange world around it. Yi Tian quickly reminded it not to come out and to hide its aura well, because his spatial talent could sense a king-level expert staring at this place. The surrounding area still echoed with the merchant's calls to trade. Yi Tian looked around, wondering why a king-level expert was monitoring the exit of the secret realm. But he didn't care much. The immediate task was to go to the Yu family first and then figure things out. With that thought, he immediately used Flash Step to teleport elsewhere. The two experts from before also walked out. The axe-wielding man walked while happily saying that they had really struck it rich this time. Having found so many good things in the secret realm, they could surely make a large sum of money. The shaggy-haired man was more cautious, reminding his second brother to be careful in case someone was following them. But as soon as he finished speaking, a spatial teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, it teleported both of them elsewhere without anyone knowing. The teleportation circle led to a prison cell. The older brother also realized this was spatial teleportation, surely from spatial talent. After the younger brother regained his composure, he looked around and screamed in fear, "Why were there so many corpses here?" At that moment, from behind them, King Yin he spoke coldly, scolding them for being so noisy. Didn't they just say they found a lot of treasures in the secret realm? After the two turned towards the voice, they immediately trembled in fear and shouted, "Why is there a king-level expert here?" As soon as they finished speaking, they were killed instantly for the crime of being noisy. King Yin he poured a whole bottle of wine into his mouth and gulped it down. He gave a dangerous smile, wondering what treasures these two had brought with them. On Yi Tian's side, since he was unfamiliar with the area, he was struggling, not knowing where the Yu family was. He sighed, thinking he should have written down the address earlier. Just as he was about to find someone to ask for directions, a figure was moving extremely fast across the buildings. The figure quickly launched towards Yi Tian from behind. He only had time to turn his head to look, before he took a kick straight to the face, sending him flying quite a distance. It was only then that Yu Ling realized she might have gone a bit too far. and she quickly ran over to ask if he was okay. Meanwhile, Yi Tian clutched his head and scrambled to his feet, not understanding what had just happened. He had just arrived and hadn't made any enemies, yet he was still getting beaten up on the street. But when he saw Yu Ling run over with a feigned, innocent face, boasting that she had just advanced to the Grandmaster level, she couldn't resist testing his strength, not expecting him to be completely unguarded. Yi Tian forgot the pain. His eyes widened as he asked if she had really advanced to Grandmaster. Already, not expecting it to be so fast, the two quickly started moving, talking as they walked. Yu Ling said she had just stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity that allowed her to reach the threshold of advancement. Besides, it was thanks to the various heavenly and earthly treasures from her family that she was able to break through smoothly. But what made her happiest was that she had now surpassed Yi Tian, and she even reminded him to work harder. Seeing Yu Ling's cheerful expression, Yi Tian became pensive. As expected, the foundation of the Yu family could not be underestimated. But the most important factor for Yu Ling's advancement to Grandmaster was also that her own talent was strong enough. The Demon Sea base has countless experts. If he wanted to secure a place here, he had to seize the time to improve his strength. At this moment, the little one also cried out that it was hungry and couldn't help but pop out, demanding food. When Yu Ling saw it, she shrieked in shock, recognizing it as a treasure-seeking golden mouse. Not only was it an extremely famous spirit beast, but it was also the kind of beast that money couldn't buy. Yu Ling quickly told him he didn't need to go to the Martial Pavilion to just sell it to her and to name his price freely. Hearing this, the little one panicked and begged its master not to sell it. Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly and apologized, saying it was a spirit pet and couldn't be sold. Yu Ling sighed in regret, saying that was true. Who would be foolish enough to sell such a precious spirit beast? The two quickly arrived at Yi Yu's residence. After arriving, Yu Ling left immediately. After all, the siblings hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she didn't want to intrude. Tomorrow, she would send someone to pick Yi Tian up and take him to the Martial Pavilion, as she knew he must have harvested many good things in the secret realm. At that time, she would give him the member's price. Yi Tian quickly went up to Yi Yu's room and knocked on the door. As soon as she opened the door and saw her brother, the little girl angrily slammed it shut. Inside, she covered her ears and shouted, blaming her brother for still remembering he had a sister. As soon as they arrived, he had rushed into the secret realm and only just now decided to return. Did he know what she had been through, living alone in this strange place? Yi Tian knocked on the door repeatedly, apologizing, but it had no effect. Suddenly, he remembered and used his spatial talent, flash step, and in a blink, appeared in front of Xiao Yu, scaring the daylights out of her. Yi Tian explained that this was an ability he had obtained in the secret realm, then called the little one out, showing it off as a gift for Yi Yu, telling her not to be angry anymore. As soon as Yi Yu saw the cute creature, she immediately cheered up, forgetting that she was still angry at her good-for-nothing brother. Yi Tian introduced the little one's name and its ability to find treasures to Yi Yu. He was also happy that his little sister was so easily swayed. Just then, a small leg tugged at the hem of Yi Tian's shirt. When he turned around, Yi Tian was surprised and asked Yi Yu since when she had started raising a pig. Yi Yu ran over to pet it, explaining that it was Xiao Jin. While enjoying Yi Yu's affection, Xiao Jin complained that its master was being unreasonable. It had only gotten fatter, not to the point of being called a pig. Yi Tian fell into a depression, holding his head and wondering how could it fight when it was this fat. At this moment, Xiao Jin authoritatively asked the new little brother, its name was Xiao Zi, right, to follow it from now on and call it Big Brother. Xiao Zi fearfully huddled down, bowed its head, and called out Big Brother. After dealing with the little ones in the house, Yi Tian went to take a relaxing shower. After not bathing for a long time, he looked much brighter and more handsome after the shower. Looking at his well-defined abs, he was quite a snack. Now he could copy the little one's treasure-seeking talent. Looking at the treasure-seeking golden mouse's talent notification panel, Yi Tian copied it without hesitation. So now his talents had increased to 9. While things were happy on his side, on the Yun family's side, it was a hurricane. After seeing Yun Feng's state, King Yun, he angrily threw the teacup in his hand to the ground, shattering it. He growled, scolding her for failing such a simple mission and still daring to show her face to him. The girl, Yin Feng knelt, trembling meekly, not daring to breathe loudly, saying that she was set up. The person took advantage of her fighting a high-level beast to swoop in and steal the origin chi stone and the origin chi core from the cave. King Yun, he directed his murderous gaze at her and asked loudly if she saw who the person was. Yin Feng lowered her face to the ground, her voice trembling as she replied that the person's speed was very fast. She had never met that person before and only discovered traces of mining on the origin chi stone. King Yin, his anger exploded. He leaned down and cursed loudly. She didn't even know if the opponent was male or female, yet she dared to call herself the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Demon Sea base, being played for a fool. And in the end, not even knowing if they were male or female, was there any need for her to live? As he spoke, King Yin, he grabbed Yin Feng's platinum, blonde hair, and yanked it back hard. Yin Feng trembled and begged the old ancestor to give her one more chance. She would definitely find the origin chi core and bring it back. King Yun, he snorted coldly and let go of Yun Feng's hair, loudly saying that the only people capable of getting one over on his Yun family would be disciples from the other major families. He reminded Yun Feng to start her investigation from there, to see which people they sent into the secret realm. If she failed again, her only end would be death. With that, he gave Yun Feng a terrifying look and quickly left. Yun Feng clenched her fists, her eyes turning cold, and she swore to herself that she would find that person. The next day, Yuling took Yi Tian to the headquarters of the Martial Pavilion. Looking at the massive building made him gasp in admiration and give a devilish smile. This time, he could finally test just how powerful the little one's treasure-seeking talent really was. The two quickly proceeded to the VIP room of the headquarters, a large, neatly arranged room, with countless treasures emitting a sparkling light. Yuling stood beside him with her arms crossed, smugly asking Yi Tian what he thought, that the items weren't bad, right? Yi Tian also glanced around and saw that most of them were blue, feeling that there wasn't anything particularly good. His treasure-seeking talent was divided into colors ranking from white, blue, purple, red, and gold, which also corresponded to the level of the treasure from low to transcendent. But he couldn't be too blunt with his criticism. Yi Tian tried to pick up a short saber, but with just a little force, a crack unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the blade. His expression immediately changed. Crap, how could it be so fragile? He had to put it down quickly to avoid being discovered. From outside, Yu Ben also entered and asked loudly, "This must be the friend Xiao Ling mentioned, Yi Tian, right?" Yu Ling quickly introduced Yu Ben to Yi Tian, saying he was the elder in charge of the Martial Pavilion's headquarters. Elder Ben enthusiastically pointed out the treasures and told Yi Tian to feel free to choose, saying he would give him a discount. Just then, the treasure-seeking talent suddenly activated. A golden treasure emitted the aura of a transcendent treasure. Yi Tian could only see that it was an egg of the war-blooded heavenly dragon species. Other information about its talent was still an unknown. Seeing Yi Tian dazed, Yuling quickly patted his shoulder, telling him to say what he needed because Elder Yu Ben was very busy. Yuling's words snapped Yi Tian back to reality. He told Elder Ben with good intentions that the items here were all low grade, and he wanted something truly good. Money was not an issue. Hearing this, Elder Ben was amused, saying this kid's tone was certainly not small. Standing beside them, Yuling also felt a headache coming on. She sighed and put her hand on her forehead, thinking to herself, since when did this kid learn to pretend like this? Elder Ben walked to a nearby shelf, on which countless treasures were displayed, and said generously, heavenly and earthly treasures, cultivation techniques, peerless divine weapons. Their Martial Pavilion had whatever one wanted. As long as he paid, the Martial Pavilion could help him find any item. After hearing Elder Ben's firm words, Yi Tian's face lit up with joy, and he then took out a large origin chi stone from his storage space. He held the crystal stone in his hand towards the two of them and said with full confidence, "How about this for a trade?" As soon as they saw the crystal stone, both Yu Ling and Yu Ben were stunned. Their faces turned pale as they shouted, This is an origin chi stone." Elder Ben immediately rushed to the origin chi stone, casting aside the dignity of a powerful family elder, his hand clenched tightly. His face was full of joy, as if it was the first time he had seen such a large origin chi stone. It was truly incredibly rare. Yu Ling, standing beside him, couldn't help but be startled and asked Yi Tian where he found it. Yi Tian smiled sheepishly, saying he was lucky and happened to pick it up in the secret realm. Elder Ben couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly asked Yi Tian what he specifically wanted. He would go to the treasure room to get it for him, promising it would be the best they had here. Yi Tian handed the spirit stone to Elder Ben and stated decisively that he needed a cultivation technique that could help him cultivate to the Grandmaster realm and a weapon like a short sword. Elder Ben held the crystal stone, so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He turned back and said this one origin chi stone was enough, telling Yi Tian to wait here for a moment. He walked away, swaying and whistling, an origin chi stone. This time he had made a huge profit. Yi Tian watched the old man's retreating back and couldn't help but think to himself, if a small origin chi stone was so valuable, then the origin chi core he had obtained was truly a priceless treasure. With that thought, he quickly looked around to see if he could find any other bargains. Then Yuling ran up from behind and asked loudly, telling Yi Tian to confess the truth. Where did that origin chi stone really come from? It was impossible to just casually pick up a treasure like that. Yi Tian turned to Yuling and replied calmly, if she knew the truth, it might bring trouble to her and the martial pavilion. Yuling, annoyed, put her hands on her hips impatiently and told him to hurry up and say it. Knowing Yuling's temperament, that she wouldn't let it go if he didn't tell her, Yi Tian sighed in defeat, then turned back and said that he had snatched this origin chi stone from the hands of the Yun family. After hearing the name Yun family, Yuling's tone changed. She stammered, telling him he must be crazy, that it was a target the Yun family had their eyes on. She grabbed Yi Tian's collar and shook him, asking how much he had taken. If it was just this one stone, he should quickly return it to its original place. That might be the only way to save his life. Faced with Yuling's anger, Yi Tian calmly replied that he hadn't counted exactly how many stones there were. After all, it was an entire mine. After hearing the answer, Yuling's face turned pale, her mouth hung open, and she just slumped to the ground. An entire mine? She held her head in fear, her eyes vacant, and stammered, "It's over. It's really over." She predicted that it wouldn't be long before the Yun family investigated them. Yi Tian, with his hands in his pockets, coolly walked towards the shelves and replied, telling her not to worry. He was very clean in his work and wouldn't be discovered. Yuling was furious at his nonchalant, fearless attitude. It was clear Yi Tian didn't know the methods of King Yunhe. This person was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing that what was done, and talking more wouldn't solve anything, Yuling sighed with her eyes closed tightly and said in a dejected tone, "Forget it. If something happens, don't blame her for not warning him." At this moment, Yi Tian stopped at the shelf where the egg was placed. His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, found it, the golden, transcendent treasure. At this time, Elder Ben also returned, placing a dagger on the table along with a red manual. This was the purple cloud body tempering art and the mystic purple dagger. It was said that these were precious treasures found in the tomb of a king-level expert. He said this while asking Yi Tian if he was satisfied. After looking at them for a while, Yi Tian also held the dagger in his hand. From deep within, a powerful aura was hidden. A brilliant red light was emitted from the outside, the sharp blade shining dazzlingly. These red treasures were all top-tier treasures, surely having been used by king-level experts. After checking, Yi Tian was happy and satisfied with the new manual and weapon. Elder Ben also gave him a VIP card and explained that the reward for the Origin Chi Stone had been converted into cash credit here. This was the Martial Pavilion's VIP card, and in the future, he could freely enter any part of the Martial Pavilion. Elder Ben crossed his arms and smiled smugly, introducing that this VIP card was very valuable. No matter where, as long as one had this card, they would get a 30% discount. Yi Tian held the card and told the old man that he would keep this precious card safe. Then he walked to the display shelf, pointed at the egg on it, and asked, "How is this one sold?" Elder Ben went over, took the egg down to examine it for a while, then gave it to Yi Tian, saying that since he had taken a liking to it, he would gift it to him. Yi Tian was surprised to hear that. However, seeing the old man happily say that this was a gift to befriend him, as long as he had Origin Chi stones in the future, he should remember to trade at his Martial Pavilion. Yi Tian looked at the egg in his hand. He couldn't help but rub the back of his neck awkwardly and think to himself, a transcendent treasure being given to him for free like this. They really have no eye for goods. Yuling then came over and explained that this was a dragon egg that couldn't hatch. They just kept it as a decoration. Then she recounted the story of this dragon egg's appearance to Yi Tian. A long time ago, it was sold to the Martial Pavilion by a rogue cultivator. But they had used many methods and couldn't make it hatch. They were probably scammed. It was likely just a piece of junk. Looking at the egg emitting a golden aura in his hand, Yi Tian was certain it was not junk. His treasure-seeking talent could sense that it was a transcendent treasure. This was definitely a good thing. Yi Tian looked at it with extremely expectant eyes. He would try to hatch it. After the successful transaction, Yi Tian and Yu Ling went out to the market area. This time he had bought many good things. To thank Yu Ling, he happily invited her to his house for a meal, also boasting that Yi Yu's cooking skills were very good. Yuling also smiled and said it was just a small matter. As for the meal, maybe next time, because she had to return to her family to handle some work later. Yi Tian didn't force her. After all, he and his sister had settled down here, and he was very grateful for all the help Yuling had given them during this time. Hearing such polite words, Yuling also smiled brightly, brushing her hair with her hand and saying it was all things she should do, and now the two of them were considered friends. After all, Yi Tian was different now. He could confidently tell her that if she needed help with anything in the future, she should just call him. While the two were happily chatting, the fat guy from the Yu family from before appeared from behind, smirking at Yi Tian with contempt. He snorted coldly and asked how Yi Tian was still alive. He also asked if he had stolen some trash from the secret realm and come to their martial pavilion to exchange it for spending money. Seeing this, Yu Ling showed her annoyance and shouted at Yu Chao, saying this was an honored guest to the martial pavilion. What nonsense was he spouting? Being scolded by Yu Ling, the fat man immediately changed his attitude and stepped back, smiling and saying he was just joking. Yu Ling also stepped forward, crossed her arms, and angrily told him that if he had no other business, he should go back to the family and not cause any more trouble for her here. But this fat man let in one ear and out the other. He activated his talent and launched himself straight up. He threw a fistful of lightning power straight at Yi Tian's face, smiling and saying he would just greet this kid and then leave immediately. Throughout the whole process, Yi Tian stood still without saying anything, just glancing at the attacking fat man with a terrifying gaze. However, the fat man's attack was blocked by an invisible shield, which he immediately recognized as a defensive talent, just as he was about to launch a second move. Yi Tian's eyes also changed. His hands were in his pockets, but a terrifying killing intent radiated from around him, making the surrounding air suffocating. He directed his deathly gaze towards the fat man and coldly asked if he really wanted to seek death like this. The gaze and the question from Yi Tian's mouth terrified Yu Chao. His large legs, as thick as temple pillars, were also trembling. From Yi Tian's body, the killing intent converged like a demon, heading straight for the fat man, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this from the outside, Yuling quickly rushed in front of Yi Tian and frantically advised him, telling Yi Tian not to act, as this was the gate of the Yun Pavilion's headquarters. Out of respect for Yu Ling and not wanting to cause more trouble, Yi Tian also withdrew his killing intent, then let out a sigh. Seeing that the situation seemed to have stabilized, Yu Ling turned her head towards the fat man and reminded him that if he knew what was good for him, he would stop here. Did he hear clearly? Yi Tian didn't say another word and turned to go back to his home. Yuling also looked guiltily at his retreating back and apologized. Then she didn't forget to give that fat man a piece of her mind. However, she didn't expect that Yi Tian hadn't even made a move yet and had already scared this fat man. So much that he wet his pants, unable to stand firm and collapsing to the ground. Sweat poured out like he was in a shower, and he stammered to himself, wondering just how many beasts Yi Tian had killed. How could he have such strong killing intent? When Yi Tian returned home, he saw Yi cooking in the kitchen. He walked over, looking at the pan of food with craving. It had been a long time since he had eaten his sister's cooking. It seemed he was in for a treat today. Yi Vu was overjoyed at her brother's praise, telling him he was just a smooth talker and that the food would be ready in a moment. Yi Tian went outside, sat down on the sofa, and leaned back to relax. Being at home was still the most comfortable and pleasant feeling. Looking at Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi sleeping peacefully together on the floor, he couldn't help but sigh that they were the truly idle ones. Then he took out the dragon egg he had gotten from the Martial Pavilion. Looking at the egg, he mused that the Yu family had kept the dragon egg for so many years without finding anything out, so he might as well put it aside for now. But at that very moment, he suddenly felt a change. The egg seemed to be moving in his hand. What was happening? The egg's movement became stronger, startling Etion. He examined it more closely and realized he could hear what seemed to be a heartbeat. As he was lost deep in thought, Xiao Jin suddenly reacted with a jolt. A powerful, murderous energy radiated from its body. Its fur and claws stood on end, ready for battle, as if it had encountered its mortal enemy. Xiao Jin immediately leaped to the middle of the room, surprising Etion, who had no idea what was wrong with it. Looking at Xiao Jin in its angry, growling posture, its eyes narrowed, mouth wide open to reveal sharp fangs, and drool dripping from its mouth, creating a fierce aura that made one afraid to approach. Etion could also sense that it was scared. Beside him, Xiaozi also asked him why he had a dragon egg. Etion looked at the egg and told it that he had just bought it today, but according to what Yuling had said, it was just a broken egg. But he didn't understand why a heartbeat had suddenly appeared inside. Xiaozi jumped onto the table, facing Etion. He also sat down, curiously asking it why they were so afraid of this thing. Xiaozi replied that there was something he didn't know. For all high-level fierce beasts like them, dragons posed a threat. They are legendary beings, surpassing even the king level. Hearing this, Etion was shocked and stood up in alarm. There's a level higher than king level in this world? Xiaozi nodded in confirmation. However, it also didn't know what that level was called. Etion looked at the dragon egg in his hand and suddenly realized it seemed to have stopped beating. He put his hand to his chin and pondered. It was strange. The people at the Martial Pavilion had clearly said it was just a discarded egg, considered only a decoration on the counter that couldn't hatch. But why did it show signs of life in his hands? Thinking about it didn't solve anything, so Etion put it back into his storage space to deal with later. At this moment, Xiao Zi seemed to have an epiphany as a thought flashed through its mind. It told Etion that it thought it knew the reason why. The core chi heart had reawakened the egg. That must be it. Xiaozi further explained to Etion that he had placed the core chi heart and the dragon egg together in his personal space. During that time, the pure life force radiating from the core chi heart had awakened this discarded dragon egg, causing its heart to beat once more. Hearing this, Etion's expression became visibly excited. He hadn't expected the core chi heart to be so powerful, and more importantly, that his Xiao Zi was so knowledgeable. Being praised, Xiao Zi wasn't shy at all and confidently puffed out its chest. Of course, it was a renowned treasure-seeking mouse, after all. While the two were talking, Xiao Jin beside them yawned so wide its mouth nearly reached its ears. Then it plopped its chubby body onto the floor to continue sleeping. After hearing Xiao Zi's analysis, Etion sat up straight, clasped his hands, and asked it what he should do next to hatch the dragon egg. Xiao Zi quickly replied to its master, telling Etion not to rush. First, he should let the core chi heart continue to nourish it for a while longer. When its heartbeat had fully recovered, they would proceed to the next step. When that day comes and it truly breaks out of its shell, Etion will have a spirit pet that surpasses the king level. Hearing this, Etion's eyes lit up. A spirit pet that surpasses the king level. It was truly something to look forward to. Outside, Yivu had already prepared a full table of dishes. She called out loudly for her brother to wash his hands and come eat. After dinner, Etion returned to his room and began to study the new secret manual he had exchanged for at the Martial Pavilion. According to what was written inside, to advance to the Grandmaster level with the purple cloud body refining art, two conditions had to be met. One was having an extraordinary cultivation talent, and the second was a perfect physical foundation. Looking at these two conditions made Etion scratch his head in frustration. The requirements of this purple cloud body refining art were so harsh. Why did it need extraordinary cultivation talent? Didn't Yuling only have a high-grade cultivation talent and still advance to the Grandmaster level? And there was also that Grandmaster from the Sun family. It must be known that the purple cloud body refining art is divided into 5 types. The blood tempering art, the flesh forging art, the bone refining art, the skin casting art, and finally, the chi swapping art. One must temper the 6 fu organs and 5 zong organs to their limits, and then break through those limits, thereby creating a strong body. Moreover, during this process, heavenly and earthly treasures are needed to supplement the essence chi. Reading up to this point, Etion couldn't help but click his tongue. This purple cloud body refining art was truly formidable. Could it be that no one bought it, which was why they sold it to him? Why did he have a feeling he'd been tricked? Just the use of heavenly and earthly treasures to aid in cultivation was already beyond the means of an ordinary person, let alone having an extraordinary cultivation talent. Frustrated and not knowing how to solve it, just as Etion was about to close the secret manual, he discovered a pink mark underneath. He was extremely surprised, not understanding why there was a spatial mark here. Etion's gaze changed, activating his space talent, space perception. He activated the mark hidden in the secret manual. A pink light flashed and sucked his body into a dark space. Etion looked down at his feet, feeling as if he were stepping on a thin layer of ice. He couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Could this be the space inside the purple cloud body refining art? Suddenly, he discovered someone appearing in front of him. That person opened the fan in his hand and said loudly, "So you've finally come, successor." Looking at the man in a purple outfit with bizarre long purple hair, Etion was startled. From the information on the status window, he knew this person was Jiang Lei Xian, cultivation talent unknown, extraordinary lightning talent, intermediate imprinting talent, and peak strength talent. None of this person's talents could be copied. The mysterious person, holding a fan, looked at Etion in a relaxed manner, his body exuding a cold blue aura, and said calmly and loudly, "The successor has finally arrived." Back outside, the sky had already darkened. The half-moon was high overhead. In that quiet space, the sound of a whip lashing a horse's back echoed, along with the urgent, hurried sound of hooves galloping forward. A burly man was riding a horse, flying through the night. When he urged the horse to the front of the Yun residence, he stopped without hesitating for a single second. He leaped straight off the saddle, running for his life towards the inside while shouting, "Miss, I found him. It's someone from the Yu family." The young man ran breathlessly to the front of the hall where a person was meditating and continued. When the secret realm opened, only the Yu family substituted an outsider to enter. "His name is Etion." After hearing what he said, Yunfeng slowly opened her eyes and looked at the servant. She asked with annoyance, "Etion?" She quickly stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and asked further, "Someone who can establish a relationship with the Yu family. Who on earth is he?" The subordinate replied solemnly that he didn't know what the relationship was, but this person was brought back from the Linhai base by Yu Ling of the Yu family. In addition, he also found out that Yu Ling had broken through to the Grandmaster level yesterday. Hearing this, Yunfeng strode quickly towards him and asked again what he had just said, that Yu Ling had reached the Grandmaster level. The subordinate nodded firmly. He could be 100% sure. This news had spread throughout the entire MO-High base. Everyone was saying she was the first genius among the younger generation in the MO-High base to reach the Grandmaster level. Seeing his cheerful expression as if he were telling a happy story infuriated Yunfeng. She lowered her voice and gritted out each word, asking if he was very happy to know she had reached the Grandmaster level. Seeing his lady's anger, the subordinate was frightened and quickly waved his hands in denial. However, he immediately received a kick to the face from Yunfeng. As she kicked, she shouted loudly that he must remember clearly that she was the first young person. The subordinate tumbled to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He looked at Yunfeng and replied, "This subordinate remembers." Yunfeng stepped forward and ordered that he didn't need to investigate the following matters anymore. She would personally go to meet this Etion. If it was really him who stole the core chi heart, then he would have to die. Yunfeng looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, her killing intent surging as she clenched her fists. Back on Etion's side, the man named Jiang Lei Xian walked closer to him and said, "To be able to get here proves you have some skill. The current me is just a projection left behind by the imprinting talent. Including this space, it was all formed by the imprinting talent." Looking at this strange man, so real yet just a projection, made Etion wonder in amazement. What level is this person? Could he be king level? While curious and confused, Jiang Lei Xian suddenly turned around and said, "Enough chattering. Talking more is meaningless. Let's get down to business first." As he spoke, he glanced over at Etion. When their eyes met, he also felt a sense of danger. But before he could react, Etion's entire body was pressed to the ground by an oppressive chi force. His whole body struggled, but he couldn't stand up. This pressure was too strong. It was just a projection. So why did he feel it was even stronger than King Yunhe's king level? Jiang Lei Xian removed the pressure, approached the kneeling Yi Tian, and said he would check if he was qualified to receive his inheritance. As he spoke, he gently pointed the fan in his hand at the top of Yi Tian's head. A series of information about his talents was clearly grasped by him. The result made him widen his eyes in surprise and ask, "Why do you have so many talents?" Yi Tian just smiled coldly, replying to him without a trace of fear, "I didn't expect you to find out my secret." Yi Tian tried to push himself up by his legs to stand. Jiang Lei Xian told him not to be so tense. Although having many types of talents was indeed a bit strange, on the path of cultivation, everyone has their own luck and opportunities, so he was not interested in his secret at all. Yi Tian raised his hand to wipe his face and asked what the senior meant by successor, and also what level he was at. He felt like it wasn't king level. Jiang Lei Xian turned around and said that since he was not interested in his secret, he shouldn't be so tactless as to investigate his information. The prerequisite for discovering the mark he left on the secret manual was to have the space talent, a rare talent. He just wanted to give some guidance to a junior with this kind of talent. At the same time, Yi Tian's body with many rare talents was very suitable for his intentions, so he wanted to give him a more suitable method to advance to the Grandmaster level. As Jiang Lei Xian spoke, he analyzed Yi Tian's body for him to understand better. Although his talents were many, they were too chaotic. The fatal flaw was that he possessed both low-level and mid-level talents. In a real life-and-death battle, a strong person will only use their peak-level talents to fight. If he were to use a low-level talent at that time, it would be extremely disadvantageous. Hearing Jiang Lei Xian's analysis, Yi Tian had to silently admit it. It was true that in a life-and-death situation, using a low-level talent would definitely have a fatal flaw. It seemed that from now on, he must be more careful in choosing which talents to copy. The more low-level talents one has, the more it will limit one's own growth. Therefore, if he wanted to advance, there was only one path left. That is to upgrade all of them to peak-level talents. Hearing the senior say this, Yi Tian was so shocked his jaw dropped. How can I upgrade all talents to peak level? Jiang Lei Xian didn't mind opening a bright path for him. He just needed to accumulate enough combat experience, and his talents will be able to level up. As he said he would guide Yi Tian, the senior waved his hand. The two of them immediately entered another space, like an ancient castle, brightly lit. Jiang Lei Xian told him that the speed of time in the imprinting space is different from the time and space outside. 1 hour outside is equivalent to 1 month in the imprinting space. However, it is limited to this one time only. If Yi Tian didn't make a choice now and left this space, he wouldn't be able to enter again. Yi Tian closed his eyes and thought. The most important thing for him now was to advance to the Grandmaster level. If the Korchi heart was really discovered by the Yun family, as Yuling had said, then only at the Grandmaster level could he protect Yi Vu. Thinking this, he immediately replied to Jiang Lei Xian that he chose to stay here to upgrade his talents. Immediately after receiving Yi Tian's answer, Jiang Lei Xian disappeared, only his voice echoing in the space, saying that if Yi Tian was lucky, he might even advance to the king level in the future and have the qualification to meet his real self. He also said that he had sent a suitable opponent for Yi Tian, so he could just stay here and kill to his heart's content. As soon as the voice faded, the figure of a huge, fierce beast immediately appeared in front of Yi Tian, scaring him so much his mouth hung open when he realized this fierce beast was at the Grandmaster level. Without giving Yi Tian time to be scared, the fierce beast immediately rushed to attack. Yi Tian quickly gathered strength in his legs and jumped aside to dodge the blow. However, the fierce beast's speed was no joke. It immediately caught up to Yi Tian and lightly gave him a blow, sending rocks flying everywhere. Yi Tian now felt the true power of a high-level fierce beast. He struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He remembered that it was around 12 o'clock at night when he entered this space, so there were still 6 hours until dawn. If he hadn't come out by dawn, and Yi Vu saw his unconscious state, she would definitely be very worried. So he had to deal with this beast within half a year. Outside, the sun had begun to rise over the mountain peak. The rooster's crow echoed throughout the area. The early morning streets were already bustling with people. The sound of merchants hawking their goods was noisy in a corner of the street. At this time, a muscular martial artist threw a silver moon wolf to the ground. Hearing someone praise him for being formidable, he confidently crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, saying that he had spent the whole night hunting this beast. In contrast to the noise on the street, at Yi Tian's house, Yivu was curled up, fast asleep in bed. It wasn't clear what she was dreaming about, but she kept calling for her brother. Beside her, in their soft nest, Xiao Jin and Xiao Zi were still sleeping soundly together. In Yi Tian's room, his state was currently comatose, like a soulless corpse lying stretched out on the ground, his eyes rolled back into his head. He was still holding the secret manual in his hand. Inside the secret manual space, nearly half a year had passed, but the battle was still raging fiercely, seemingly not yet over. The fierce beast had now entered a berserk state. As for Yi Tian, he had finally upgraded his strength talent to the peak level. He leaped up and threw a powerful punch into the fierce beast's stomach, sending it flying backward. It crashed heavily to the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. After a year, Yi Tian's hair had grown long and shaggy, covering half his face. He looked at the fierce beast lying on the ground and smirked. It's time to end this. My combat-type talents have all been upgraded to peak level. The fierce beast no longer dared to engage in close combat. It stood at a distance, throwing the surrounding rocks forcefully towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian took out the dagger, the new weapon he had bought at the Martial Pavilion last time, and threw it forward. This was the peak-level blade technique, Imperial Sword Chaotic Slaughter. The dagger moved as if controlled by someone. Each path it took like a powerful laser beam, instantly turning the entire rain of rocks into dust. Yi Tian retracted the dagger, his eyes as red as a demon's, using the shadow kill move. He slashed straight at the fierce beast, causing it to dissolve into nothingness. Yi Tian smirked with satisfaction. He had finally won. Outside, it was now morning. The sun was high in the sky. Yi Tian opened his eyes and sat up in surprise. He had finally returned to the real world. Just then, Yi Vu's voice called from outside, asking if he was awake. It was time for breakfast. Yi Vu opened the door to her brother's room, yawning as she told her brother. There was a new delicious breakfast place nearby, and she wanted the two of them to go eat together. Yi Tian looked at his little sister in front of him, feeling like he hadn't seen her in over half a year. He couldn't help but run over and hug her tightly, surprising Yi Vu, who didn't understand what was wrong with her brother, wondering if he had a nightmare or something. Yi Tian's eyes were sad as he said he just felt like it had been a very long time since he had seen her. Hearing her brother's cheesy words, Yi Vu couldn't help but roll her eyes, quickly pushing him away and asking what he was doing. Even if they were siblings, he couldn't just suddenly hug her like that. After all, she was a young lady now. After saying that, Yi Vu pouted, wiggled her hips, and walked away, saying she didn't want to eat anymore and would just let him starve to death. Being scolded, Yi Tian awkwardly rubbed his head and invited her to go for a walk. After all, since coming to the MO High base, they hadn't gone out to see the sights. Although she was angry, as soon as she heard about going for a walk, Yi Vu's eyes immediately lit up, and she asked her brother again. After getting confirmation from Yi Tian, and even getting her brother's permission to eat or buy whatever she liked, Yi Vu was as happy as could be and immediately went to change her clothes to go out. While waiting for his sister to change, Yi Tian checked his power again. He hadn't expected that after upgrading his combat-type talents to peak level, his strength would increase so much. He was not far from the Grandmaster realm anymore. Yi Tian took Yi Vu to the market. The MO High base city was truly prosperous. Yi Vu didn't forget to remind her brother that if he had a chance, he should invite Yu Ling and Xiao Yu to their house to play. She would cook a delicious meal to thank them for their help. Yi Tian nodded. He also wanted her to get to know them better, because they would be staying in this MO High base in the future. Yi Vu happily skipped to the stalls to choose and buy things she liked. The day passed by in a flash. When it got dark, the siblings entered a restaurant. Yi Tian comfortably had a few cups of wine. It had been a long time since they could relax like this. Today was a truly happy day for both of them. Meanwhile, at Yi Tian's house, Yin Feng had somehow gotten in. She stood in the middle of the house, looking around but not seeing a single person. She angrily gritted her teeth and hissed, "Not home? Yi Tian." My video ends here. The above is a summary of the story's content. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.